If there are questions with respect to competition issues, the PCC is here as our resource person. So, Mr. Chair, on the part of, well,
Suspended lang tayo.
yeah, suspended. This meeting of the committee, of the joint committees on the MURANG PAGKAIN super committees hereby resume. At this point, may I call on my first, I would like to recognize my co-chair, the most able chairman of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Food of Quezon, Chairman Inverga. And at this point, may I call on Assistant Minority Leader Magsino, OFW number 83, to lead us in a prayer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Siyempre, number 83, OFW Party List po, Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino. Let us put our hands together and let us pray. Lord, eternal God, we are about to begin our meeting, and we do so with the awareness that without your divine presence here at the center of the meeting and also within ourselves, our work will be empty. Grace us with your wisdom and vision. Gift us with holy humor and humility so that not only this meeting, but all our lives may be a meeting place for your kingdom. We ask this through Christ our Lord, Jesus Christ, who lives with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you. On my part, I will eschew my opening remarks, but I don't know whether I would give my co-chair, Chairman Inverga, for his opening remarks.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have not prepared any opening remarks. Of course, given that there is such a long list of our resource persons, it would be best in our interest to accord them the time, all the time that may be needed. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you again for the acknowledgement, and magandang umaga po sa ating pong lahat.
It is the birthday of our COMSEC baby, but COMSEC baby, please acknowledge our resource persons.
Good morning, Your Honors. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Birthday din kagabi.
Our resource persons for the joint committee this morning are the following. Joining us today, Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Caballero, DA High Value Crops, Undersecretary Drusilla Esther Bayate, BIFAR Fisheries, Assistant Secretary Genevieve Belicaria Guevara, BA Legislative Affairs and Department Legislative Liaison Officer and Consumer Affairs. Assistant Director, OIC Assistant Director Ruel Hesmundo, Bureau of Plant Industry. Director Diosamia Sevilla, Bureau of Animal Industry. Director Elizer Salilig from BIFAR. Administrator Larry Lacson from the National Food Authority. Assistant Secretary Agaton Teodoro Uvero from the Department of Trade and Industry. Ms. Rachel Laksa, Philippine Statistics Authority. Dr. Eva Guyena, FNRI. Attorney Mark John Palomar from PPA, Philippine Ports Authority. Attorney Leah Banagi Han from the Cooperative Development Authority, together with Ms. Daniel Victoria Garcia. AVP Maria Melissa Bernardo from the Land Bank of the Philippines, and SVP Antonio Owen Maramag from the Department of, from the DBP, Development Bank of the Philippines. Mr. Lionel Tangkangko, Malusog at Matalinong Bata Coalition. Former Administrator Roderico Bioco from the National Food Authority. Attorney Regidor Karingal, Top Seed Agri-Products Trading. Mr. Ronil Carmona, Pacific Sealand Corporation, Pacific Sealand Foods Corporation, Mr. Edwin Mapanaw, Philippine Association of Feed Millers, Inc., Mr. Romualdo Elvira, Philippine Maize, EVP Eric Harina, Pork Producers Federation of the Philippines, Mr. Rosendo So, Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura, Attorney Elias Jose M. Insyong, United Broiler Raisers Association, Miss Genevieve Mapa, E&L Faster Food Imports, Inc., Miss Mary Antoinette Salgado, EL Faster Food Imports, Inc. That would be all for now, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
At this point, may I recognize the PSA for a short presentation. Update on prices of food prices. Update on food prices.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting the updates on prices of selected commodities. If I may request the Secretariat to
Okay, upload.
flash in the screen.
Mr. Chair, allow me to acknowledge, Mr. Chair, allow me to acknowledge Mr. Danilo Fausto, Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food, Inc. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue. May I recognize, of course, Congressman Nick Briones, a major player in the agriculture sector. Ma'am, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, here are the updates on prices of selected commodities. First, we have the farm gate. In the next slide, please. We have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay or the regular milled rice per kilogram. For December 2024, the latest data available, we have 48.81 pesos per kilo for the retail price, 43.14 pesos per kilo wholesale price, and 20.70 pesos per kilo for the farm gate price. The year-on-year growth rate is negative 9.6% for the farm gate, negative 5.9% for the wholesale, and 0.7% increase in the retail. This is year-on-year, and then month-on-month, we have 2.3% growth rate in the farm gate price of palay, negative 1.7% growth rate in the wholesale price, and negative 0.9% growth rate in the retail price. This is for the regular milled rice. And then
So,
we have
ulitin natin, yung blue,
the blue line, Mr. Chair, is the retail price,
so it's 48.
48.81
Wholesale
pesos.
is
The wholesale price is the green line,
43.
43.14 pesos per kilo, and the orange line is for the farm gate price, 20.70 pesos.
I'm sure you will not try to explain why mas malaki yung bagsak ng farm gate. But at least we're seeing sa retail and wholesale.
Yeah.
Wala man rason, no? Kasi it's not even harvest season.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is based on our data gathered
Okay na,
from
sige,
the
diretso
field
lang.
office.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's all?
For the next slide, we have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay and the retail price for the well-milled rice. So we have 54.38 pesos per kilo retail price for the well-milled rice with 2.3% month-on-month growth rate and negative 9.6, negative 0.5% month-on-month growth rate and 1% year-on-year growth rate. And then we have 47.08 pesos per kilo wholesale price with negative 1.4 month-on-month growth rate and negative 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And then for the next slide, we have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay and special rice. So for special rice, we have 63.42 pesos per kilogram this December 2024.
Is that DT8? That's DT8, no?
Again, Mr. Chair.
The DT8. The premium rice.
Yes, Mr. Chair, special rice. We have 63.42 pesos per kilo in December 2024 with a negative 0.5% month-on-month growth rate and 0.5% year-on-year growth rate. For the next slide, we have the farm gate price, wholesale price, and retail price.
Sus! Di mamahal ang baboy.
This is for corn, Mr. Chair, corn, white
Kaya
corn.
nga, 70% ng baboy is mais.
So for the retail price, we have 60.06 pesos per kilogram in December 2024. And then for the wholesale price, 18.02 pesos. And for the farm gate price, 13.61 pesos per kilogram. The growth rates are shown in the screen. Next slide, we have the farm gate and retail prices of pork or hog per kilogram. For the retail price of fresh pork, meat with bones, 1 kilo, we have 296.31 pesos per kilo in December 2024 with 0.9% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And for the farm gate price, we have 182.71 pesos per kilogram in December 2024 with 2.3% month-on-month growth rate and 4.8% year-on-year growth rate. Next, we have the farm gate and retail prices of chicken per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 218.75 pesos per kilo of fresh chicken whole, 1 kilogram. This is retail, the blue line, and then we have the orange line for the farm gate price of chicken broiler. We have 141.89 pesos per kilo.
Mas stable siya.
And for the growth rates, we have 2.2% increase in the farm gate price month-on-month and 8.4% increase year-on-year. And for the retail, we have negative 0.3% month-on-month growth rate and 4.2% year-on-year growth rate. Next is the farm gate and retail prices of beef or cattle per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 346.84 pesos per kilo of fresh beef, meat with bones. And then for the farm gate price, cattle for slaughter, we have 195.11 per kilo. And for the growth rates in the farm gate price, we have negative 9.7% decrease. And then for the retail price, we have 0.3% or minimal increase month-on-month. And year-on-year, both increased with 1.5% in the farm gate and 2.6% in the retail price. Next is the retail price of garlic per kilogram. We have 162.96 pesos retail price in December 2024 with 0.9% month-on-month growth rate and 4.2% year-on-year growth rate. Next is the retail price of onion, red Creole, per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 129.83 pesos per kilo retail price with 1.8% month-on-month growth rate and negative 37% year-on-year growth rate. Next, we have retail price of round scad or galunggong per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 210.81 pesos per kilo of galunggong with 0.8% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate in the retail price. And lastly, for the prices, we have the retail price of chicken egg per piece. In December 2024,
Oy,
chicken...
Nick, yung mga itlog mo, nagiging mahal. Kaya ka pala umalis. Mananagot ka dyan. Uy. Yeah, please continue. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In December 2024, the chicken egg per piece is worth 9.22 pesos per piece with 0.2% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And as requested this morning, we also have the inflation rates in the Philippines. In December 2024, we have 2.9% inflation rates for the all items. This is higher than the November 2024 inflation rate of 2.5%. And then for food items, we have 3.5% inflation in December 2024. This is the same as in the November 2024 inflation for food. And for the annual 2024, we have 3.2% annual average inflation for 2024 at all items and 4.5% for the food. And in the next slide, for the food groups, we have for cereals and cereal products, 11.9% annual inflation and 1.3% December 2024 inflation. This consists rice, corn, flour, bread, pasta products, and starches. And then we have the meat and other parts of slaughtered land animals. This contains poultry or chicken, beef, and pork. Annual, we have 2.7% inflation, and in December 2024, 4.9% inflation. And then fish and other seafood, we have negative 0.3% annual inflation for 2024 and 1% December 2024 inflation. Milk, other dairy products, and eggs, we have 2.8% annual inflation and 2.4% December 2024 inflation.
Now, before you move, so what, back, yung 14.2% na vegetables, dahil lang ba yan dahil maulan? Natutunaw yung pechay?
Again, Mr. Chair.
Bakit 14.2? That stares you in the face.
In the next, in slide 16, Mr. Chair, yung details po ng vegetables. If we could show
To that,
slide
Nana?
16, please. For the vegetable, Mr. Chair, ito po yung ating mga commodity or
Sus!
detailed. So, ang pinakamalaki po dyan is
Kamatis.
tomato. In December 2024, tomato has 120.8%
Bakit daw?
inflation.
You don't need to explain yung, under the PSA ba, is there any attempt to explain that? No more na?
Mr. Chair, this is based on our data gathering and price collection po. So,
Sino
in December,
mag-explain yan? Ano ito? Ching, bakit yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, magandang umaga po. Malaki po talaga yung spike. It has even reached 300 pesos at that time. As we were explaining last hearing, there were two instances, if you remember, Mr. Chair, bago po magkabagyo, nagtapon doon sa NVAT. There were several truckloads. But that was a transaction na hindi na-consummate. The farmers were saying that there was an order dito, hindi dumating yung buyer.
Yung
So
buyer.
tinapon nila, oo, nagtapon sila. Then came the typhoons. There were 6 typhoons at that time. So yun naman ang apektado yung sa harvest nila. The high perishability
That's counterintuitive. Yung isa, pampababa presyo.
Bago po,
Yung isa naman, pampataas presyo.
Yes, sir.
So, alin dun sa dalawa?
Yung una po, bago dumating ang bagyo,
Yan, yung tinapon nila.
Yun ang tinapon
Ibig
nila.
sabihin, babagsak presyo. Oo.
mababa ang presyo nun.
O, syempre.
Oo, so it would be it's not
It's
financially
okay.
viable.
What I want to know is, bakit pumutok?
Opo. If you remember, sir, 6 na
So,
bagyo yung...
is bagyo, yung 6 na
Opo.
bagyo.
So, ang ginagawa po natin ngayong intervention, yung pag-set up ng mga nurseries para meron ng planting materials na ipapamigay, hindi na buto. And then, yung inclusion ng greenhouses so they can produce 6 times.
How many greenhouses have you,
Our budget was slashed for that greenhouse, but the secretary is trying to look for funding, 3
Magkano na
billion.
lang greenhouse?
Meron pong low-end na greenhouse, umaabot yan ng less than 1 million. But the one that is being
Is
established
there a
by...
greenhouse that is typhoon resistant?
Yes, sir. There are models that's being established by COICA. 6 of that in region
Benguet?
6. it's still to be implemented po. But
Northern
the one
Ilo-
in Region 4A in Siniloan and
That's Region 4.
opo, merong mga support po kasi na binigay sa atin through grant. And we have one in Baguio, which is very...
Siniluan, hindi nyo pa itinakbo ng lukban para masaya si chairman.
Sir, sa site selection, meron po. Meron sa Region 4A sa may baba ng Bundok Arayat.
Are you actively promoting that the greenhouse should be the
We-
primary?
For highly perishable vegetables, bell pepper and tomatoes would really be financially viable because they can produce 3, 4, 5 times a year.
Yan yung may temperature control na, may tubig control na, may...
Fertigation po siya. And
Tapos,
then
ilang floors inside?
it's just
One floor?
one floor, but
But din
it's
yung gayahin yung sa
precision.
Korea. If you go, let's say, from Paris to Amsterdam or you go from Incheon to Seoul, you can immediately see that all the greenhouse there are like multiple floors.
We are looking at those
Bakit one floor
innovations. Well, that's a grant. So
That's
we
a
have
grant.
to work on the design of the project that took off from the
Anyway,
Baguio
thank
model.
You. Thank you. So let's go back to PSA and finish, and so we can jump to rice and then back to FNRI. Meron ka pa ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung
just-
kamatis, yung yan.
Yes. So aside from tomato with 120.8% inflation in December, we also have chili with 13.5 and cabbage 37.9%. Those are the vegetables with high inflation. But you could also notice the onion and shallots, we have negative 34.7% inflation.
HBCC ka, bakit, why are they going in different directions? Yung isa pabagsak, 35. Yung isa paakyat, 121. So I don't know, why isn't there, so there's no such thing as a class of products that should have at least one, not unidirectional, pero not this like na they're going. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. On the onions and shallots, fresh or chilled, it should be considered that DDA has funded several cold storages. And these cold
so
storages
yung cold
were able
storage
to
na nagpababa.
contain. Opo.
Tapos,
On the, kasi ito yung onions and shallots. For tubers, plantains and cooking bananas, some of the information that we got in Mindanao, they are, I don't understand though the decrease in price because when you go to the market, it's quite mahal. But we'll check
Lionel?
on the tubers, Mr. Chair, no?
Lionel,
Because
can you sit down here? Lionel, the valedictorian, summa cum laude Bataneo, where are you? Lionel, do you have a theory for this? Because Lionel says, planters' intention are determined by government support. So obviously, if prices go up, it's because they're not planting because there's no government support.
I'll have to look at the data, Mr. Chair. But happy to help the committee check po.
Oh, can you just check that? Anyway, thank you.
yeah, for bananas, it must be noted that there were challenges.
But that's more international.
Yes, sir. These are the Saba variety because cooking bananas is generally the Saba variety. This might be affected by, I don't know if it's an oversupply, but we have noted, Mr. Chair, that
So,
Nueva Vizcaya is
So,
also...
sinasabi mo, kinat yung budget nyo. Kaya, para sa akin, that is the only theory that matters. Planters' intention is determined by government support. And therefore, no government support means less supply and therefore higher prices. I live by very simple, So, how much are you asking government for?
Well, we asked for...
Magkano ba ini-slash ng Congress?
We asked for 14 billion, sir, for 60 plus commodities, plus the innovations.
So yung 14,
we
ilan
only
lang
got 3 billion.
3 billion. So
Yes,
kami
sir,
may
3.2 po.
kasalanan.
Well, that included also our funding for coffee. We're
So
supposed
you want to sit down here na lang? And
No, sir.
I will be
We're trying
questioning.
our best to live with the budget that we have. There are some
Tuturuan
technologies.
ko kayo kung paano makakuha ng additional budget.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair, for
We
this.
will identify savings and then we can augment. Basta may bahay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anyway,
Thank
so
you po.
now, are you finished, PSA? More or less.
Mr. Chair, just the meat po. One last slide po.
Okay, one last slide.
In
Parang
slide
kanta.
15, please.
Okay?
This is for the details of the meat. We have meat of bovine
Oh,
animals.
very stable. Congratulations to the importers and local producers. So, ibig sabihin, hindi sila affected ng ASW, tsaka ng ASF, tsaka AI. Looks like, have we stabilized? Who is in charge of meat in But we will go to the meat later. How can the prices be stable when corn prices are rising like shit? So who is in charge? DA? DA Livestock? Bai? Where's Bai? Okay. Can you please summon... I don't want to issue a subpoena. Can you summon the Bai? Bai is here?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes. Our director is here. Thank you.
Sorry. Papasupina pa sana kita. Bago ba siya?
Maybe 6 months.
6 months pa lang. Uy, huwag ka matakot Hindi lang kita nakita So, yung ASF tsaka AI, hindi na problema?
Ongoing, yes, good morning po, Mr. Chair. For our hog and poultry, sir, ongoing pa rin po yung ating control and prevention po for our
The
African swine
prices
fever.
look like you're doing your job. But I don't know whether it will subsist given that the corn group here, their prices are shooting like hell. Anyway, are you finished, PSA?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anyway,
Mr. Chair, may I just clarify the data presented earlier?
can you
Uh,
bring it back?
Ma'am, your data is based on both on local and imports. Tama ba?
Mr. Chair, yung amin pong price collection is in the market for the retail price. So we are not in control kung imported or local. But
Okay.
yes, it could be
Sige,
both.
thank you.
Okay, now we go to DA. Who's in charge of rice? Sir, just an update on the rice prices, but we've seen the rice prices are going down a bit. But what are the actions taken to sustain the affordability of rice? So, tatlo lang sir ang sinasabi nyo May I recognize, isa ang governor ninyo, Congressman Arman Panaligan. Mukhang there's now unity ticket in Oriental Mindoro. No. Lahat kayo, di ba? Si RGB, ikaw, si isa yung... Anyway, sir. No, the Kadiwa, the NIA, rice contracting, and NFA, flashing out.
Sir, for Kadiwa, I'll request our Consumer Affairs group to
Okay,
discuss the Kadiwa.
please answer that. Bebang ba? Nakailan ka na roll out? Sabi mo 1.5. Nakailan ka na sa 1.5?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, to my fellow workers also in government, good morning, and also to the committee, good morning. As to the 1,500 share, that is our target for
I know, how many na?
2020. As of
43.
now, we had 109 Kadiwa centers.
All in NCR.
All in NCR, but we have additional 23 for the
How much
markets.
are you selling rice there?
We have different varieties now, but for the rice for all, we are selling it at 38
38.
pesos.
Baka pwede mo naman i-ano kahit papaano, out of the 102, pick up price o PSA. Mapababa man lang. You don't do any kadiwa, no?
Mr. Chair, we are ongoing process of the rebasing for
Kasi
our
there are 102
inflation.
pick-up points, which you average, right? So there's no kadiwa there.
Not yet, Mr. Chair, but we are considering for the updating that we are
Okay, that's
doing this
good.
year.
Panahon ni Gloria, kalat talaga. Because ako may pakana nun eh. Buy at 28, sell at 18. Anyway, so, asa na si NFA? Galit na galit sa iyo si Janet dahil nangako ka daw na 1.5 million tapos ilan na ba binuhos mo sa merkado? Nipi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung sa kadiwa po na
Hindi, huwag nang
nilalabas-
kadiwa ikaw.
Sa ngayon po, wala pong calamities, wala tayong nire-release.
Put. Yes.
Yes, may I be
Yes,
clarified,
sir.
Mr. Chair? Because there are pronouncements already made that the DA has already agreed that there is an emergency situation. So, yun yung gagamitin mo, admin, di ba? Para malabas natin yung stock. So, may we request, Mr. Chair, for an update can you simulate kung anong mangyayari sa mga darating na panahon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If in case ma-declare na po yung food security emergencies, then we can unload our stocks na, whether it's regular stocks or aging stocks. So sa ngayon, ang total stocks natin na nationwide, nag-increase na tayo, naging 761,207 bags or sako ng bigas available. And we are continuously milling. Sa ngayon po, inaantay lang namin yung declaration po ng food security emergency.
So, admin, pag lumabas, Mr. Chair, pag lumabas sa merkado to, magkano natin ibebenta yung stocks natin?
Yun pong sa aging stocks natin, it will still be the same at 29 pesos. Yun po. And for the regular stocks
Ilan
po
yun?
natin,
Ilan?
ilan yung aging po? Nasa 300, more or less 300,000 bags sa ngayon.
Konti naman yan.
Meron hong 400 plus, almost 500,000 bags for the regular stocks na pwedeng ilabas at 38 pesos din per kilo.
30. This will be limited to the Kadiwa centers and LGUs.
And LGUs po.
Okay. Then, sa LGU, bahala sila sa price din, ano?
Pwede
They have the
po,
liberty to-
pwede
to
po
send-
siguro silang mag-recover ng cost.
Oo. So, at cost siguro. Para, Mr. Chair, we have the privilege once again to be joined by the Honorable Chair of the Committee on
I hope she's
Appropriations.
in a good mood after yesterday. Good mood? Yeah, but you're prettier when you're angry. So, you don't have any question with NFA? Not doing anything?
After the two gentlemen.
Hindi niyo ba yan basta-basta mapirmahan? We've been losing momentum against, then papasok na naman yung bagong mga pressure.
Mr. Chair, just a very brief interjection, follow-up dun sa point na ni-raise ng ating
you're recognized,
administrator.
sir.
So, in the event that the food emergency declaration is released, ilang bags
2 weeks.
ang dapat i-release sa NFA to make a difference in the price, no? Gaano karami, volume, quantity ng bigas ang dapat ninyong ilabas para magkaroon ng epekto, magkaroon ng bisa yung deklarasyon at maka-apekto kayo sa presyo ng bigas sa merkado.
Thank you, Mr.
In your
Chair.
estimate.
Pero I will be very honest, I don't have the expertise kung gaano kalaki yung porsyento na dapat ilabas to influence the price.
Well, dapat alam din natin yan, ano? Dahil walang, baka hindi maging effective yung declaration ng food emergency kung hindi natin alam ang ating ilalabas sa merkado, no? Dapat calculated natin yan at naniniwala ako ng NFA ang mas may expertise sa bagay na yan. Dapat mapag-aralan ninyo yung market, yung movement sa market, ano? Otherwise, baka walang epekto yung pag-declare ng food emergency. So to make an impact para magkaroon dent man lang yung declaration ng food emergency sa merkado ay dapat ay calculated natin kung gaano karami, no? How many bags of rice ang dapat na ilabas ng NFA. So I think you should do that. And I hope you can report sa amin yan, sa committee, sa sunod na hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can try our best to calculate that. Pero during the pre-RTL, that's the only time when NFA has the influence sa pricing. Yun po yun. Halos nasa lahat po ng merkado noon ng NFA.
Kaya ngayon ang ating nirevise sa amended rice tarification law para magkaroon ulit ng measure of regulation ang gobyerno, no, through the DA sa usaping ito. Kasi nakita natin no? So I hope that you can come up with a more
Larry,
complete update sa amin sa next meeting. Siguro kahit naman kami recess, meron pa rin sa sipag ng aming chairman ay kahit siguro recess na tatawag pa rin ang hearing yan.
Mga ngampanya din ako.
Mr. Chair.
Sandali lang.
Sige.
Paano ka pagdating ng harvest, paano ka makakabili kung hindi mo naman nabibenta? So, ibig
Tama
sabihin,
po.
So, ibig sabihin, walang sino gumawa ng batas? Tayo, di ba? So, bakit lalagyan mo ng emergency for them to sell? And then you give them buffer stocking, and then Can you speak? We want your wisdom here. So how do you
Mr. Chair.
untie this Gorgon knot?
We actually put in a provision for a 5 billion fund, but that was vetoed.
Vetoed. Okay.
But that was the hope, that in short, it would be the seed fund, and then gagamitin yon every time.
To buy first to buy it at 23.
Exactly, and then gagamitin yon to
refresh also.
exactly to replenish.
But they
etc.
cannot refresh because there is no emergency. Oh my God, what did we do?
No, but then I thought that we broadly defined, there are 3 conditions of emergency, di ba? Either, exactly, at saka meron din extraordinary, yes.
I think at this point, sorry, can you summarize everything, Morales? What is our problem?
FA, considering that they can buy now at 23 yung pinaka-average, so punong-puno sila, they cannot sell sa merkado, makakapaglabas lang sila kung kung aging na yung stocks. It's allowed by RTL. Second, kung may extraordinary circumstances like yung food security emergencies. We can only declare kung mayroong shortage sa supply, which is sa ngayon, hindi naman. Pero second, yung sa prices, yung extraordinary increase in prices. So that's why, but they cannot, on their own, release their stocks to para magkaroon ng pag-ikot sa merkado. Bumibili kami ng bumibili sa mga farmers at a very, shall we call it, parang fair price. Pero nare-release din nila yung stocks. Sa ngayon kasi pag napuno sila, hindi nila mai-release yun. Unless there's a calamity or merong emergency.
Pero, Mr. Chair, hindi ba, yun ang ina-argue natin, I believe in some previous hearing, that ang expectation kasi, given the tariff reduction, is a certain price.
Yes, ma'am.
Pero ngayon, doble. Di ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's why we are still-
Yun ang sinasabi natin, hindi ba extraordinary ang price ngayon, considering that meron tayong significant tariff reduction. And therefore, we said, hindi ba that should trigger an emergency situation? Yun yung sinasabi natin.
Mr. Chair, Yes, that's why nung nagpa-meeting NPCC, maybe the DTI representative can expound on this, na the declaration or recommendation to declare a food security emergency is umiikot na po yung papel. Maybe the DTI representative can expound doon sa
Paikutin mo
status.
pera, ang bilis nun.
Sir?
Pinapaikot nyo kasi papel. Hindi, DTI, asan ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair, briefly lang, baka just to share lang during the discussions on the RTL here in the House of Representatives, and you say Chris was with us. We set conditions in our version, na kung saan in the event na may emergency situation, government mismo, the national government, we can buy from NFA. From
DA.
DA can buy sa NFA using the fund. So that one, and then kung ubos ang stock, then pwede bumili sa importers sa ports. Di ba? So that was the premise sa House version. Yun sana yung probably, maybe later on we could reconsider siguro. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then later on, baka siguro learning again from this experience in the future.
So just to summarize, I didn't catch that. Ano pa yung kulang?
Sir, Mr. Chair, we're still waiting for the recommendation from the NPCC
Oh my God.
for the declaration. So, yung paper po kasi, I think umiikot nga. Maybe the DTI can
Ang
explain.
tingin ko kasi, Chair, yung kulang is yung fund,
Yeah,
which we
partly.
attempted to actually do.
But if they can sell, they will have funds.
Yes, but then yung seed capital is what we attempted to do.
Yun nga.
We put in, di ba, 5B? Pero
So they will have to sell, Mr. Chair. What is the
No,
outlook
but
of
the
that
thing is,
siguro?
Mr. Chair, my question is, when you sell, yung proceeds, are you allowed to keep? Yes. You're allowed to keep and then use that again as capital?
Yes,
It's a trust
Mr.
fund.
Chair. Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ayun naman at least.
Ah.
So right now, magkano yung balance ng trust fund na yun?
We were given for 2025, 9 billion for
9 billion.
purchase of
Wow.
palay. Meron po.
So right now, yun ang pinapaikot ninyo ng
Yan
working
po yung
capital.
pinambibili natin. Na
So 9 billion is good for how many?
even for the 9 days before, kasi naging 15 days po yung buffer stock, yung 9 billion po ay kulang for the 9 days. Ngayon po naging 15 days, mas lalo pong lumaki yung kulang.
Okay, so 9 billion is worth how many days?
9 billion,
Kulang.
mga
13,892 divided by 360 times 9. Ilan ba yan? Pahingi nga.
kung sa 23 pesos po ang bili natin ng
Huwag ka
palay.
muna dyan. Sa
Ay, sorry po.
quantity ka muna. Can you help me? Wala akong calculator. 14,000 ang kinakain natin. Divided by 365 times 9. Yan ang buffer stock. It's based on consumption. A buffer stock is based on consumption, not on production. Ano?
So anyway, admin, can you just clarify na naging mas malaking problema sa inyo dahil tinaasan nyo rin yung buying price ninyo, di ba?
23 pa rin sila.
Pero nag-30 kayo last year, di ba?
Last year po nag-average po kami ng 27.34. Ngayon po at current price ngayon, nasa 23 kami, but we can increase it up to 30 if need be.
So base is 23.
Base is 23 for clean and dry.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
So, 390,000 metric tons dapat ang hawak mo. Paki-multiply nga yan. Ang layo sa 9 billion yan. Halika nga, magkano yan? 390,000. How much money is that?
Ayan na, Mr. Chair.
Parachute, magkano?
Kailangan po namin ng 14.2 billion for that 9 days. For that 9 days.
400,000 metric
for 9
tons?
days.
Yes, sir. For the 9 days buffer stock, we need at least 14.2 billion. Na ang binigay po sa amin ay 9 billion.
So, magpapalugi ka, no? Magkano ba palugi mo doon?
Mr. Chair, on the average, 10 pesos per kilo.
You're allowed naman to take losses, di ba?
Sa mandate naman.
Yes po.
Basta dyan sa Monday. Anyway. Okay, can we close that?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I will just follow through and finish my interjection po. So, yun ang tanong ko lang, no? How many metric tons or kavans, bags of rice should NFA sell in the market para magkaroon ng impact yung declaration ng food emergency? Sana po malaman namin, ano? Although alam nga natin, malaki requirement ninyo, 14.2 billion pesos, ano? Meron kayong 9 billion. Sayang na veto ng presidente yung 5 billion pesos kasi sabi it violates daw the one fund concept, ano? So, we will have to maybe look for funds, ano, elsewhere. Pero paki-compute yon para sa next hearing ma-update ang committee, ano? At second, of course, you are required to buy only from local farmers, di ba? Dahil bawal ang NFA na mag-import, ano? Bawal din ang mag-import unless pag talaga merong acute shortage. So, you are going to buy sa local farmers. So, ito'y tanong ko sa inyo, NFA at saka DA din, can you ensure naman ang DA na merong sapat na ani ngayong kasi dry season ngayon tayo sa ating harvest season ngayon. Do you project, DA, na merong sapat na production, local production ng ating mga magkasaka na pwedeng bilhin ng NFA?
Mr. Chair?
Pakisagot na lang po.
Yes, sir. If the decrease in budget, not almost 10 billion, hindi ibabalik, we are projecting or estimating about 19.2 million metric tons production for 2025. Pero kung maibabalik yon, which the President has the go signal na to make ways paano maibalik yon 10B.
Ibahin mo yung production support sa
Sir,
NFA.
sa input support kasi sir yung nawala eh. So it will greatly impact doon sa
Planting intentions.
Sa intentions ng mga
Yes.
farmers. So kung hindi, may around 20.5 yung in-expect natin production for 2025, which is the highest. Pero sir, it
Di ba
will...
pinalayas na natin yung mga importers? Wala na, is there any importer pa dito? Wala na, no? We discharge them because they're not doing anything bad. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Because-
just to reiterate, I had requested 3 importers to be present today.
Okay, that's good. Where are they?
But Comsec, baby, Atara Marketing, can we please be guided if they are present today? Atara Marketing, Top Seed Agri, and Northern Success.
Yeah.
So, can we be updated if they are here? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I bought from them at 37. Anyway, I have a different experience. I thought that they were doing their job.
Just to add to the questions of Kong Panaligan, if I may. Sorry, this is a
Yes.
basic question. So, right now, yung 9 billion fund natin is good for, it's not even good for 9 days. Yan ang sinasabi po nyo, no? But you don't know exactly how many days.
If there's an emergency.
Sorry po, you were referring to the palay procurement po, yung
Yes,
9 days?
yes.
Yun pong kailangan natin for palay procurement just to get the 9 days buffer stock.
We need
is
14.
14.2 billion. We were able to secure 9 billion na po.
Okay, so 9 of 14 is, magkano yun? 9 divided by 14, 64% of your requirement.
But they cannot
Times
sell.
9. So it's about, wala pang 6 days. 5.78 days, more or less. So round off, 6 days. Okay. So ang ibig sabihin nun, just in elementary terms, if ginastos ninyo yung 9 billion, kakayanin ninyo punuan ang rice needs ng lahat ng Filipino for 6 days. Yun ang ibig sabihin nun. Okay. So, babalikan natin yung tanong ni Kong Panaligan, kasi magandang tanong niya eh. Yung magkano bang kailangan natin na pera so that we can substantially impact on the price. Diba? So, paano natin i-compute yun? Hindi ba we can do it in terms of days? Kasi, if, for example, ubusin natin ang pondo and let's say, if within 6 days ay kaya ninyong i-roll over, di ba? Then you can just keep on, kasi all Filipinos, di ba? Yung lahat ng needs, rice needs ng Filipino for 6 days is kaya mong punuan, right? Tama ba ako? Of course, imposible naman na kaya na at sobrang galing naman ng DA. That it's completely impossible, right? So the question is, how many days needed to fully,
Clarify lang namin sa question. How many days can we fully utilize yung buffer stock ng...
If, for example, we give you a fund for, let's say, 15 days, tapos inubos nyo yun, so every 15 days, nasa-subsidize nyo lahat ng rice needs ng Pinoy, right? Pero ibig sabihin nun, kailangan na procure nyo from the farmer at nabenta nyo lahat in 15 days. In short, nakuha nyo kaagad yung kapital ninyo within 15 days at ready na kayo ulit to procure, which obviously is not possible, right? So,
dagdag ko lang, Mr. Chair, no?
so what is like the full, what is the total number of days needed for a full cycle, in short? To go from procurement to, you get what I mean? To sale and,
Replenishment.
yes, to replenishment. Because hindi ba ganun yung pag-compute the easy way so that, of course, that's ideal kasi ibig sabihin nun, you want to subsidize all the needs of all Filipinos. And then, of course, if we know what that number is, we can work back and say, we don't naman need to subsidize 100% of Filipinos. Maybe you can say X%, right? So what is that? Kasi this is based on the capacity of DA, di ba?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ganito po, no? In an ideal scenario ng ikot ng stocks, yun pong 15 days, yes, tama po kayo, mai-release natin yan kunwari on a daily basis. For example, after 15 days, mababalik yung pondo, less the subsidy. So yung pondo po natin, pababa ng pababa. So that would mean lesser
Yes.
and lesser yung
Yes.
mabibili
Okay.
natin.
I'll get to that point later. Kasi actually, pwede mo naman ibenta at cost. Pag binenta mo at cost at hindi ka magpapalugi, happy pa rin naman ang Pinoy eh, di ba? Kasi at cost, magkano yun? It's still less than 40 pesos, di ba?
Bebenta nga
Hindi.
sila 23.
Hindi
Ay,
kasi
20
right now,
magkano?
allowed sila na magpalugi ng max 10 pesos, di ba? But if hindi ka magpalugi, magbenta ka at zero profit, magkano yung price na yon?
48 pesos per kilo.
48 pa rin.
Because binili po namin yung palay at
Okay,
27.34.
let me give an anecdote. Naglalakad lang po ako sa yung pinakamalaking barangay namin, sa Malanday. Nagulat ako
Uy,
na meron
tumira
isang...
ako dun.
Tumira ka doon?
Oo.
Wow, okay.
Mabaha.
Merong magkakatabing retailers. Nagulat ako, nakakabenta sila ng bigas at 39 pesos. Tinanong ko sila, paano nyo ito nagagawa? And they're able to do it consistently, And na-validate ko, kasi tinanong ko yung mga kapitbahay na binibentahan niya. At hindi lang, dalawa sila. It's a small retailer. Sabi niya, yung isa kumukuha sa Bulacan, yung isa kumukuha sa Nueva Ecija. Yung kumukuha sa Bulacan, mas mataas ng konti. Yung kumukuha sa Bulacan, yun ang 39 kaya niya. So, sabi niya, direktang kausap niya, yung namimiling. So, malaki-laki siyang farmer. Okay? Sabi niya, gano'n lang kasimple. Direkta. In short, parang siyang kadiwa na private. Ganon kasimple ang kanyang konsepto. Sir, hindi siya kadiwa, wala siyang subsidy. Kaya niya magbenta at 39.
Mr. Chair.
Kaya niya, sir, di ba?
Sorry.
So yun, in short, ang naisip ko nga, bakit hindi ninyo nire-reward ang mga ganyang klaseng retailers? Di ba? I mean, sorry, it's a separate issue. But I'm just saying, kung kinakayan nilang maliliit, bakit hindi kaya ng kagawaran na napakalaki?
Mr. Chair.
Okay lang. First, may I recognize Dichetina Pancho. And, short
Yeah,
interjection.
short. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Huwag kang mag-i-speech, ha?
Hindi po. Tapos na po ako kahapon ng privilege speech, Mr. Chair. Follow up lang po kay Chair Stella. With respect po kasi dun sa supply chain ng ating rice, sinasabi nga natin from the farm gate, di ba? In between yan, dapat direct ito sa retailer natin. And then direct sa end user or sa consumer. So, meron pa po bang middleman na nasa gitna? And that's the very reason kung bakit ang price ay mas tumataas dahil sa markup from farm gate, di ba, to the, dito sa ating middleman. Meron pa po bang ganon? If there is, pwede ho ba nating matanggal yon yung mga middleman para yung supply chain diretsa dito
Morales.
sa retailer tapos sa end user? Ano po ba ang pwede nating maging magawa para ma-address ang issue ng mga middlemen natin?
Mr. Chair, yes ma'am, meron pa rin kasing kaya tumataas yung presyo because of the intermediaries. That's why isa sa priorities ng Masagana Rice Industry Program is to strengthen yung farmer clusters. Kasi kailangan yung buhos ng intervention ng gobyerno sa kanila para imbis na panay na rin yung ibenta nila, makapag-mill sila ng bigas, diretso na sila sa market. Yun yung vision na tinutunguhan po ni Secretary na talagang to lessen, kundi ma-eliminate yung nasa middle, to lessen yon para ma-improve yung directly market to farmer clusters na yung approach. That's yun yung goal and vision and objective. Isa sa mga goal and objective ng Secretary po.
Okay. So this has been ongoing na for decades. Maraming na hong taon. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa ho natin medyo nasusolve ito. So hopefully sana masolve na po itong
With
issue na ito.
investments
very
also
soon.
by the government. Yes, ma'am.
Okay po.
Cristela?
Yes, tatanungin ko lang yung sagot dun sa tanong ko na, simple lang naman di ba? Bakit hindi nyo kayang gawin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, yung cost ng palay namin mas mataas dun po sa mga trader at yung mga local players. 27.34 po yung average namin last year. And we are expected sa NFA to buy higher than the traders kasi nga po, suporta sa magsasaka. Unang-una po yun. Dun po ang bulk ng cost namin. Pangalawa po sa operation, ang mga makina po namin ngayon, kanya namin minomodernize, mga luma na po. Okay? So medyo inefficient na. That's why nagmo-modernize po tayo. Pangatlo po.
Di ba sinasubcon nyo yan sa ibang ano?
Meron pong portion nito, mga 70% pinako-contract po.
So,
And then, yun pong operating expenses po natin, I'm just assuming, kanya po malaki ang ating gastos, we give all the benefits of the government employees para sa mga empleyado and all. Yung pong mga private traders
Pero wait,
and
allowed kayo bumili ng bigas, right?
hindi po bigas,
Na-
palay po.
Pero sa RTL amended, hindi, pag emergency nga. Pero right now, emergency na nga, di ba?
Wala man proclamation.
Hindi, malapit na, umiikot na. Because, no, guys naman, nakailang hearing na tayo. Nakalimang kinta, hearing na tayo. That was the first question that I asked during our first hearing. Na umabsent lang ako.
This
At
6
hindi ko
weeks,
na
this is our
tinanong.
6th week because absent kami last week.
Yes, pero 'di ba, Chair, if I remember correctly, that was my very first question on our first hearing na kailangan nyo nang i-declare na meron tayong emergency because clearly merong extraordinary price levels as a result of the non-translation of the tariff reductions on the current price levels. And this was many weeks ago. Sir, nasusunog na ang pabrika.
Yes, more or
So
less.
anyway, sir, ano ang deadline nyo dyan? Pwede po ba ngayong araw na to, bilangin nyo, sir, kung ilan pang hindi pumipirma. Paki-report po sa amin kung sino ang hindi pa pumipirma.
DTI? Sino ayaw pumirma?
Mr. Chair, good morning. Hindi naman sa ayaw. There were some dun sa mga I think it's more of the wording of those, the formula for declaring extraordinary price to support the declaration.
Sa ilan?
Tapos na yung mga comments. Yun ang medyo maraming comments
But is
kasi.
there consensus
May consensus na.
na merong
yung
extraordinary
Yes,
price
yes.
levels?
Yes.
And ano yung dahilan?
Basically, for the last 1.5 years, there had been that extraordinary price increase that is still present to date. So, ang
Sir
kailangan lang...
naman, huwag na kayong mag-isip. Tignan nyo na lang yung inflation.
Yes.
Nakikita nyo naman na ang contribution ng rice, ang laki-laki. It's higher than our usual 3%.
So-
Sir naman, you don't need to have a PhD to make that analysis. Di ba, sir?
Meron na, Mr. Chair, tapos na yung draft, umiikot
Sino
na.
ayaw pumirma?
Wala naman, yun lang, the usual...
Sino hindi pumipirma?
Sinong hindi pa pumipirma?
Double check ko lang kasi kahapon na finalize yung version na okay na sa lahat. Kasi nga, meron mga, it's more of the wordings kasi dumadaan sa mga, the usual complete staff work of the secretaries na hindi yan pipirma kapag hindi na-review. So, kailangan, that's the bureaucracy of it eh. Dadaan lang dun sa review ng bawat reviewer ng bawat
Sige,
secretary bago.
Sir, in 2 days, lalabas na yan?
Kaya na siguro. Kaya na, Mr. Chair.
O in 48 hours, may lalabas na. In which case, pwede nang bumili ng bigas ang NFA, ang DA. Tama?
From NFA.
DA dun sa amended,
Yeah,
di ba?
how much-
Okay.
DA.
DA pwede, di ba? Pwede na kayong bumili ng bigas.
Pwede na magbenta ang NFA. So, FTI can also buy from NFA, bang?
No, hindi kayo bound to just purchase palay, right?
Tatlo lang. Amas, magkano ang budget mo para makabili sa kanya?
Mr. Chair, meron po kaming binigay na 5B
Okay,
actually.
5B. Huwag mo nang i-explain. Ikaw, yun na yun. Yung 5B. Yung, ibig sabihin, pinag-usapan dito, 5B.
So, kung yung 9B, 6 days, ang 5B, 3 days, palay lang yun.
Hindi. Bigas.
Bigas
yun.
na yun.
Eh,
Okay, so, but under an emergency, pakilinaw po, medyo mas may flexibility. Ang DA, pwede mag-import, tama? As a last resort. ang DA pwedeng bumili ng both palay or bigas.
Bigas po, hindi palay. Bigas.
Pwede bumili ng bigas.
We can import when available supply of locally produced rice is inadequate. But DA ang allowed with exemption of NFA.
Kasi nga po, bakit ko tinatanong tong bigas? Kasi nga, doon sa example na sinabi ko sa inyo, kung siya nakakabili nga ng,
37.
obviously, kung nabebenta niya at 39, nabibili niya at what? 35? Bigas na yon, right?
Less than.
O sabihin mo nabibili niya ng how much? 29,
27.
27, 29. Di dapat mabibili niyo rin po at
Oo.
that price. Bigas na. Di ba po? So if at
Kaso ipit nga sila dahil hindi man nila ma-refresh.
hindi nila
Refresh.
after they sell,
No, because they will get the cash from selling their stock.
so after they sell, they get the cash and then,
And then they will buy palay again.
no, pero because emergency, they're free to purchase either palay or bigas.
Pag NFA,
Palay. Pero pag DA, pwedeng bigas. Oo nga, pero may flexibility, di ba? Either.
di ka sinama sa BICAM, ano?
Kasama.
NFA is still limited to
Pwedeng
palay.
bigas.
Di ba?
Pwedeng bigas ang DA.
Oo. Pero sa interventions, DA, ang bigas. Oo. Pondo will come from DA. So in the proposed probable food security emergency, only NFA will be the one to intervene. Oo. So wala pa yung qualification for importation. Can we get that clarification?
Under the new RTL po, after the
Pwede,
declaration of the food security emergency, the DA can direct me to sell the rice stocks that we have. Hindi po absolute na sila po ang bibili sa amin. Just direct
Correct,
me
yes.
to
So
release it in
LGUs,
the market.
diba? You are targeting LGUs,
LGUs,
DSWD,
Kadiwa,
oo.
anyone except for private sector.
Yes. So, DA, my question to DA now is, wala pa kayo sa level na yon ng importation. Am I correct? Based on the incoming declaration.
Wala pa, sir. Yes.
Oo. So, Asika Ubero, tama po ba na yun din ang expectation natin?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I suggest i-review ng DA yung wording ng batas, ano? Yung section na tungkol sa mga amendments
tayo.
natin, ano? Section 6, powers of DA. You have enough powers at your disposal. You have enough tools to address this problem. Just be creative, innovative, aggressive, dynamic. You test the limits of the power granted to you by law. Nakalagay dyan, the DA may sell existing NFA rice buffer. So tama sinabi ni admin, DA will direct. Di ba? DA will direct NFA. No? So ang magbebenta, DA. Magsesell, DA. No? Ang bibili sa farmers, DA.
Yes,
through
sir.
NFA. Kasi ang NFA ang may network ng buying stations sa buong Pilipinas. Ano? So this is a law na nakalagay klarong-klaro. Just be dynamic and aggressive. No? Parang anemic ang DA.
No, sir. Mr. Chair.
Paggawa,
Sir, we can
use the powers at your disposal. We have given you enough tools.
we can do that provided that there's a food security. So iniintay lang naman natin
Kaya
yung
nga,
food security emergency, sir.
Sabi nga ni Kong Estelle, emergency, papaikuti pang papel. Di ba, pag may sunog, emergency. Magkaparan pa ba yung bombero sa kanya mga superiors
Pwede
bago
bang-
siya maka umalis sa estasyon, di ba?
So
in
ngayon,
sense of urgency, we have been
within 2
grappling with this
days-
problem ever since.
Kasi masyado na tayong ano. Within 2 days, makukuha natin yung emergency. Boss, 2 days na. So, ikaw, magkano ba mabebenta mo? Ilan doon bulok na
Wala naman pong bulok na kasi regular ang ating testing po doon.
So,
Total-
if you can refresh, from which authority does it come from? Because refreshing presupposes that you sold and bought.
Ang refreshing po, once ma-unload namin yung stocks, whether
So
it's...
you have an authority to refresh.
Yes, meron po.
So that's virtually selling and buying.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, because your normal losses per kilo is 6 pesos. Logistics plus processing. Tama ba? Naka-built-in ang dapat yan, di ba? So sa bawat ikot, nawawalan kayo ng 6 pesos. Tama ba?
Roughly 10 pesos po.
Roughly 10 pesos. So ibig sabihin, yung 5 billion mo, sa pangalawang ikot niya, 4.5 na lang siya. 4.5 ba?
Mr. Chair, can I interject?
We have to jump na kasi. Can we've been stuck with rice like anything?
Rice is the biggest problem, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I
But
may
meat
suggest,
is also a problem.
if I may suggest, Mr. Chair, sa NFA, considering na pag ngayon ka nagbenta, let's say meron ng emergency, nagbenta ka, nalulugi ka ng 10 pesos. Pero makakabili ka ng mura eh. So, pwede mong i-balancing eh, na hindi umabot na 10 pesos ang iyong mabibili, ang iyong malulugi. Let's say, magkano mo ibebenta yung lugi ka ng 10 pesos?
From 48 to 38 ho yun eh.
Pwede mong in between eh.
Pwede
Diba?
po yun. Pwede naman po
And
yun.
then, bumili ka ng mura, mababawi mo yung nalugi sa'yo. Di ba?
Oh, God.
Mababalance mo. Then continuously, yung pera tutuloy-tuloy yan. Dahil mas mura ngayon ang farm gate price. Di ba?
They are mandated to buy higher than
Yeah. Dati 27. Ang bili mo? How much?
policy.
Kaya ka nalugi ng 10 pesos. How much ang bili mo dati?
27 po.
27. Magkano
20.
ngayon ang farm gate price?
Sa mga local...
23. 23 based kay PSA.
20.7
20 pesos eh.
20.70
And
pesos.
So,
then
ibig
it's buying.
sabihin, pwede mong bilhin ng mas mataas, let's say, hindi 27, maaaring 23 or 24. And then, delete na yung malulugi sa'yo sa susunod na cycle.
Pag 20 kasi, wala na magtatanim.
No. 23 or 24 pesos, not 27.
20, sinabi, sir. Can we have this, parang lang, I will immediately back to rice. Can I ask for your indulgence? Kasi nasasayang yung mga oras ng mga executives. I know the people want lower rice price. Pinagbigyan mo ako kahapon, pagbigyan mo ulit ako ngayon. Alam ko, may I recognize, of course, from the powerful delegation of Bukidnon, La Arnie, Lavin Roque, Representative Steve Chongbian Solon, and of course, so now, and Congressman Dagook. You want a last comment on rice, Stella?
Well, earlier, Mr. Chair, you
Pati ikaw.
had a statement, Mr. Chair, that
Hindi tayo makaalis-alis.
importers had nothing to do with the high prices of rice. Parang ganon. So, ang comment ko lang po doon sa statement na yon is it's somewhat counterintuitive considering that doon po sa findings namin po ni Chair Mark doon sa onion cartel, yun po ang naging, kumbaga, root cause naman nung onion cartel. Doon nag-umpisa, etc. So, gusto kong malaman from PCC, dahil nung first hearing natin, binigyan natin sila ng homework na
Straight from Oxford.
nasaan na po
PCC,
ba ang PCC, na kung tinignan na po ba nila, meron na ba
Yes.
silang any action with respect to the rice market?
I think you should get PCC because straight from Oxford, say something. Grabe, kayo very powerful. Oxford. Ma'am. Hindi kasi ako, marami sa amin nakakabili ng 37 from importers.
But it's very variable, ha?
No?
There's a big variation. I know. I mean, every time I walk the streets, I check the prices.
Where's Gideon?
Good.
Can you now, then after you, si Admin Gillian, kasi he has to leave. PCC?
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Hindi si Oxford ang pinasalita. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, so what we've done so far is we've isolated the ports of entries with the highest arrivals of imports.
Okay.
And we're correlating it with the areas with deficiencies. So if we see that the areas with deficiencies are also the places with high imports and the prices are not moving down, so we look into those importers in those areas.
It's not going down.
If it's not going down,
If
then we
it's-
will look into those importers who are having their imports arrive at those ports. But we cannot identify them yet, Chair, because
Sa
still-
madaling salita, Mr. Chair, masyado kasing highfalutin. Doon sa mga lugar na kung saan maraming rice importers, tama ba ako, Attorney Christian, ay ang natuklasan ninyo, ay doon din ang mga presyo ng bigas ay hindi bumababa.
there are some, Mr. Chair, that we have
Wait.
identified.
Pero in fact, ang dapat, ang expectation
The
natin
expectation
ay
is-
dapat bumababa.
Yes.
Kasi syempre, pag nag import ka, mas marami ang supply at mas mababa ang presyo.
Yes.
Yun na nga kinatatakutan ng mga magsasaka kasi mababa nga ang presyo ng bigas from other countries.
Yes, Chair.
So,
We're still looking into those areas and the specific importers who are operating in those areas.
so yun po. Kaya, that's the reason for why sinasabi ko, Chair, na pasensya na po ha, medyo. We differ in that opinion.
Kasi miniting ni Secretary lahat ng mga yan sa Bulacan eh. Tapos nagkaroon ng parang understanding that everybody will sell at 37, basically.
Hindi, yun nga po. But so, sana po we cannot, let's just not dismiss hastily
no, I'm not saying,
the,
wala na akong mapiga eh. So anyway, there is PCC.
let's not hastily dismiss the possibility na merong cartel,
Collusion.
may collusion, may cartel, may magic na nangyayari sa presyo ng bigas at may pagsasabuatan na ang pwedeng involved dyan ay ang mga importers.
Okay, anyway, since Customs is here and they have their principal intellectual here, Jet, can you, what's the average price of the importers at going through the BOC?
Your Honor, if we are to base it on their declaration, what we computed before was about 36 pesos per kilo. If that's based on their value declaration of 0.5 per kilogram in dollars. So that should be about 36 something, Your Honor.
36 landed cost. So,
Yes, Madam Chair. That's at least based on, that's our computation based on their declared value.
so anyway, ang alam naman natin, and based on yung hearings po namin sa Onion Cartel, hindi ko naman sinasabi na parehong-pareho, but syempre, hindi naman yun base lamang dun sa landed cost, alam naman natin na it's in the way that they manipulate the stocks. Yun naman po yun. Kasi kung hawak nila napakaraming stocks and at the same time, kapag sila rin ang bumibili ng local production, in which case they're now able to monopolize both local and imported, yun na po, doon na po pumapasok yung pag-manipulate ng pag-release ng stocks doon po sa merkado. And in the end, yun po ang nagdidikta kung anong presyo po sa merkado.
I will not debate you, but imports account for only 22% of the total supply.
Yes, so it has to do with it has
78%.
yes, that's true. But it has to do with if the importing entity is also the one that purchases the local produce, then they now control both local and imported, which was what we found with the onion cartel.
Okay, we will keep that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
this additional.
Yes,
Mr.
Pancho.
Mr. Chair, I agree with the Honorable Stella Kimbo, Mr. Chair, that we cannot disregard the participation of importer kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng price increase. Kasi in the first place, ang transaction nag-start po sa importer natin. Then pasa sa wholesaler, then pasa sa retailer po natin, then pasa sa consumer. So may participation sa kanila talaga na nagkakaroon ng price increase. Pag dineclare nila talaga kung magkano yung expenses nila, yung tracking nila, driver, maintenance, diesel nila, toll gate nila, doon natin makikita na ina-add nila yun unti-unti doon sa mga wholesaler natin.
We will review our records because we had spent 3 days with that. And at the end of the day, how can 22% dictate 78%? Then it's not the importer anymore. Then you. Anyway, I don't wanna. It's actually virtually the government inability to intervene, if you will ask me.
Kasi Mr. Chair, yung
Because
importer ang magdidictate ng price eh.
Di po. In fact, sila they're shifting the supply curve to the right. So therefore, it increases the supply in the market. Ang problema ko nga, baka bumagsak yung presyo.
Eh, kasi
Mr.
Which,
nag-i-import sila
just
ng
a last
more
point.
than sa-
Yun nga po di ba? In theory, tama po yun. Pero yun ang tanong, bakit hindi natin nakakita yung 36 peso rice in the market? Yun ang misteryo. So tama naman, kung yung 36 pesos, landed cost ng importers, bakit hindi po natin nakikita ang 36 peso rice in the market?
Okay.
So yeah, that's the mystery. So
we will,
something is happening.
I am taking back my,
Yes
that
po.
we discharged them because we couldn't make piga anything anymore from them. Because all of them individually, pinatingnan na ho natin sa AMLA, ang lahat po na bank records ng mga importers. So, pinatingnan na rin ho natin sa BIR. So, para klaro if they are making obscene profits or if not, they're not declaring. So, we'll do an Al Capone. We will catch them where it hurts. So, we're doing
yes.
it 2 ways. I couldn't catch them by their declarations here. But we will catch them by AMLA. Actually, the AMLA is at the back, but I wouldn't want to make kasi they cannot make public until they have their. And then we have the BIR essentially looking into their filings. So we are doing 2-prong, but I don't want to.
No, yes, and that's the reason for why, Mr. Chair, I asked PCC kasi talagang nasa kanila po ang mandato and I really hope that PCC takes this seriously and they actually did an excellent job dun sa onion cartel. Ang tanong ko na lang, kailan niyo po ba decisionan finally ang onion cartel case? Because they've completed the investigation but it is now with the commission for the final decision. PCC, para naman finally
Christian?
maniwala na ang sambayan ng Pilipino sa kakayahan ng PCC sa pag-enforce against cartels. I think to see is to believe, di ba, PCC? Once you've been able to finally make a decision on the onion cartel case, maniniwala na kami na, okay, kaya nyo pala. Kasi without that, ako lang yata ang naniniwala sa inyo.
Di naman.
It's the commission who decides, Chair, but I will remind them, Chair.
Please. And ako, so, Chair, let's just please support the PCC kasi ako ang pagtingin ko talaga.
But they are
Because
also
they do
the
have the
one-
personnel, they have the expertise. Tingin ko talaga sila ang makaka-solve ng rice cartel problem po. Or
But the-
mystery.
But the last time they came up with the report, they said that there is no intertemporal collusion in the rice markets.
That was a
Can you,
that was a different circumstance, Mr. Chair.
But that's quite different from what I heard today.
This one
Yeah.
is different naman, Chair,
I don't
because we
want to
have
debate you.
RTL and-
We're debating on the same guy making that different statement. And it's on paper. And I took them to task because the concept of intertemporal price collusion was not considered. Anyway, can we, I don't want to be a
Mr. Chair,
debate with, yes,
Mr. Chair.
that's the last word.
Yes, sir.
Ikaw muna.
Yes, may I yield, Mr. Chair,
Okay, Nick.
first to the Honorable Briones.
Mr. Chair, malinaw na merong hinahanap tayong 7 pesos yung effect noong baba ng 20% tariff. 7 pesos din doon sa baba ng world market price. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na walang nagkumita o nagsamantala. Ang problema natin, hindi natin mahanap dahil walang naghahanap. Ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Chair, yung tinanong ko last meeting, nasaan yung enforcement group na dapat ay manggagaling sa National Council? Sinuggest ko sa ating mga agency, ano nang status para makombine yung National Council, magkaroon ng enforcement group, yung NBI, PNP, at hanapin kung sino yung nagsamantala doon sa nawawalong 13 or 14 pesos na supposed to be binaba ng presyo ng rice na hanggang ngayon hindi pa bumababa. So, kung sasabihin meron PCC, pero matagal nang wala naman tayong nakikita. This time, meron tayong pagkakataon. Subukan natin yung enforcement group na makikreate ng National Council dito sa ating bagong batas na Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, Mr. Chair. Pwede ba matanong yung taga-DA, NEDA, and DTI, Mr. Chair, kung anong nangyari doon sa sinasuggest natin, na i-recommend natin kay Presidente na kaagad ma-convene yung National Council para magkaroon ng task force na mag-iimbestiga at na makita natin sino ang nagsamantala doon sa kumita ng 13 or 14 pesos per kilo, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think we will properly dispose of that motion at the appropriate time. But in the meantime, we would just want
Yes.
everybody to, as the speaker has ordered, to hear all sides in the meantime. Yes, it will, COMSEC, please note that there is a pending motion to seek that the President form a task force to investigate kung saan napunta yung 7 pesos. Okay, Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. Just for housekeeping lang, Mr. Chair, in the previous hearing, we requested through the COMSEC the presence of Horizon Free Enterprise Incorporated. Are they here today? COMSEC?
Yes, Your Honor, the BOC has to confirm the whereabouts of Horizon Free Enterprise as its given address at University Conscience Flats, Quiapo is not a tenant thereto.
Yes. As COMJET, as you've committed to us, you had, I think, a division that could track down this corporation.
Your Honor, according to to our offices in the intelligence group, I think they were able to relay the invitation to the, well, they have with us a recorded responsible officer. We require that in every customs accreditation. So there was a relay on this to the responsible officer of that corporation, which confirmed the receipt of your invitation, I guess. And so we're assuming, Mr. Chair, that
Yes.
should
So ASCOM, what is the reason for the discrepancy in their declaration sa address nila?
We're checking now, Your Honor, but as far as we've looked at our records, they're still in the same address. There's just I think a temporary stoppage of their operation according to them. But
So-
again,
so ASCOM,
there's
just
a verification being conducted by the intelligence.
So just to be
group now.
clear, kasi mali yung address na binigay. Di ba? So na-locate ninyo, pero nasa iba yung address nila.
Yung po yung address na naibigay sa amin, yun din po yung na-check namin, Your Honor.
So it is confirmed now that it is a legitimate address and a legitimate corporation.
That's how, as far as the feedback given to us, Your Honor, because we checked the address. It's just that the operation, I think, has already stopped.
But they are number one. They're the number one importer.
Yes, yes.
Paano nag-stop yung operations nila na they have 205 million kilos na sila number one dito sa list ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor. And
they stopped operations and
they've not. What I mean is that they've not yet imported again. So we've checked on their addresses, and I think that was the explanation. Maybe there were some people who were not there when the invitation was being.
yes, but there's a certification from the barangay captain that no corporation exists.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why we would like to ask for that, because a continuing investigation is now being conducted by the Bureau on why all of a sudden they can receive the. We've actually had the responsible officer explain this particular.
Why don't you look for them? They are from Iloilo.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. We will actually issue a subpoena also relative to this matter for the investigation division to allow these importers to explain why that particular feedback was given to this honorable committee.
Yes. Okay. So anyway,
Chair Mark?
yes.
Chair Mark,
Yes,
have
Don
you
Bulsted.
asked about their specific?
Yes, BPI. Is BPI here?
Well,
BPI.
Yes, they're supposed to submit their GISs, etc., di ba?
Correct. Yeah. Who is representing BPI? Assistant Director Ruel? Yes, are you familiar with this corporation?
Kopa? Hindi naman kasi tinakot na natin yan. Ayaw na nga, ang problema, ayaw na magsipag-import. Kaya parang inaano ko lang kasi baka lalo magkaroon tayo ng problema sa supply.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Director Ruel. So, is Horizon Free Enterprise Incorporated registered with BPI? At saka yung SP6. Can you confirm that you've issued SPSICs for this corporation?
Yes, they are registered. And
Have you validated their address?
here our representative quarantine, Henrik, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Henrik Exconde from the National Plant Quarantine Services Division. Horizon Free is a licensed importer of BPI, and they submitted the documents during licensing. And we also have an inspection report conducted for as one of the requirement for the license. But upon validation, since we heard from the Congress that the address given, they are not present in that address, we verified and went to their office, and it was confirmed that they are not present in the office they presented. So we issued a show cause also. We issued a show cause order to that company to explain why the discrepancy on the address they submitted to our office during licensing. So the status of their company as of today is they are suspended from the issuance and importation of rice.
So there are no pending applications for 2025?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, who is the registered owner?
I'm going to check, sir, the registered owner.
So anyway, Ascomjet, ano, di ba? Meron yata silang parang representative that you get to deal with, di ba?
There's a responsible officer, Your Honor,
officer, yun, no?
that I think replies to some communications.
So
to
they
them.
have already acknowledged the invitation, that this person has acknowledged the invitation of this,
As far
this
as
committee.
we were informed, Your Honor, they acknowledged that particular communication. But again, I'll ask the intelligence group to look into it again.
Yes, please. I hope, is NBI here? Baka pwedeng, Mr. Chair, with your, pwede bang ano, anyway.
Comsec, please prepare a letter directed to the NBI to look into the particulars of this.
When was their last legit importation? Would you know? And that as of when? And when was their last legitimate importation?
Last year, between January to October, I suppose.
Nasaan si BPI? Specific naman yun dun sa specific na ginamit, di ba? So you can tell.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to check their last record. Thank you.
Baka pwede pasama na rin yung ano, their 2023, 2022 application for SPSIC.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will include those records.
So, well, anyway, habang hinahanap, para po, in the interest of time, bibilisan ko na rin, Mr. Chair. Is Atara Marketing here? I was given the impression that we have a representative from Atara.
Oh, obviously she's a lawyer.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we also invited, as mentioned earlier, two said companies, Top Seed Agri and Northern Success Consumer, who are not present today. But ComSec, can you confirm that they received our invitation?
Your Honor,
Mr. Chair?
Top Seed is represented by Attorney Regidor Karingal.
Yes, thank you. Well, anyway, Mr. Chair, the last time they were not invited, they were not part of our hearings. This is the first time. This is the first time, am I correct, that you have attended on behalf of your client?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We attended previously. We attended in the previous hearings po.
The first one.
Yes, here.
So
Yes,
you
Mr.
have
Chair.
complied also with the request of the submissions by the chair?
I will check with our client, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
if they have already
with
submitted
regards
the
to your
documents.
GIS, BIR records, income tax returns.
I will check with our client, Mr. Chair, and I will ensure that it will be submitted to this committee.
So-
Yeah, within the day.
Yes, we will need that within the day.
Shall we?
Just for Top Seed, sir, have you submitted these required documents? Sir, sa mic po, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. We will undertake, Your Honor, to submit the documents that will be required by this committee, Your Honor.
And sir, you are representing Top Seed.
Top Seed, Your Honor.
Oh.
Attorney Regidor C. Caringal, Your Honor.
Sige, thank you, attorney. And for Northern? Northern Success Consumer.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Attorney Ariel Jawid for Northern Success, Your Honor. Yes, we also commit to submit all the records as requested by this committee.
Yes, thank you. So, attorney, may I just be clarified with regards to the 2024 importation volume of...
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not aware of the
Can
details.
you, yes, can you please...
Yes, I will also ask my client to provide all the pertinent records, Your Honor.
Yes, yes, for 2022 to 2024.
I think it's only 2023, Your Honor.
2023.
Yes, and 2024.
Sige, please. I will be needing the...
Yes, Your
baka as soon as possible, attorney. Baka pwedeng mahabol mo naman. I'm just asking for the volume, the rest.
Okay, Your Honor.
Sa susunod na pagkakataon na lang, attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you,
So,
Your
the
Honor.
volume baka matawag mo lang.
Volume,
please.
yes, Your Honor.
Oo. And that's also the same for Top Seed Agri. Attorney, may I request please for the detailed volume that you imported for 2023 and 2024?
Yes, Your Honor. We will verify the records and we undertake to submit, Your Honor.
Yes, so baka pwede matawag na rin. And then
Yes, yes.
I will get back to you later on.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll try to contact our principal, Your Honor.
Sige, please. Thank you very much. And the same for Atara Marketing?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit within the day.
Yes, thank you. So I will just briefly move on. Mr. Chair, lastly, sa rice, pasensya na po, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I would like to ask the rationale behind the MSRP. It was, I think, explained to us by Yusek Asis Perez in the previous hearing. And I just noticed that I think there was a price set. So ibig sabihin, nandun po yung cost niya. Pero pinatong ninyo 12 pesos because of the supply chain. So, Yusek Chris, are you familiar with that?
Sir, it was based on cost analysis considering yung global rice prices, I think, ng around December, the first week of December, and also yung equivalent foreign exchange niya, based on FOB price of $667 per metric tons, lalabas in peso landed ay, including the freight and insurance, 40.846, then plus tariff payment of around 6 pesos and 6.127, estimated import parity price niya is around 49 pesos. So during a January, I think January 9, consultation with importers, traders, and retailer, initially nag-agree on a 8 to 10 pesos. So nagreklamo yung mga retailers. So nag-agree sila na about 10 pesos. So kaya that come up with the 58 pesos. Pero this is for 5% premium and with the understanding na habang bumababa ang price, mag-a-adjust based on assessment ng based on the world prices, no? In fact, the secretary has instructed ASEC Bebang na may decrease in prices, maybe may expound pa ni ASEC Bebang on the moving forward yung MSRP natin.
Sige. Sige, baka marinig. Okay, baka we could hear ASEC Bebang first, Mr. Chair. Para malinawan tayo kung paano yung formula noon.
Meron po kaming formula na nasa presentation po, pa-flash na lang po siguro para mas makita po natin yung computation po of MSRP.
Hindi tayo makaalis sa discuss sa bigas.
Pero basically po kasi yung computation namin, naka-base po siya dun sa first week ng December pa na landed cost po ng rice, particularly from Vietnam. Tapos nag-add po kami doon ng mga cost based din po from NFA data.
Tanungin mo. Maybe asan yung presentation?
Yeah. So anyway, balikan ko lang yung si Quiz kasi and Asik Bebang. With the MSRP, di ba, you are trying, of course, to influence the supply chain, di ba? Yun yung tina-target natin eh. Na, kasi nga, di ba, we have a computation na sa presyo na, di ba, we are trying to influence dapat yung supply chain kasi masyadong malawak. So the 12 pesos mentioned by Yusek Asis in the previous hearing, masyadong malaki. Dapat doon pa lang nag-decrease na. I mean, given that you are also you are working with the importers, the traders, the retailers. So hindi ba yun yung dapat na goal natin? Na lahat kailangan mag-adjust ng profit margins.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Lahat naman po nagkaroon po tayo ng series of meetings po with importers, retailers, traders. Yun po yung mga napag-agrihan din natin na margins. Actually, sa importer nga, 150 lang. Tsaka si 1 peso and 50. Noong una po nga nating margin, 3 pesos. Sabi po nila, mataas daw yun. So, 150. Tapos sa in-between trader, 150. And then sa retailer, 5 pesos. So, 8 pesos po yung parang naging agreement.
And sir, we should not look at it in a box lang na MSRP. May other initiatives naman yung to influence also the market, yung sa rice for all and mga different variation ng rice for all. That's the more lower price. Kasi dito, the Secretary wants to control talaga ito kasi yung direct na nag-import na premium, halos premium naman kasi yung import nila, na bakit nag-import sila at 15, hindi pa rin bumaba. But hindi lang naman ito yung tinitingnan natin, andyan pa rin naman yung ibang programa ng gobyerno like the Rice for All, which will eventually expand and will try to influence yung price on the supply. So that's...
Yes, pero hopefully, I think the structure should be
But I think there's a plan na to decrease na, sir.
Oo, dapat
by March.
Kasi nga, like I elaborated lang, Constella, briefly lang, as I elaborated nung last hearing rin, ang daming dinadaanan. So lahat gusto kumita. We have to shorten the supply chain. So yun yung pressure that we have to put to them, di ba? Di ba? So bawasan natin. Hindi pa masyado mataas sa akin, 58 is too much.
Yes.
So, Kong Stella, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, pareho tayong concern. So, okay, naiintindihan po namin kung ano ang inyong goal, di ba? MSRP para babaan ang presyo. Yan naman ang ultimate goal. First concern, hindi natin alam kung tama ang pag-compute, di ba? Kasi sa dami ng ina-add ninyo, hindi natin alam kung tama ba ang information sa bawat step of the way. Number 2, alam naman natin na pwede naman direct, di ba? You can actually minimize certain steps along the value chain, di ba? Pwede naman direkta from the farmer, direct na kaagad sa retailer, pwede yon. Pero by adding all of those intermediate steps, parang ninyong inaalaw, parang ganon, right? Okay, kaya po, dumadagdag. Sandali lang po, tatapusin ko. Number 3, and in the end, naging 58, magkano po? 48, 50, naging malaking number. Okay, so, if it is a big number, this is a competition concern, bigger than usual. Di ba? Kanina may kwento po ako sa inyo na doon po sa Barangay Malanday, sa Marikina, merong isang maliit na retailer nakabenta at 38. Pag ang ending, yung MSRP is higher than what actually prevails in the market, ang nangyayari is they now collude around the higher MSRP. Sasabihin ng mga retailers, allowed naman pala ang MSRP na 58 o tayong lahat magbenta na lang tayo at 58. Kahit na, kaya naman pala nila magbenta at 38. Kumbaga po, naging government endorsed collusion. Yun po ang usual na sinasabi na problema kapag naglalagay tayo ng MSRP. Sa akin po, simple lang naman, why not? Katulad po ng ginagawa ko, mag-monitor po kayo, transparency ang approach. Hanapin ninyo sa bawat lugar. Sa bawat lugar. Sabitan nyo na sampagita yung retailer na nakakabenta ng pinakamababang presyo. O, dito sa Marikina, ang retailer na to nakabenta 38 for this month. O, bigyan nyo ng premyo. Ilista ninyo sa buong NCR. Ito ang pinakamababang retailer sa bawat lugar. And it, by transparency, nakita namin sa buong NCR, ito pala ang lowest sa buong NCR. Nakita po namin ang minimum, ang best minimum sa buong NCR for this particular period. Actual po yun, hindi pa kayo nag-compute. Yun lang po, hindi na kayo nag-debate, di ba po? Kasi actual po yun. So, ako for me, that's the simplest and at least hindi na kayo mahihirapan na mag-determine ng method.
Yes, Yusek Chris. Sige, si Asik Bebang, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. We take note po of, lalo-lalo na po yung sa suggestion na we put incentives din for those who are really selling it really low. But based din po sa monitoring natin, ma'am, yung pong 58 kasi talaga, yun po yung imported 5% premium. Ngayon po, sa pagmamonitor natin, dalawa na lang pong brands actually nakikita natin na nasa 58 na range na yan. And lahat po halos ng 30 markets na minomonitor natin ngayon, nagko-comply na po sila dun sa 58 MSRP. Meron po mga 25% broken na imported, nasa range po sila ng 50 to 55. Bumaba na rin po talaga. And the Secretary is also going, we are going to come out nga po with rules as to labeling po and branding because yan po yung ginagamit din nila. Lalo na po sa retail, hindi po kasi natin ma-determine agad-agad kung imported o local po yung bigas. Lahat po halos ngayon. Konti na lang po yung nakikita nating imported, halos lahat binabranding na po nila ng local kasi wala pong MSRP yun. So yun po yung gusto nating ipalabas sana soon. Meron po tayong prepare na po na rules on this, on branding and labeling para po mas madali rin po nating ma-monitor yung paglalagay po natin ng MSRP as masigurado po natin na yun po yung imported na premium talaga. So doon naman po sa pagmamonitor natin, halos ngayon po every week po na sa labas po kami ni Secretary na nag-iikot po tayo sa mga major palengke dito sa Metro Manila. Nakikita po talaga natin na nagko-comply po. Pero yun nga, ang nakikita rin po namin is because yung sa branding and labeling ang medyo hindi pa natin na-establish, yun yung kailangan natin establish soon para po lahat ng measures that we are doing now, including po itong MSRP, ay mas ma-implement po natin na mas efficient. And masigurado po talaga natin na yung MSRP is only for the imported nga po and na 5%.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, so ang suggestion niyo po, ang MSRP natin is 58.
Yun po yung MSRP natin sa 5% imported premium.
Opo, kasi napakataas po nun eh. Para ang nangyayari po, ang gobyerno ang nagbibigay ng pahintulot na ibenta to sa mataas dahil yun ang legal. So hindi po tayo talaga bababa. Kasi sa atin sa gobyerno nanggagaling po yung MSRP na 58 eh. Napakataas po masyado niyan. Di ba?
Chair.
Yes, si Kong Steve.
Maybe you want to answer Congresswoman's question first, and I'll just add something.
Yes, yung pong 58 na rin po, ang sabi rin po ng DA, every 2 weeks po i-review namin yan. And the Secretary has also declared that the plan is, hindi po kasi namin agad mabababa talaga ng mas mababa sa 58. Dahil nga po itong presyo na to ay based pa previous months pa kasi hindi naman po agad darating yung bigas na yan eh. Kumbaga kung yan po yung rate natin, kumbaga meron pang mga stocks yan. So we need ang ano naman ni Secretary is the market needs to adjust din. So yung 58 po, ang ano din niya, he has declared na on coming week, next week po, ibababa po na niya yan sa 55 and then 2 weeks after, as long as the trend nga po is pababa based on world markets.
Yes, Asik Bebang, question lang because there is no difference ang supply.
Sir, it's for premium rice talaga na DTA.
Oh, yes,
It's
but I
not
understand.
for regular milled
Kasi
or
parang
well-milled rice.
I understand, but my question is every 2 weeks.
Every
There
2
is no difference in the delivery ng isang buwan. So ibig sabihin,
Sir,
why even bother going to this price? Dapat lower, diretso mo na. In
Ayun
2
nga
weeks
po,
time,
parang-
diretsuhin nyo na.
Yun nga po, parang kailangan din po kasi ng market na mag-adjust. Kailangan din niyang ma-dispose yung mga existing stocks na nabili niya rin ng mas mataas. Depende po dun sa MS.
I think what should be clear is the people should know that ito talaga ay dapat yung presyo. Di ba? So, dapat diretso na tayo sa price na yun. Why? So, ibig sabihin, may pagbigyan mong kumita muna yung additional kita, but the price is just the same, di ba? Sa
Tsaka Mr.
computations.
Chair, parang yung stock po niya, siya na nagdedeklara kung anong presyo ang dapat na mag-prevail sa market. Parang sumusunod tayo dun sa stock niya, hindi yung sa dapat na mabili ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Bakit siya nag-stock ng marami? Tapos tayo magsasuffer. Di ba? Kasalanan yun, nag-stock siya ng
Tsaka,
madami.
yes. Kung stock issue, how much has already landed? 4.2 million metric tons landed. Di ba? Nandito na yun. So, what delays are we talking about?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Kong Steve, sige. Before si Asik Bebang.
Yeah, I just have a last meeting, may isang USEC na nabanggit po niya, 'di ba, mag-experiment ang DA with the MSRP for premium rice. Tapos nabanggit namin dito na why not do an MSRP for premium, for, 25% broken, 50% broken. So you have prices from premium to the lower grades of rice. So those that, need the rice, the poor, they can benefit from an immediate decline in rice prices. Hindi lang yung premium, maski yung mediocre at yung lower prices of rice. Ang sabi ni USEC, they're studying, kalimutan ko yung pangalan, they are studying that option to put MSRPs on all those categories of rice. And just to add, what Congresswoman Ditsi said is, if you do it week per week and bring down the price, it takes a long time for retail prices to come down. Prices are sticky when it comes to that level. So if you do it week per week, it's going to take a long time before it feeds into the market. Thank you.
Yes, so Asik Bebang.
Yes, sir. Meron po talaga tayong ginagawa ngayon dun sa paglalagay po ng MSRP per category. Meron po tayong lalabas na rules on that. Kasama nga po dun yung sa branding, sa packaging, sa retail, yung paglalagay po ng prices sa shelf talkers, yung mga nakatusok po ng mga pricing, kasama po yun.
Sige, baka, anyway, can I get a written na lang? Parang,
So how many weeks has this been in place? Itong MSRP ninyo, Mr. Chair?
Nag-start po siya January 20.
January 20.
So 1 week, technically 1 week.
Oh, so ano na ang effect?
Yun nga, Mr. Chair, napag-monitor po natin sa mga palengke ngayon, wala na po tayo nakikitang 60 o 62, 64. Ang pinakamababa na po na imported na premium nga po ay nasa 58. May range po yan, 56 to 58 po. Ang nakikita po natin na, yun nga po yung sa 5% imported. Yung mga imported naman po na 25%, Ayun, nagre-range po 50 to 55 ang price nila. Pero yun nga po, napapansin namin, nagmamark po yung ating mga retailers na halos local na yung nakadisplay kasi nga po yung local yung walang MSRP. Sa imported
ibig
lang.
sabihin, hindi na nila nilalabas yung premium.
Meron pa rin, ma'am, pero kumbaga lahat yun, tinatag na nila as local.
Anyway, Asek, can we get a written explanation how the mechanics works? How did you come up with the pahingin naman ng written na lang to be submitted to the committee so we could get a better appreciation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sana po, paki-note lang po lahat ng aming serious concerns on the MSRP. It's a very, maniwala po kayo, serious concern po dahil nga parang sa buong history, economic history ng ating bansa, parang, ewan ko, ito si Chair Joey, mas maalam siguro I've not really noted na naging effective na ba ang, ito, tanongin natin ang PCC. Nagkaroon na ba, PCC would know? PCC? Would you know, or si Attorney Christian, or naging effective na ba ang pag-implement ng suggested retail price sa pag-control ng presyo?
Mr. Chair, we can get back to you na lang po. We'll check on this.
Is Attorney Christian there with you?
Lumabas lang po saglit, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chair,
I think maraming hanging.
Mr. Chair, we'll do the letter and then we'll also inform the Secretary about these discussions and sentiments of the Honorable Congressman and the members of this committee about the MSRP.
yes. Just for clarity, Mr. Chair, Asik Bebang, you meant nasa newspaper, the target is 49 by when? 49 pesos sa MSRP?
March po, first week ng March.
First week ng March.
But that's for DT8.
Yung mga-
Yun kasi lang iklaro nyo na this is pertains to DT8.
Mr. Chair, ito yung mga naglalagay Coco Pandan, mga ganon na
Yes,
yung mga DT8 na
Pero again,
premium
I
talaga.
look forward to the yung categorized, 'di ba? Na kasi may mga lesser premium rice na like Thailand, 'di ba? May lesser premium na
Majority.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not wish to belabor the point.
Ang MSRP po natin is 58, di ba? And that is for premium brand natin. So paano nyo madidetect na yung retailer po natin, yung binebenta niya ay local lang, pero binebenta niya doon sa price na premium, na 58. Kasi yun ang allowed natin eh. So maring nandun po, hindi po natin sinasabi sa lahat, pero baka po may pagsasamantala, local lang pala, pero yung presyo niya ay ginagawa po niya 58 because that is allowed by the government. That is the MSRP of the government. So wala tayong makikita talaga na mura. Kasi yun po inalaw ninyo, pinahintulutan natin ng government
Okay, I hope that's the last. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I hope that you don't need any response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Talking of MSRP, in the power sector, yan po yung problema noon sa oil natin. Dati ang Department of Energy nagsasabi na next week, ito yung So, ginagaya lang po ng sa wholesale electricity spot market natin, naglagay ng price cap yung ERC, 52 pesos, ay di sinagad nila ng 52 pesos, kaya binago na naman yung role. So, I agree with some of the concern of my colleagues na kapag kanilagay mo yan, tingnan mo yung Department of Energy ngayon, hindi na nila binabanggit kung magkano. Ang sinasabi lang nila, maybe next Wednesday, there is an upward or downward movement. Wala na pong amount. They have the computation, pero hindi na nila binabanggit kasi noon, binabanggit nila na aakyat po yan ng from 50 pesos per liter to 60. Ay kahit yung iba, may nagbibinta, kaya nilang ibinta ng 52, ay sinagad nila ng 60. So ngayon, yung sa ERC, balikan ko sa kuryente, ay nagkaroon ng secondary price cap. Anong ibig sabihin ng secondary price cap? 52 dati, no? But sa ngayon, pag ito yung conditions, 31 na lang. 31. Biruin mo yung ano niya. So, I believe, Mr. Chair, kailangang i-re-evaluate ng Department of Energy yung paglalagay ng specific amount per kilo. Maybe di kan monitor kung ito tama ba. Kung wala naman sa authority ninyo na sitahin yung specific na retailer or importer, so maybe that's one of the amendment, no? That we are going to do with your charter. Now, Mr. Chair, marami pong nakahang dito na last November 26, Mr. Chair, the chair, no, directed the NBI, no, to investigate doon sa role ng mga middlemen on the allegation of rice manipulation. Nandito po ba yung NBI? Kasi we keep on adding additional subject matters.
Yeah.
Pero yung nauna, wala tayong resulta.
No, we have notes of the previous hearings, and I think maybe next time we should provide everyone. But since just to directly answer you, may I call on the NBI? They are around to please take microphone.
May initial na ba tayo?
No, let's. Where are you? Please raise your hand.
Dapat kasi, Mr. Chair, result-oriented tayo dito sa natin, sa mga hearing.
Yeah, but I cannot prevent everyone from. Everyone is given a chance to ventilate their understanding of the problem as well as the possible solutions. So,
Mr. Chair, nabanggit sa na
once he's here, we will ask him to answer.
PCC. So
PCC is here.
may inotos kayo may inotos yung committee last November 26 na hearing. Kung natandaan ninyo, ano po yung ni-require ng committee na gagawin po ninyo?
Christian,
Sige, while waiting for the NBI, PCC muna.
NBI is here.
Para lang malaman natin kung baka for compliance lang na nag-attend kayo dito. Kasi
Sir, NBI is here. Then after NBI, Christian. But Christian, I think the answer there is very short.
Yes, Chair, we submitted the reports already, and then we also have other confidential reports that we can submit.
So, they have already complied, Mr. Chair, but the report is confidential. Am I correct in my understanding na they have already complied with the November 26 directive of the committee? You have already complied?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, NBI. PCC, You are also required
No,
to investigate the rice supply chain.
No, that's PCC. Now we have NBI.
PCC. So, NBI, may natapos na tayo dito.
Sir?
Mr. Chair, I'm Attorney Donald Hernandez. While we are waiting for the Attorney Mark Santiago of our Anti-Organized Crime Division who investigated this smuggling, is already coming.
Can you also remind him to, if he has any information with respect to Horizon Ventures? Horizon Free Enterprise. Horizon without an H. Orison. Sir, can you tell your boss?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I
Thank you.
will tell my boss.
So you have any further?
I have further inquiry, Mr. Chair. The Department of Agriculture is tasked to monitor prices of particularly rice. Now, may I ask the Department of Agriculture, do you have a protocol or a policy or a circular or any issuances by the department in as far as the detailed step-by-step process on how to monitor? Saan kayo nagmula? How to monitor the prices? Mayroon po bang department circular yan?
Before that, the price monitoring functions were all transferred to PSA. So their BAS actually was dissolved. So they no longer have Bureau of Agricultural Statistics. So I think one of the main recommendations after this is to restore some sort of, at least, the capacity of the DA to monitor prices, supplies, etc. Because napilayan sila dahil we concentrated all statistics with PSA and we in fact dissolved BAS, transferred it to PSA. So that's why we have PSA in every meeting for the past 5 meetings. So but still I think the DA has a group that monitors the prices.
Mr. Chair, may I turn my question to the PSA? Kasi kayo na pala yung nagmumonitor. First observation, when you submit to this committee, no, the most important data that we need, wag naman yung kailangan pa natin ng microscope para mabasa. Ang hinahanap po natin dito yung price monitoring, pero anong ginawa nyo dito sa presentasyon ninyo? Kailangan natin, naghanap ako kanina ng microscope, hindi ko mabasa eh. Tingnan ang representation ninyo, napakaliit. Yung presyo ang hinahanap natin, pero hindi mo mabasa. So, may I ask PSA, since you are now in charge of monitoring, do you have the list of all the importers? Kasi doon dapat magsimula yun eh. Do you have the list of all the importers of rice? Kasi itong importation ang problema natin. Kasi kung kani-kanino tayo naghahanap ng ng kung sinong importer, dapat may listahan kayo.
Mr. Chair, we would like to apologize for the format or template of the presentation. We took note of that recommendation to enlarge the font next time. As for the list of importers, we get the data from the BOC.
Oh, kita mo, dalawang agency na ang involved. So kung kayo ang mandated to monitor, dapat may data kayo na what if yung BOC din hindi din kompleto. So mayroon na tayong problema doon sa supply chain. Now, ilang importers ba yung number of importers na nakuha ninyo galing sa BOC?
Mr. Chair, what we get is the whole list of the, not just for rice, but for all the commodities that being...
Ilan nga yung nandyan sa inyo? Then, we will segregate that. In as far as the rice is concerned, ilan yung importers ng rice?
What we release kasi, Mr. Chair, is the trade statistics, official trade statistics, but hindi po kami allowed maglabas ng detailed or listahan.
So, hindi kayo allowed na maglabas ng listahan. I am not asking the specific importers. I'm only asking the number.
I will have to check
If
the number.
truly you have that data, bakit hindi niyo maibigay yung number? Ilan? Ang hindi ko po tinatanong, Mr. Chair, kung sino-sino yung importer. Ang tinatanong ko lang, ilan ba yung importers? Kasi doon tayo mag-umpisa pag-monitor eh. Kung ito nag-import ba o hindi, kasi doon natin kinukuha yung mga presyo nila sa importasyon. Kasi we're talking here of bottom line, presyo. Kung wala kayo niyan, paano nyo minomonitor? Sa palengke na naman kayo kumukuha ng data.
We have the list. It comes from BOC also. But the PSA, so everybody is willing to give them data. They're covered by certain data privacy.
Mr. Chair,
Just like census, they cannot.
Mr. Chair, the point I am raising, no, bottom line dito, dapat makita natin. Kasi comparable din to sa power industry. Ilang importers yung coal? Kaninong planta sinupply yung coal na fuel, diesel? Ngayon, yung planta, no, nire-require ng ERC yan because I am not saying na fully comparable sila kasi regulated po yung power except sa generation. In their case, this is law of supply and demand, deregulated. Pero dapat man lang mayroon tayong data sa lahat ng importer on a monthly or quarterly basis. Magkaroon tayo ng data, sino yung doon sa 10 importers na nasa listahan, ilan ba yung nag-import for the first quarter? Ano yung mga presyo? Do we have any agency, Mr. Chair, na authorized by law na makuha yung mga data na yon? Yung amount ng importation? Do we have an agency on that,
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
the BOC.
Oh, so, sa tingin ko, Mr. Chair, no, this should be a whole of government approach. Kasi kung magkanya-kanya, nagtuturoan, dapat ma-consolidate natin yung data from importation, no, hanggang sa dito sa mga middleman, magkano, para mahimay talaga natin. Bakit umaabot ng, bakit sinasabi ni DA na MSRP namin ay 58? Kasi, sa palagay ko, yung supply chain, kailangan nating mahimay magkano per chain. Magkano. Like in the power industry, ganun lang din yun eh. Magkano yung generation, magkano yung transmission, magkano yung distribution, plus VAT, etc. This is the effective rate. So, hindi naman po magkakaiba yun. So, the point I am raising, Mr. Chair, is kailangan nating makonsolidate lahat yung mga kanya-kanyang agency. Maybe they can execute, no? MOA or MOU para may isang tagahawak. Pero, nandyan lahat yung data. Kasi kung kanya-kanya, every hearing, magtuturoan sila na kinukuha namin sa BOC. Sabi ng BOC, hindi naman lahat ng nasa listahan nag-import ngayon. That's why dapat malaman natin kung 10 yan, ilan yung nag-import sa first quarter, sa second quarter, magkano, saan galing, sinong agency ang in charge sa paghimay? Is it PSA o di? Lahat na mga agency na may ambag sa monitoring, ipasa nyo lahat sa PSA yan. PSA will gather the data, ihimay niya, ibigay niya sa Department of Agriculture kasi sila ang pumupunta sa palengke. So, that's my take, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may interject lang po. Short lang po. Mr. Chair. To close. Yes. Okay. Mr. Chair, tama naman po yung consolidation na sinasabi, pero may we ask, sana po sa susunod, yung ating anti-smuggling task force ng Bureau of Customs para po malaman na natin yung ongoing na investigation at yung kung meron po tayong suspicion na meron po tayong rice importer na maaari pong nag-commit ng smuggling. Pwede pong sa susunod po, mag-present na rin po sa atin at present ng dokumento po sa ating committee para po mas mabilis po ang ating po magiging hearing, Mr. Chair.
Anyway,
Thank you po.
I can ask, Jet, can you answer that?
Your Honor, we have a list of importers of smugglers that we apprehended. We can provide you with that list, but right now all I have is importers that have declared their shipments and they're within the references provided for by the Bureau of Customs, and they have
the list.
SPSIC.
So, did you ever provide that to us?
Your Honor, I can provide you now the list of those.
Can you provide it? So, because AMLA is at the back, it's just waiting for my instruction.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, the BIR.
Yes, Your
Because
Honor.
we will use, not just that, we have to verify.
Chair.
Pakikuha nga.
Sir Chair?
Chair.
Yes.
Sir,
May I recognize Congressman Castro, Congresswoman Castro.
so tanong ko lang sa BOC, Mr. Chair, kung ilan yung na-apprehend. So ano ba ito? Kakasuhan ba? Or what's the status?
Jet?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. We have cases already filed with these importers who have smuggled rice, and I can provide you with the details po kung ano
Can you
yung
just give
status
us,
ng cases.
how many are they?
Yes, we'll provide you with the details and the status of these cases po.
Andyan na sa'yo, di ba?
I'll just finalize this list, Mr. Chair. Anyway, legal services with me today, and they can provide me with the complete list.
So later. Thank you.
Chair,
I
just a
think
last
I have
word
to stop
on
there
MSRP, please, just short, promise.
because there's a huge amount of data in
One
front.
sentence.
Okay.
Just on the MSRP, just last word, ASCOM Maranilla said that the landed cost of imported rice is 36 pesos, but the MSRP is 58 pesos. In short, inaalaw po ang 22 pesos sa middlemen. So 22 pesos is actually 38% of the total cost. Inaalaw po sa middlemen. So yan po ang sinasabi po natin na flow ng ating MSRP. Kung naalala po natin, nung in-invite natin on our first hearing, yung taga-Gensan na importer, naalala po ninyo, halos 5 piso lang po ang kanyang margin kasi meron po siyang retail store. So yun po, so sana po, please reconsider po itong MSRP natin. Salamat po, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. And at this point, you want to answer?
Sir, can we compare the declaration of customs and our computation? Kasi baka mamaya magkaiba siya. Kasi yung 36, maybe ngayon yon. Pero on December, during the past meetings, nagkaiba na kami ng narinig na sinasabi kasi nilang landed cost eh.
But of
Maybe
course-
we can submit yung yung basis din namin, and then
Precisely the problem, Mr. Chair, with an MSRP. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Okay, noted. That's why we have this committee, because this is a way of getting all data. Mabanggaan natin ang mga listahan, ang mga duda against reality.
Mr. Chair,
I think, ma'am,
meron po.
forgive me, but you were...
May intervention lang po. Yung sinasabi nilang ibangga, magkaiba na ba noong December tsaka ngayon? Ano po ba yung data, Mr. Chair?
no, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, kasi sabi ni Jet, 36. Sabi niya, mukhang hindi naman sila 36.
Or maybe there's an undervalued declaration, kaya magkaiba ng... anyway,
We will deal with that very procedurally and methodically. That's why I'm being very patient. So all of these will come out, but we will deal with all of them. Actually, everybody will deal with it as is already here. Okay? So, para we can jump off to the other things we eat, may I ask now FNRI for the food consumption survey para we know exactly what we're talking about? Can you please make that presentation? This is also the basis for the debate on smoking. So as this is a similar basis on, it's an NNS survey, basically.
Okay, so isang magandang araw at makaagham na araw pala po sa ating lahat, Mr. Chair. So I am tasked to present to you the key findings of the food consumption. I think we have
Did you give it here?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. For the FNRI presentation, I think I have to check.
Don't worry, we have tonight. After FNRI, we will go to LPDC, livestock, poultry, dairy, and corn.
During elections, papatawag si Chair Lewis. During elections.
May kalaban ako. Binigyan ng TRO. Disqualified 4 times. Pero may TRO pa rin. Ganun ngayon ang Supreme Court. They are very loose on giving TRO. Virtually everybody was allowed.
Even the nuisance.
Okay, so I'm go.
Okay, please go rapidly.
Okay po. So, yun po, itong ipipresent ko po based on the results of our food consumption survey that we conducted in 2021. So, in order for us to promote and ensure healthy and diverse diets among Filipinos, we developed these nutritional guidelines for Filipinos as a food-based dietary tool which offer practical guidelines. Specifically, these messages, number 1 is to eat a variety of foods every day. Second message is to enjoy a wide variety of fruits and vegetables which are packed with vitamins and minerals. And message 4 is to consume fish, meat, poultry, egg, dried beans, and nuts for proper growth and repair of body tissue. So these are the key messages that we promote to ensure healthy diet. And another food-based dietary guideline is we have this, we call it Pinggang Pinoy, or healthy food plate for Filipinos. It's another food-based diet developed by FNRI, and that we recommend that in every meal, half of the plate should be for fruits. Next slide. This is the Pinggang Pinoy. For every meal, half of the plate should be for fruits and vegetables, and approximately 1/4 of our plate should be for meat, fish, poultry, egg, and legumes, and approximately 1/4 should be for rice and other carbohydrate-rich food sources, such as mga root crops, noodles, and other cereal products. But for many Filipinos, fruits and vegetables consumption are limited, and the intake of fruits has been declining over time based on the data of the NNS, indicating 127 grams per person per day for vegetable, and only 34 grams per person per day for fruit intake. And if you combine these fruits and vegetables, it's about 160 grams per person.
Next slide.
So this is the data of the NNS. We have a declining consumption of fruit intake. So yung vegetable, ang per capita intake is 127 grams per day. For fruit, it's about 34 grams per day. And if you combine this 127 plus 134, it's only about 160 grams per person per day for fruits, which is far below the WHO recommendation of about 400 grams of fruits and vegetable per day, or approximately at least 5 servings per day. So this has been a challenge in terms of nutrition and health among our population. And if we, next slide please. So if we look at the trends in the per capita intake of other food groups, aside from fruits and vegetables, we can see a significant decrease or reduction in the per capita intake of cereals, rice products, and starchy roots and tubers between 2015 and 2018-2019 based on ENNS. And there is no change in the intake of fats and cooking oil in violet line, while table sugar intake is decreasing over time. Next slide. So the intake of fish and products in blue line is declining over time. Intake of meat and products in gray line improve over time. However, since 2003, a slight decline has been observed in the meat consumption. Intake of chicken and other poultry is increasing over time, while the intake of milk and products in green line remains similar. Intake of eggs in pink line is increasing over time, and the per capita intake of dried beans, nuts, and seeds, yung mga legumes po natin, in orange line has not changed over time. So, at the individual level analysis of energy adequacy, next slide please. So, at the individual level analysis, next slide. Next please.
Next slide.
So, we have this data. In terms of energy adequacy, we can see here that the usual mean in energy intake, represented po yung orange bars, it's lower than the requirement as shown in the blue bar. So this is true for all age groups po. Pero mas evident po yung energy deficiency among adolescents with 1,334 caloric intake vis-a-vis the 2,368 requirements among adolescents. Lactating mothers, about 1,500 caloric intake per day versus the 2,107 caloric requirement for lactating mothers. For pregnant women, we can see about 1,385 energy intake per day versus the 2,200 caloric requirement. So sila po yung medyo mataas po ang deficiency among energy among adolescents, lactating, pregnant women, and also women of reproductive age, 15 to 49 years of age. Next slide, please. So in terms of proportion of population groups not meeting the energy recommendation, here we can see that majority of the population across the different age groups were not meeting the recommended energy intake. Pregnant women, lactating mothers, and also school-age children have the highest proportions of not meeting the energy requirement per day based on the NNS data. Next slide, please. So in terms of inadequate micronutrient, these are the vitamins and minerals which is also considered po kapag kulang po tayo, mayroon tayong tinatawag na hidden hunger. And we can see that the usual intakes of nearly all micronutrients are below the 100% adequacy in all age groups. Vitamin C, vitamin A, calcium, iron, zinc, folate, riboflavin, and thiamine are the most limiting micronutrients with more than 90% probability of inadequacy in almost all age groups. So, meaning hindi po, karamihan po sa ating population not meeting these critical micronutrients that we can get from the nutrient-dense foods like our fruits and vegetables, the animal source food, and even from the plant source foods. And this is, next slide, please. So this slide shows the percent contribution of the key food groups to the total food intake across age groups. And you can see here that a similar dietary pattern across age groups where rice and other cereals in orange bar contribute about 50% or even higher up to 56.5% of the total food intake in a day in almost all age groups, except in children 6 months to 5 years old and lactating mothers, wherein rice and products have lower contribution at 45.1 and 40.9% respectively. Animal source foods like fish, meat, poultry in red shade, dark red shade, is about 20% contribution in almost all age groups, except in children under 5 with only 14% relative contribution of fish, meat, poultry to the total food intake in a day. So milk in gray bar, very negligible yung bar po that, but this milk and products largely contributes to the total food intake of children under 5 years old. That's about 17%. Eggs in orange bar is about 2% contribution among adults, older persons, and even negligible contribution among lactating mothers, while 5% among preschool age children. For the contribution of plant-sourced foods, fruits in lavender po, makikita nyo, it's about 4 to 5% contribution to the total food intake in a day, and even lower than 3% contribution in all age groups. Yung green and yellow vegetables and other non-leafy vegetables in green po contribute 4.1 to about 6% of the total intake of preschoolers and school-age children respectively, while 7% to 11.3% among other older age groups. For dried beans, nuts, seeds in violet, sobrang negligible po.
Kung ganun kakonti ang prutas, bakit hindi man tayo namamatay?
Maybe yun po kasi yung immediate outcome, hindi po about death agad na po ang final
No,
outcome.
I'm just being sarcastic.
Yes po. But it's more on, we can look at the non-communicable diseases that we have right now, the increasing prevalence of diabetes, heart diseases, and these are the major causes of death among Filipinos.
Yun ang pinakaklaro dyan. Wala kami kinakain na prutas.
Yes, and that's po based on the data din po na it's decreasing for fruits. Yung consumption natin, although we are consuming vegetables, but if you look at the amount, it's very limiting po. So, yun po.
Continue. So we can go now to the meat sector.
So, the major sources of nutrient intake of our Filipino population, we can see here po. Next slide, please. So for the major sources of, major food sources of micronutrient, for the dietary intake of children under 5 years old, we can see that their diet is dominated by rice, milk and milk products, other cereal products like cookies, biscuits, and bread, based on the top 3 po na nakabox, rice, milk products, and other cereal products. And these are the major sources, as you can see po, sources of energy, and also fat, protein, iron, calcium, and other micronutrients, so yung rice po, milk, and other cereals. For other nutritious food like eggs, fresh fish, poultry, and fresh meat are consumed in minimal amount of this age, for this age group. Intakes of fruits and vegetables is also limited, with only banana and squash as the most commonly consumed fruit and vegetable respectively. For the diet of school-age children, next slide. For the diet of school-age
Mr. Chair,
children.
sorry, just to interject.
Yes.
The data that FNRI is presenting is 2021.
Yes.
Hindi pa po nakikita ang epekto ng pinag-uusapan natin today, which is yung presyo ng pagkain.
Well, we were trying to...
So, I mean, maraming salamat.
Pero
Interesting naman.
Pero yung actually we're trying
Yung
to use
relevance lang naman po.
yung nilalagay lang namin yung magnitude para ma-situate natin kung ano ang role ng LPDC, livestock, poultry, and dairy. So, hindi ito para kay rice, basically.
Well, okay, pero but actually it would have been
For-
nice to see kung ano yung relevance nung ginagawa natin, di ba po? But
The
anyway, sige
relevance,
po.
the
I mean,
connection is really with this entire group with respect to meat.
But yan, anyway, I mean, siguro just to ask,
Baka may
wala pang
mas bago pa daw.
Wala pang mas bago kasi 2019 pa po ang data, 2025 na po. Ang pinag-uusapan natin, mataas na presyo ngayon, di ba po?
Yes po, ma'am.
So anyway, sige po, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind everyone na hindi pa natin nakikita yung epekto today.
Yes, Honorable. Yes, ma'am. So we have our latest, we had just completed the survey in 2023 and 24, pero hindi pa po available. Hindi pa po natatapos yung analysis ng aming recently concluded survey. So as of now, ito pa rin po yung latest survey results that we
So
have.
ilang pages pa ba yan?
Actually, wala. Last na po. Last 3 pages na po. But
Tinapos-
basically, nakita nyo naman po, Mr. Chair, yung pattern. So it's more on... It's,
So what is the pattern?
It's
What is your conclusion?
Cereal-based dietary pattern po. As you can see, it's about 50 to more than even higher than 50% contribution of rice and other cereal products. But basically, ang pinaka-bulk po nun ay rice and products. So we only have limited amount.
But the other
of-
one really shows that there is rising per capita intake of meat.
Yes po, nag-improve po siya,
It's
but
there.
over the, yes po, it's in the trends in the per capita. Opo, nakita.
Anyway, before we, thank you very much for your report, and please take note if you can present the latest. Danny, Fausto, you wanna go home na daw? So I'll give you your time. Danny is with PCAF, or the
PCAF.
Philippine Council
PCAF,
for
Mr. Chairman.
Agriculture and Food.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we are talking already going to livestock and vegetables, perhaps if I can just mention something about rice, if I can be permitted. As we are talking now, if we reduce, in general, if we reduce the price of rice in the market, you reduce the buying. Pag binaba po natin nasa taas, ibababa po natin nasa baba. So if we are talking about how much is the real price of our rice in the market, we should consider how much will that palay be for the farmer. Because if you're talking about 42, 41 pesos, if we will remove, say, 12 pesos for the in-between, or even 6 pesos, times 62%, which is the recovery, to convert it back to palay, lalabas po nasa 20, 21 pesos. Yung ating pong PSA data, tinanong ko po si Gretchen? Rachel, 20 pesos yung farm gate price, tuyo, which is a 14% moisture content. If we go down to the farm level, sa bukid, bawasan nyo ng 2-3 piso, nasa 17 pesos. Kung if you're talking about 100 kabans, average, which is more or less nasa 85 kabans lang tayo ngayon, we are making about 85,000 pesos. Ang puhunan po ng farmer is about 66,000, 55 to 60,000. Kikita siya ng 25,000 for 4 months. Mga 5 to 6,000 a month ang kita ng isang farmer. Pagka ganun po, wala na magtatanim. Kaya kung titingnan po natin pagbaba ng presyo, tama po, babaan tayo natin presyo. Pero tingnan niyo po yung tao sa baba, nabibila ng palay. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Para our understanding, Lionel, what is your key message with respect to the presentation of...
Yes, Mr. Chair. Wanted to add lang po another data point that from FNRI data actually, Kong. It's the minimum dietary diversity na statistic po, which is kung how diverse po yung diets ng mga 6 months to 23 months old, yung critical period po for stunting. Yung alarming po kong Joey is in the Philippines, declining po yung dietary diversity ng children natin. And that's against the trends of our neighboring countries na increasing po yung dietary diversity. So wanted to add lang that po, Kong, since you're thinking about LPDC.
Which means we're going cheaper.
Yes po. Going into less diverse food.
In other words,
which would
less
lead to-
diverse, meaning to say you go to the cheaper and cheaper ones.
Yes po.
So there's
And-
greater concentration of cheap diets.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So
And
what is the
more stunting
potential
po.
implication of that?
More stunting. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now we can go to livestock. Meat, poultry. Paras lang pa yun. So, who would like to start from the livestock industry or the poultry industry or the hog industry? I think I can start with Ubra. What is your price situation and your demand and supply situation? And what is your import
BAI has the data on arrivals last year. For 2024, the total
rice
was
hindi
at
pa.
472 million kilos. About half of that is...
Wait lang. Does anybody have questions with DOF? DOF wants to go, has something to do back home? Nobody has ask any question with DOF? Asking permission from the body to discharge the DOF? We can easily call them back anyway. Sino siya? Ikaw? Okay, you can go home. Huwag ka mag-check-in.
Mr. Chair, sa DOF ba yun?
Yes.
Sa BIR, di ba, kasakop niya?
No. It's the DOF policy.
So, meron na pang BIR mamaya.
May BIR ba tayo? No, the BIR is busy with analyzing the BIR statements of our importers. So at a certain point, that is one of our conclusive basis for our conclusions. Sige na, Ubra. Wala kayong problema.
Right now, sir, when you compare retail prices to last month, more or less the same 180, 200, 220, depending on the kind of wet market. If it's baksakan or primary, mas mababa yan, 180, 190. Secondary, tertiary, meaning abot ka na hanggang talipapa, doon ka na makakakita ng 220, 230. More or less, it's steady the whole year. Yan ang range. Ang madugo, sir, ay yung farm gate. Right after Christmas, ang lowest was ang range ay 70 to 80.
Ang layo naman sa retail.
Then, at this point, sir, last Friday, nung nag-survey kami, ang average sa Luzon ay 131 for premium sizes. Nag-react na yung producers. And also, may substitution siguro sa nangyari sa retail level. Nagmahal yung baboy Kanya nahila pataas kahit pa paano, lalo yung presyo ng manok. And at the same time, ang reality, very conservative ang players ngayon. There's too much competition locally. We have many multinationals already present in the field. You have Cargill, you have Yonghap of Malaysia, you have
CP Pokpan.
CP of Thailand. There's maduho talaga and the small and medium are very, very conservative, and in fact even the breeder base has already reacted. Last year, more or less the average price of a day-old chick was in the range of 23 to 30. Right now, the highest would be at 48 to 50, depending on what kind of buyer you are. Kung regular buyer ka, baka na makaka 45 to 47 ka. Pero kung ikaw yung nagta-timing lang na producer, nasa 50 ka. So, dumoble. Kasi sir, there was a prolonged period last year na lugi yung breeder base. And marami nagpahinga. And also, there's another factor for the conservatism. Mabagal ho yung approval ng vaccines. Medyo diretso na lang, sir. Diyan kami may sentimento sa BAI at saka sa FDA. Yung ASF na hindi pa widely recognized or respected controversial pa, minamadali ng release.
Yung AI.
Yung AI na 20 years ng all sorts of brands all over the world, may data na, complete na ang use. For some reason, mabagal. And yet, pag tiningnan nyo sa Shopee at sa Lazada, may smuggled. Kaya that's part of the reason na hindi ganun katapang, especially the small and medium. And the small and medium, they supply a significant portion of the wet markets. And the wet markets, they supply to the consumers about 70% nationwide. Because even the big companies, a large portion of their production, they still supply live to traders. That is the situation, sir.
So wala kayong problema? Do you get any government support?
I don't. Normally, sir, the support would be for the importers, not the producers.
What is the support being given to the importers?
Normally, sir, through the years, in the 2.5 decades of UBRA, our experience is if there is a typhoon, the first inquiry from DA would be, is there a need for a special importation? Of course, this was during the early days of our WTO commitments. But lately, in the last 2 or 3 administrations, nabawasan na ho yan. And especially nowadays, wala nang pumoporma ng special importation dahil napakarami naman manok eh. And at the same time, I think it is now well established. Kahit babaan mo yung taripa,
What is the tariff right now?
40%, sir. And the sector is always being accused of being protected. Dr. Adriano is very vocal about that. Dr. Habito, they filed a case in the Tariff Commission. But they are only looking at the rate, at the tariff rate. They're not looking at the transaction value. Pag binangga nyo ho yung tariff rate at transaction value, pasok ho eh. There's no protection. And in other jurisdictions, sir, for example, Indonesia, sir, in theory, Indonesia only has a 5% tariff. But it has a de facto ban on the importation of chicken, such that Brazil in 2014 or 2015 filed a case sa WTO. Hindi lang makapag-decision ng WTO kasi at that time, Trump and continued by Biden did not appoint a judge dun sa
DSB.
yes, dun sa kanilang adjudication process. Kaya that is the challenge. We have no
Pero-
major domestic support.
Pero in short, can we say that despite the protection, your prices are what? Low, moderate, compared to the other countries?
Sir, in terms of retail, we are higher than our counterparts in ASEAN.
So
that is true.
The protection leads to higher prices.
No, sir. There is a disconnect between retail and farm gate. Because, for example, the figure I mentioned last month, the range was 70 to 80. And that happens regularly. It may skip a production cycle. Taas-babaho yan eh. Kasi parang tsubibo na nasira ang ulo. Yung prices ho, hindi nagre-react ho ang retail. Very stable ho sa upper portion yung retail ng...
Kahit nung Christmas, hindi tumaas?
Anong before Christmas ho, halos nakaagapay ho yung retail at farm gate. But right after Christmas, lumagapak na ho yung farm gate. Steady ho yung retail. Medyo, ang tawag ho dyan, the word disconnect I heard first from Senator Rojas mid-2000s, yung the word disconnect. He used that in a Senate hearing na there really is a disconnect between farm gate and retail, not only on poultry, but in so many products.
Do you export, sir?
Years ago, sir, San Miguel used to export, but they stopped because we had episodes of avian influenza.
So the conclusion is, FNRI, yung pag-akyat ng per capita meat consumption is mainly chicken?
Hindi po kasama yung chicken po doon, yung meat na red meat po.
Oo. Ano yun?
Yun yung-
Beef yun? Hogs?
Except chicken, except poultry po yun.
Po?
Except poultry yun po, Mr. Chair.
Bakit
yung meat and
tinihiwalay
products.
nyo? Parehas din naman.
Hindi po namin, para,
You
as
don't
poultry
lump
po,
them
we don't
into
lump, opo, yung
that
chicken.
red line that's going up, very up, very up, very up?
Yes po.
So
For
that's mainly hogs and
that's for chicken po. That's for chicken.
yung pulang yun is for
Yes
chicken?
po. And egg po.
So it doesn't include hogs and...
Recent, parang nag-improve po siya since 2013, pero there's a slight decline po. Yung mga...
No, basically what I saw is that it's really rising because I think meat protein intake goes up with income increases.
Yes po. Yeah, that's true po. But the per capita intake, that's only for hogs po yun.
So, Ubra, wala kayo ka-problema. So, we don't have to deal with you, no? You don't need anything from DA. You don't get anything from DA. All you get is a 40% tariff protection.
That is a very generous
Cruel.
conclusion for the performance of the state in the last 25 years, Your Honor.
Yeah, but
if you remember, Your Honor, ang dami nang namatay na major companies na Pilipino na nawala. I hope I do not offend any person or any company na wala. For a while there, Vitaridge was gone nung early 2000s.
Sir,
Swift, nawala. Yung Pure Foods, binili na San Miguel. Yung General Milling, nawala. Right now, the only reason na stable, the players are really loaded because Cargill USA, CP of Thailand, Luang Hap of Malaysia, to say that we have no problem, that would be stretching it a bit, Your Honor. Marami kaming problema. And our main problem is the policy environment created by NEDA and to a certain extent even by DA.
can you enunciate that?
NEDA has a tendency to draw conclusions without consulting. For example, Your Honor, in January 2021, as a precursor to the presentation of the proposed livestock bill, they made a presentation in the Senate, and I think even here. They wanted to reduce the tariff of pork, chicken, and corn to 5%. And they, with respect to chicken, they made a rather funny assertion that the reason for reducing the tariff was the industry was backward because 43% of the supply comes from native chicken. Doon pa lang, sir, that is already an act of cruelty to say that 43% of the chicken supplies come from and they were using wrongly PSA data. The PSA is here. Perhaps they can clarify. May I be requested to request her to clarify?
Yes. PSA, can you
What
show
is that 43% native?
PSA, can you... first, what is the long-term price trends of chicken?
While they are looking for it, Your Honor, there was also an assertion that, in a way, correct that retail prices here are high, but they did not take into consideration the differences in domestic support because protection is not, tariffs are no longer effective in providing protection. It is domestic support. You look at Indonesia, 5% tariff, and yet no foreign chicken lands there. And they have relatively more affordable chicken prices, chicken. And you can say the same thing with Thailand. When you compare, ito yung binanggit ko last hearing, Your Honor. Ngayon lang nagiging seryoso ang Estado sa agriculture kasi nagkakagulatan na because of climate change and disruptions. Pero in the past, NEDA, which I mentioned earlier, relied on the idea, there was even a prominent cabinet member in the last administration who mentioned, forget production, cheaper to import. That is the root cause of our problem in agriculture and food. The shortcut mentality, you just increase the supply, and therein lies the contribution of this committee. You were able to show that despite the tariff cuts, there was no corresponding decrease or reduction in retail prices because of what Senator Rojas mentioned there, a disconnect. Because there's friction there from farm gate to retail. And even, I think, right now, after pandemic, there is friction in the price of, at the cold storage of the importers up to the retail. Kasi, just to have some numbers, Your Honor, generally, when we look at the cost of importers, on the average, like quarters, the tariff line 0 to 07.14, doon nakasama yung like quarters from the US. Nasa $1 yan, just to make it easier for me, nasa $1 yan. At 56, you multiply it by 40, nasa 83 lang yan to 80 to 90, including the expenses.
Pero yung
retail, sir, 200 eh. And therefore, the playing field for that value chain, yung playing field in terms of prices, ang layo eh, maganda. Kanya lang, sir, ang kanya ngayon madugurin even in the importation. Dati-dati kasi, nung early 2000s up to the time of Secretary Alcala, 20 to 40 players lang ang importers. But because of the signal from the state, from NEDA, that importation is the favored activity, at the last time I checked, almost 600 na yung accredited importers ng meat eh. Ibig sabihin, the signal from the state is, you trade, you import. Production, you are not a priority. That is the root cause, sir. Paulit-ulit yung problema.
Okay. Jet, how much is our importation of chicken in at least 23-24 in metric tons? You can unitize the CLQ, MDM, all in metric tons.
For my data, Your Honor, is disaggregated.
Okay.
For chicken breast, it's 21,460,640.89 kilograms. For chicken leg quarter, it's 109,537,311 million kilograms. For chicken leg, it's 28,723,952.88 kilograms. For liver and other byproducts, it's 1.106,402.54 million kilograms.
So 300 million?
The total for us,
300 million kilos, right?
for the total, Your Honor, including the entire thing, is about 446
Million.
million.
Is that the policy of DA?
Your Honor, there's some discrepancy.
No, I have to ask DA, Ma'am Caballero. Is that the policy that we import 400 million kilos of chicken? I think it's HBCC, no?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what is the incumbent policy of DA with respect to chicken industry? Ilan ba yung total domestic production? No, the imports are 400 million kilos. But the domestic production is livestock. Who is the president of the livestock industry? Sir, how many kilos is the domestic production?
Eric Harinap from Pork Producers Federation of the Philippines.
Corn?
Pork Producers Federation.
Pork, I'm sorry, we're talking about chicken.
Chicken.
Bai, where's Bai? Director Sibilia. I would just like to know, we import 400 million kilos of chicken.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our local production po for chicken in 2024 is 492,760 metric tons.
Tons. So nothing.
492,000 metric tons.
So times 1,000, that's also 400 million. So balanseado, 400 million of chicken, imports, 400 million of domestic chicken. No, I'm just trying to know. I know there's difference between, isaw and chicken legs.
Your
yes.
Honor, I have to intervene because this may lead to a very problematic conclusions. Based on the way since the time of GMA, the way production is projected would be based on the imported breeders. Because for broilers, all the breeders, the parent stock, the grandparent stocks are imported. Hindi yan native eh. And in 2024, based on the imported breeders, the projection was 1,607,000,000 heads. Then you have to convert that to kilos. The problem there is, I have yet to see with a computation wherein you segregate the production for Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all, because the market requirement for Luzon would be 1.6 to 2 kilos live. For Vismin, the market requirement would be lower, 1.4 to 1.6. They have a different food culture in Vismin with respect to chicken.
They don't like chicken.
No sir. They
Chicken
have a
bacolod.
preference for lighter size chicken because of the taste. According to them, mas maganda yung balat mas malutong pagka ganun Kasi pag malalaki na sir, mas maganda i-cut mo na lang
Okay,
And
anyway,
Luzon, ganun
I'll give DA. But before that, may I recognize Congressman Robert Barbers? I'm sorry I did not. And Congressman Reynante Arrogancia of
Mr. Chairman,
PDS.
just a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Sorry, just I have to butt in. While I know that the topic that we're discussing right now is equally important as that of the rice, but I guess, I believe that we should go back to the rice first and resolve whatever we need to resolve in the rice issue.
Madali lang to. Para
Kasi
we come back.
Napaka-importante nung bigas, Mr. Chairman, and we know that just like what we did in the onions, there was a resolution. And it was a product of a comprehensive study done by the committee. While I submit to the wisdom of the chair in discussing the topic which is equally important as that of the rice, Mr. Chairman, I think dapat bumalik tayo sa
By
bigas.
3 p.m., we will be back to rice. So I just want to complete that because some of them may have pose problems. I'm just anticipating. So Caballero would have the last word on the chicken issue. Then after that, we'll go to the hogs, and then we'll go to the dairy. Then that's the end of it.
Mr.
High
Chair.
value.
Yeah.
I'll try my best, Mr. Chair. But I just wanted to inform the body that
Do you have any budget for?
for high value, Mr. Chair, I stand corrected. Our approved budget was 2.3 billion only.
2.3 billion.
Opo.
So nothing for, it's essentially private sector.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But we are happy that for the CMF, this is the competitiveness
So you
enhancement
did not see
measures
any
fund.
price problems?
Well, we can only intervene in as much as seeds and seedlings are
As
concerned.
seedlings?
Opo. But to do post-harvest, storage, etc., it's not enough to work on it. That's
So
why
the
we're...
post-harvest facilities are essentially private also?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the nurseries, that's our pleading. If it's possible that can be restored or augmented, because that's the only way we can assure the farmers of a steady
Thank you.
supply.
So let's slaughter this entire sector in very fast. So may I know who is representing the pig sector, sir? You are?
Mr. Chair, for chicken,
Yeah.
considering that one of, as said by Bong Insyong, Attorney Bong Insyong, that one of our problem is AI. Gusto ko marinig sa DA, kailan ba lalabas yung vaccine ng AI? Which is, once na tinamaan tayo yan, last time, 10 million heads ang namatay sa AI.
Is FDA around? Or I don't know if it's BAI or
More than 20 years
Mr. Chair, I
approved.
think we should call FDA.
Europe and US.
It's within the jurisdiction of FDA for
it's FDA pa rin.
yes, for
Pero,
vaccines.
FDA?
No, Chairman. Meron silang testing or something like that.
Okay.
What happened?
Caballero?
Mr. Chair,
Wala
may
ka
I-
man lang kapera-pera sa budget mo for vaccines, for chicken?
May I refer the question instead, Mr. Chair, sa BAI?
BAI?
Because they are the ones in
Do you
charge
have a
of that.
budget for vaccines for chicken?
Mr. Chair, for 2026, it was one of the priority projects that we have submitted for 2025. Among the priority projects we have submitted to the Office of the Secretary. So they actually asked for our proposals for the vaccine, AI vaccine program.
So what happened?
So it's still...
Vetoed.
Actually, sir, for the Consolidated Continuing Fund po, Jose
I'm
Caballero,
asking.
it's among those considered projects.
So is it in Dagaa?
No, Mr. Chair.
So there's
For
not,
this 2025 po, not in the GAA, sir.
but they say that it's been pending for 20 years with FDA.
Mr. Chair, what's pending po at the FDA is the release of the certificate of product registration of those
So not the
AI
vaccine.
vaccine. The AI, not the vaccine, sir. For
So
it
is
to be
under
commercial.
EUA? Is it under an EUA? Emergency utilization.
No, Mr. Chair. It applied for commercial release, Mr. Chair.
So it's for commercial release already.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we don't need the budget. We need the approval of the vaccine. Because commercial...
So we will
raising-
call the FDA in the next hearing.
Yeah.
Is the FDA somewhere
Actually,
here?
Mr. Chair, they were invited. Oh.
Can you forgive no, because we will insist, we will pick him up.
Last thing, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yun lang, gusto ko malaman kung nasan...
Tingnan mo
kung
epekto
kailan
ni Barber
lalabas
sa'yo,
yung vaccine for commercial use ng AI. Yun ang una kong tinatanong, Mr. Chair. Ang
May mga
pangalawa,
problema din kasi.
sabi ni Atty. Bong Insyong, na baliwala yung 40% na tariff. Ang tingin ko, ang sinasabi ni Atty. Bong Insyong dyan, because of the reference value na nagiging basis ng mga importer na napakababa. So,
Jet, can you, that? What happened to the reference value? Is it transaction? Of course it's transaction value.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we use our reference value as a risk management tool, meaning
Yeah.
all declarations are being referred to that value. If it's on a threshold where we determine that there might be some undervaluation, we require additional documents coming from the importer to prove the actual transaction value. Otherwise, we contest the value, and
So he is suggesting there is smuggling.
I have our reference value for January 2025 here,
What
Your
is-
Honor.
how
I can
much is
submit
it? Kasi ang sabi ni Nick Briones, yung paggamit ng reference value instead of
I think that's the tool for
is the tool for
undervaluation.
smuggling, right?
Yeah, technical smuggling.
Well, you know, Your Honor, the way we actually come up with the reference values is that we get the highest.
Pakibigay na lang sa akin ang report on the entire aspects. Can we do with that? I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to quicken for the sake of Congress. He has to go home to Mindanao.
Yeah,
So-
Mr. Chair, one last thing. Kasi yung reference value nila,
Magkano?
chicken leg quarter is
CLQ. I have one in my. Somebody sent me.
sa
but
US, Mr. Chair, 89 cents.
That's home consumption value. That's not reference value.
Reference value.
Do you use home consumption value as reference value, Jet?
No, Your Honor, we come up with our references based on identical importations coming from other importers.
That's only 51 pesos and 96 centavos, Mr. Chair. So, ang ginagawa ng importer, Mr. Chair, tinataasan lang ng yung 89, ginawang $1.02, which is 59.16 in pesos. So, meron bang karni ng manok na 51 pesos or 59 pesos na makikita tayo sa mundo, Mr. Chair?
Wala.
How come na ang custom pumapayag na 51 pesos, din tataasan lang ng konti? Iyon na ang kanilang basis for
The 40%.
tariff.
Anyway, pero yung MDM naman, virtually zero.
No, it is leg quarter, Mr.
I know.
Ang
So,
MDM,
I mean-
5%. And then that's only another way of technical smuggling is misdeclaration. Because if you declare it MDM, nang pinarating mo naman ni leg quarter, ang baba ng value, 5% pa.
Jet, yung mga isaw ba, zero ang tariff nun?
5%, Mr. Chair, ang MDM.
No, Your Honor, there's a positive tariff rate for all chicken products.
So, I think we will have a separate investigation, so we don't.
Yeah, I think we
I
concentrate.
think there is a sense in the House that they want just go back to rice.
Yeah,
So we will just have that. I think we will have this discussion in the Committee on Ways and Means. Okay? Para
Anyway, Your Honor, for your reference, we will submit the requested data of reference prices issued by the Bureau of Customs for last quarter last year up to January this year.
pwede bang 5-year para makita namin yung trend?
Yes, Your Honor, we will submit.
Wag mo na yung quarter by quarter. Yung ano lang, So, the tendency for you is to use the home consumption value as the reference value?
No, Your Honor, it's just a risk management tool. If the importer is able to prove through other documents that indeed that is a transaction value, we follow the transaction value. For example, if he's able to produce his sales contract, the method of payment that he used for his supplier, and so much other documents, then there's a discretion by the Bureau to accept that because our law provides that
Ang
the
kinakagalit
taxes is
kasi ni
based-
Briones, halos kung ano, alam mo naman yung mga parts na yan patapon sa US, di ba? So virtually, less than $1 yung mga yan. Pero pagdating dito, yun, binavalue natin tapos ang charging mo, yung 40%, yung presyo doon.
Yes, Your Honor, but again, we use as reference tool the identical importations of other importers.
Okay, so that's the last thing we will have on Are you still up, sir?
My
You
request,
wanna
Mr.
finish?
Chair, is, no. My request, Mr. Chair, is
Yes.
we have
As
another
chairman of the
hearing.
Committee on Ways and Means, we will motu proprio investigate that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So now let's go to Piggery.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Si Eric Harina po ng Pork Producers Federation of the Philippines. Malaki po yung problemang hinaharap ng pig industry natin, no? As we all know, na natamaan ng ASF yung hog sector. Before the ASF, yung production natin, yung population natin nasa 16 million pigs. But ngayon, nasa 7 to 8 million pigs na lang yung population, no? At the end of 2024. No? So, malaking kawalan nito, no? It is evident as attested by mga feed mills natin at saka mga agri-vets na yung
Sir, can we just start with the basic data? Ilang
Yeah.
kilos per year ang domestic production?
ang domestic production po it's around 600 million kilos
And the
a
imported?
year. Yung imported for 2024, we imported 732.
So, mas marami na rin yung imported
Yeah,
kaysa...
732 million kilos. Compared to last year, it was only around 500 million kilos po. Around.
Kanino tayo kumukuha? Vietnam?
Now, ngayon, ang pinakamalaking imported is coming from Brazil po.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Jet, what is the tariff and classification? And
If we can get the more details, Mr. Chair, like the tariff lines that is being used and the specific description of the goods, I can provide for...
do you also import, sir?
No, producers po kami.
I know.
Pork producer po.
So what is,
Mga farmer po kami.
ano yung alam nyo na taripa ng mga pumapasok na baboy dito?
So, 15% po.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
He's our Executive Vice President. I am the Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ang tariff, binaba ng 15% sa in-quota and 25% sa out-quota
Okay.
because of EO 62. Ang problema namin, Mr. Chair,
Bumaba ba yung presyo?
tumaas, Mr. Chair.
Did we increase the the tariffs on Jet?
Because ang problema natin, Mr. Chair, is yung ASF.
I know. So why should we increase the tariffs?
No, they decreased the
Oh,
tariff.
precisely. But the price should have gone down.
The price now is very high in the local market. Sa retail.
Because
Because dumaan na holidays, then ngayon, election period, dami pera tao.
oh, buti ka pa.
Kasi, you know,
Dahil malang dahil malang
and then in
mais.
holidays, naubos halos yung baboy.
Mukhang ang dahilan malang mais.
No. Our price of local corn, Mr. Chair, hindi nagbabago. Mukhang ibang period yung sinabi ng
PSA?
PSA.
What is the price trend for pigs, for hogs, for pork?
291 yung pork.
I will check, Mr. Chair. The one I presented earlier is for human consumption na corn.
I know. So what is the number?
I will check for the feeds, Mr. Chair.
180? I saw a number.
291, Che. 291 po yung pork as reported December 2024 by the PSA.
Yung corn.
Yung farm grade price namin last December was only around 200 to 220 farm gate price dito sa Luzon. But now our farm grade price 2025 January for Luzon area is 240. For Bismin area it's around 200 to 225.
So tinasin nyo.
So kasi wala na pong baboy po.
Asa na sila?
Naubos sa ASF, Mr. Chair.
So your problem is ASF, no sir?
So yung concern lang po namin is yung magiging epekto po nito, yung pag-decrease ng population ng baboy sa ating bansa. So we'll be looking forward coming election, patapos December na naman, tataas talaga na naman kasi nga 50% po nawala yung production. However, malakas naman rin po mag-import. Ang problema, kahit may importation po, hindi po bumababa yung retail price natin. So, yun po yung comment namin. At saka, isang challenge po, yung vaccine na kailangan namin na hindi pa commercially available. Na we recommend na to make it available as soon as possible po.
Okay, so I think in the next meeting, we will call on the FDA to be present. Para, meron, we've been invited. Eh, wala eh. Is the FDA around, baby?
And also po, may programa naman po yung DA for repopulation, yung INSPIRE. Sana po idoble nila para mas mabilis dumami yung alagang baboy po.
Kaso,
Especially yung mga breeders natin.
tinakbuhan tayo ni Caballero na wala. May I ask, who is handling, Bai.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we have our National Livestock Program program coordinator who is inspiring,
You have
who's
to
handling
stay
the
until
Inspire.
midnight because we will sponsor the livestock bill tonight.
Okay.
So can I call on the NLP? Bilisan nyo kasi nangangati na itong mga congressman sa bigas. But I have to have a complete picture kasi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Regarding po sa Inspire, we
Isa
had
na
a
lang, oh.
we had a 3-year program for Inspire starting 2022
Ilang units ba?
until 2024. So, sandali lang.
Anyway, at least alam namin ang dahilan kung bakit mataas ang presyo ng baboy ay dahil walang bakuna.
Sakto, Mr. Chair. Do you remember, Mr. Chair, na I requested na magkaroon ng emergency use authorization for the vaccine. Pero hindi naman na-approve. Kaya naubos ang baboy noong August, September, October.
Sino ba may gawa? Pfizer?
Calabarzon, walang naubos.
Vietnam.
Yung
Sir?
APAC vaccine from Vietnam.
After piggery, we go to corn. That's it.
So, nangako, Mr. Chair, ang DA na lalabas between March and April. Narinig ko sa news
Last year, this year.
kay Secretary Kiko. At last time, during our last meeting, nangako sila na second quarter, so April.
Okay.
Yung usage. Hopefully, talagang mangyari para ma-save natin yung 6.3 million
Baby.
na population ng piglets and paddoner. And then another cycle, another 6.3. Kung hindi lalabas yung vaccine na yan, mas grabe ang ating aabutin kapag pinagtagal natin
Mr.
yan.
Chair,
Yes.
just a quick intervention. Hindi ba pwede gamitin ang Quick Response Fund?
Does DA have a QRF?
Yes, they do.
So what's your problem?
Di ba pwede yun? Si Chair Joy, dating APRO Chair.
Yeah. Ginamit yung sa rice?
What is the balance of your Quick Response Fund?
We will go back, ma'am.
And can you confirm that indeed you can use that for this purpose?
yung sa mga replenishment ng mga tawag dito, inputs and also
Seafoods?
Pwede niyo pong lakasan.
sorry. Sir, yung replenishment, yung provision of inputs,
Inputs.
repair ng
Yung mga
small
binabagyo.
facilities. But we'll get back po sa nag-handle po ng QRF namin,
Di
ma'am.
ba parang input din naman ito sa isang sitwasyon na hindi ninyo ina-anticipate? Di ba parang ganon?
So
Yun ang
make it a
elements.
request from this committee that you use the QRF to purchase, to quicken essentially the acquisition of vaccines for hogs against ASF. Anyway, sir, kasama ba yung repap sa paggamit ng QRF? I'm sure
Mr. Chair, hindi po siya kasama doon.
hindi siya kasama sa QRF.
Hindi siya pwede?
That's different, nasa GAA po yung, yung
Repopulation.
repopulation.
So it was not considered as an emergency.
Pero
Mga
hindi
ilan
ba
no
pwede?
ang budget? Yes, ma'am.
Hindi ba pwede?
Dapat nga, pero ibang ginawa nila. So, ilan yung repap nyo?
Sa RIPA po, for 2022, nasa 1.1 billion mahigit po. Sa 2023, nasa 2 billion. 2024, another 2 billion po siya.
2 billion per year. Mga ilang baboy yan?
Ito pong sa 2022, around 148,000 fattener po. Ang
Okay.
project, ang pinabigay po natin. Ano po?
So, yes.
Based sa finance po kasi namin, yung vaccine ay pre-disaster. Part of pre-disaster. So, hindi siya po pwede doon sa quick
Okay
response.
din, ha? Imminent disaster, it's there in the, pero nasa DRR eh. Hindi naman na-approve.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
ang talagang kailangan namin is vaccine. Yung commercial use, yung mga commercial racers, they can buy vaccine. More or less, mga 45% kaagad ang mababakunahan noong 6.3 million. Dahil may pera naman yung mga commercial racers. Ang kailangan nilang ponduhan, Mr. Chair, ay yung backyard racers. Para talaga makomplete yung 6.3 million.
The committee will study this, will create a small study group for those three. And let's just
Chair,
finish the
Chair,
corn.
just very short.
Yeah, okay.
Pero hindi ba pwedeng ma-argue na yung ASF itself and the onset is a disaster, and therefore the need for a vaccine relates to that? Yun nga po di ba? Hindi naman po natin na-anticipate na one day nagkaroon tayo ng ganitong sitwasyon. At ang response is this, the vaccine.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in response to the inquiry of our colleague, it is beyond the control of the DA because the USEC in charge of that particular concern mentioned to us in the last hearing that the application is under monitored release. So it's not ready, Kong Estela, to be commercialized because effectively it's undergoing local clinical trials. So what I understood is that the registration is about to come out, the official registration where FDA has to issue certificate of product registration after the local clinical trial has been finished. So I think since BAI is a co-applicant of this vaccine, perhaps you know the status of the monitored release application from the FDA.
Okay. So I think, yes,
If I
ma'am.
may answer? Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair. So for the status po of our rolled out under the monitored release, we have already vaccinated a total of 31,700 animals. And we actually target to vaccinate 160,000 animals before the end of March. So we actually procured a total of 500,000 doses of ASF vaccine.
So based on your monitored release, post-marketing surveillance, how effective is the vaccine? Doctor?
Andito na pala yung pinakamagaling dyan eh. Yusek Palabrica, Mr. Gokong Wei, you're recognized.
Sorry, I just came from the checkup from the hospital. So, but I'm doing okay. Anyway, the question was, how effective the vaccine is. Well, in my previous company, sabi nga ni galing kay Gokong Wei, I used that and was able to prove that it's effective. And now we have rolled out a lot of the vaccines, and it's working. Right now we have 500,000, and I have visited all the provinces, and I just came from Legazpi, and we're going to have also a rollout of the vaccine in Legazpi this March. So it's effective, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. When you say effective, Yusek, ano yung gestation ng protection? How many months from the time of inoculation?
Mr. Chair, usually we prescribe the vaccine to be used at the age of 4 weeks. And ang baboy kasi, ibinebenta ng mga 25 weeks. 24 weeks, ang timbang nun mga 100 kilos. And the vaccine can protect up to 25 weeks yung mga baboy. So, yung aming mga binakunahan, Mr. Chair, ay buhay at umakyat pa ng 100 kilo. Kasi mas malaki ang baboy, mas malaki ang kita ng mga ating mga magsasaka.
So the protection is good for, at least good for 25 weeks until katayin sila, Yusek?
Mr. Chair, 4 weeks, mga 20 weeks po. At ngayon ay undergoing trial na rin po na pati yung mga inahin ay babakunahan para maprotektahan yung inahin dahil mas sustainable yun dahil yun ang naglalabas ng mga biik kaysa itong mga palakihin. Pero once na makita namin na maayos, pati po breeders ay bibigyan po namin, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, since 500,000 heads have already been inoculated, I think we have enough clinical data to support the efficacy of the vaccine. So I wonder why it takes FDA, too long to approve the commercial use of the vaccine.
Mr. Chair, we have to submit to the FDA a robust data to give the regular
CPR
permit. And we have created a private group of scientists so that it will not be the government that will submit it. It's the private group that we created. Basically, mga scientists, mga expert. Pagka naibigay po nila ito sa FDA, sabi po sa akin ng FDA, if you have a robust data and you can tell everybody that it's working, then we can work on regular permit. And for the meantime, we have also entertained several vaccines, MSD, a Korean company, and coming from Chulalongkorn company, Mr. Chair.
So you have multiple sources, Yusek, ng ASF vaccine.
Mr. Chair, tama po. Para marami po mapagpilian ang ating mga magsasaka at yung 500,000 ay kaya naming ubusin ngayong year na 2025. And we're looking for fund for 2026 para masuportahan naman po yung mga backyard farms po. yung mga commercial farm, they can afford it. But we want the backyard farm to survive dito po. Kaya lahat po ng mga probinsya ay iniikot natin para po masabihan sila na libre itong bakunang ito, taxpayers' money, but you have to follow the policy na isinet ng set ng guidelines ng Bureau of Animal Industry po, Mr. Chair.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, USEC, I think I would advise you and your group to facilitate the submission of the clinical report so that you'll be issued the valid CPR. Yes, not only monitored release. Although pag monitored release, kaya naman niya kayo mag-import. It's permitted naman, but it's better to have your regular and valid CPR. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
Thank you.
Chair, just allow me to read just relevant portions of the GAA 2024 on the Quick Response Fund. The amount of 1 billion pesos appropriated herein for the Quick Response Fund shall serve as a standby fund to be used for, and I'll read just what is, I believe, relevant. So, the provision of various production inputs for crops, livestock, and poultry and fisheries. So, kasama po, I believe, yung vaccines. And so provision of other assistance in the form of cash. Sorry. In order that the situation and living conditions of people in communities or areas affected by natural or human-induced calamities, epidemics, crises, and catastrophes, which occurred in the last quarter of the immediately preceding year and those occurring during the current year may be normalized as quickly as possible. In no case shall the QRF be used for pre-disaster activities such as conduct of training, insurance of assets, and public information and education initiatives or any other purpose not authorized in this provision. So yung sinasabi po ni USEC na pre-disaster activities, meron namang enumeration of kung ano ang example. Palagay ko naman ay hindi kasama. It doesn't seem like yung vaccine falls under that category. And clear naman po na pagdating sa catastrophes, etc., ay mukhang pumapasok naman po ang ASF.
Yusek, kumingi ka ng pera.
Pahingi pong pera at kailangan namin talaga ng bakuna.
Magaling yan. Kaya lumaki ang Gokong Wave.
Mr. Chair, alala ko lang.
Ayaw mo ba talaga ako mga transit na sa rice, ha?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, corn then
livestock and
rice.
poultry is bigger than rice, Mr. Chair.
Come again?
Livestock and poultry is bigger than rice.
I know, but...
So, tanong ko lang si Yusek kasi nangako na siya last time by April. Pero ngayon may nasabi siya na between March and April lalabas yung commercial use ng vaccine. Totoo ba yan, Yusek?
Tulad po ng sinabi ko, Mr. Chair, meron po tayong private group na inilagay doon para i-analyze yung lahat ng bakuna. Best try po, Mr. Chair, tulad ng binanggit ko noon, alam mo naman sa Batangas, pag kami dinura, hindi na inihigop. So, April or May.
Si Secretary, March to April. Ikaw naman, April and May. Kailangan mas mabilis ka eh. Sanay kang naranasan mo na mamatayan ng 100,000 na baboy, binaon mo, alam ko, Mr. Yusek. So, sana, alam mo ang nararamdaman mo magbababoy sa buong bansa. At kung bakit nakakaranas ang ating mga mamamayan ng napakamahal ngayong karne ng baboy, ay dahil hindi natin nasapulan yung ASF na yan na matagal ko nang sinasabi. Kung yan nilagawa ng emergency use authorization, marami ng test na very effective yung bakuna. Hindi sana tayo inabot ng 50% na nawalang baboy at hindi sana napakamahal ng binibili ng ating mga pamilyang Pilipino. Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, may I recognize Congresswoman Brosas? But are you asking a question?
Mr. Chair, interject ko lang yung tanong lang kasi baka may impediment doon sa ano yung impediment doon sa vaccine? Meron bang competition between sa mga vaccines na ito kaya nagkakaproblema na i-roll out natin? Ano specifically, Yusek, yung problema kung bakit hindi
Sino?
mailabas-labas? Kasi si Kong Briones was saying na May pa eh, di ba? So parang antagal masyado nung ganong...
Ang ibig sabihin niya, baka hindi linalabas yung permit kasi may hinihintay na vaccine.
Mr. Chair, ang ibinigay po kasi na permit po dito sa bakuna ang tawag po ay monitored release ng FDA. At kaakibat nitong monitored release na ito, kailangan ipakita natin sa bansa na nagana po itong bakunang ito. At ito ay gawa sa Vietnam at ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga kakaunting bansa, no, na nagtatrial nito. At pinipilit po namin na makakuha ng data nga para mapadali po ang paglalabas po ng regular release po.
Yes, Yusek, but you have complied with it, no? Nakapag-comply na kayo. Kasi sinabi nyo nga kanina na kapag nagkaroon na kayo nag-release na kayo di ba? Ng ilang ano. At nakita nyo na effective. So what's keeping the permit doon sa na ma-release?
Kailangan po ako mag-submit ng robust data po Wala pa po. We are keeping all the data in dahil ang problema po, Mr. Chair, is that marami kasi mga anti-vaccine para ba nung COVID, yung mga walang magawa, puro anti.
Anti-vaxxers.
Marami anti-vax anti-vaxxers. Dito po sa ESF, marami po akong sinasalag ng mga anti-vaxxers mas magagaling pang veterinaryo kaysa sa akin Kaya we have to complete the data and we're gonna submit this to the FDA po.
So yun nga, may mga nagpe-petition din against. Tapos meron kayong kailangan na i-comply ng robust data. Yun yung mga ngayon ay ilan sa mga hinaharap na balakid ng vaccine. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kinlaro ko lang.
Thank you. And I think the committee will in itself just have a study group for piggery or how do you call that? For hogs. So now everybody who has something to do with hogs can go home. And with chicken, only now we can go to corn.
Mr. Chair, one last thing for swine industry. Same with chicken. Our problem is technical smuggling. Other than too much importation, is technical smuggling. Yung reference value ng pork, yung pork belly, ang reference value is 1.33 cents dollars. And that's only, how much that? And then yung actual amount na naging basis ng tariff ng custom is only 1.55 cents. Ibig sabihin, napakababa, Mr. Chair. Ang pork belly, merong report na not less than $3, up to $4. So, meron akong kaibigan, Mr. Chair, na dati nag-i-import, dahil hindi makasabay sa ibang importer, dahil nga sila legal, through letter of credit, ngayon bumibili na lang sila sa importer, 250 pesos per kilo, yung liempo. So, dito makikita natin, 90 pesos ang per kilo ng liempo, Mr. Chair, sa record ng custom. mukhang napakalayo sa katotohanan, Mr. Chair. Ito ang pumapatay sa livestock and poultry. Yung technical smuggling na misdeclaration, iba pa yung misdeclaration, opals, 5%, 30 pesos ang puhunan, while maaring ang dumadating ibeli. Kaya ang livestock and poultry industry hindi na umasenso, Mr. Chair. At talagang marami ang nahihirapan. Darating ang araw, Mr. Chair, pag hindi natin naayos ito, itong smuggling at na nangyayari, technical and outright smuggling, talagang wala tayong pag-asa, Mr. Chair. Walang pag-asang makatikim ng sapat na pagkain ang pamilyang Pilipino at wag na tayong umasa na magkaroon ng mura at di kalidad na pagkain ang pamilyang Pilipino, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, I think message received. Jet?
No, Mr. Chair, pakisagot.
Your Honor, we will submit our reference values, and we're willing to work with this committee if there might be some adjustments that are needed. Anyway, I have here
Yes.
the complete references updated, and if there are any adjustments that are needed and we can find a basis for it, then we're willing to work with the committee, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I think we have made a sound suggestion last time as ComJet that for these food commodities, we should re-implement the pre-shipment inspection, both to ensure that valuation is correct, and of course, we want that Philippine government will not lose revenues from undervaluation. Kasi what Kong Nikki mentioned is talagang talamak yung smuggling and misdeclaration and undervaluation of these food items, of these agricultural imports. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
kasi parang laging paulit-ulit na lang yung sagot sa atin ng BOC. No? Yung mga importer, yan, magbibigay ng report. Etong mga smuggler, magbibigay ng report. Can we not invite the chief mismo ng BOC, si Rubio, para makasagot siya sa atin? Kasi parang paikot-ikot lang tayo eh. Alam na natin yung problema sa pagtaas ng mga presyo. Whether it is rice, meat, or whatever, vegetable. Ang problema natin, Mr. Chair, yung mga binanggit ni Congressman Briones. So, pang ilang meeting na tayo, wala pa rin tayong nasosolve. No? Kaya baka pwedeng may gawin na tayo, Mr. Chair, doon sa, kasi paikot-ikot lang yung mga sagot. No? Kahit na yung state of emergency na sinasabi natin, mukhang walang state of emergency na nangyayari. Yung MSRP na sinasabi natin, wala. Mr. Chair, ilang hearing na po. Nag-aantay yung taong bayan dito sa Quinta Market tuloy. Dito sa Quinta Committee na meron na tayong gawin.
Yes.
Kaya
The
gusto ko lang bumili
committee
sa
will
kita.
coordinate with the Office of the Commissioner for his...
pwede po bang si Mr. Rubio na ang
Yes, we will.
imbitahin natin para
We will.
may talagang direkta tayong
we will
mapapanagot.
coordinate with the Office
At saka po, si DA Secretary, kasi nandito
the
siya
DA
dati.
Secretary is abroad with permission. There's a letter here. Oh.
Kasi kasi kung paano natin ginawa yung sa onion, 'di ba?
Is in Atlanta, Georgia, for International Production and Processing Expo.
Kay Chair.
So we will consider that. Of
Yes,
course,
Mr.
that
Chair.
suggestion is very good.
Chair,
But first, I really have to sit down with Jet so we can run down across all various product lines.
Mr. Chair, have you discussed this matter, ASCOM, with the Commissioner? Open naman siya sa suggestion of a reinstatement of a pre-shipment inspection?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we've been advocating for that. It's just that in the new law, there's a provision there that allows us to get into a pre-shipment inspection regime. There were just guidelines that we waited for, and I think that those guidelines have already been issued. So maybe we would suggest that technical working group on your level, Your Honor, be also formed so that we can work with that technical working group in drafting whatever acceptable guidelines you may have for the implementation of the pre-shipment inspection, specifically on agricultural
Dito na
products.
lang, wag na dun sa Ways and Means.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because I am outvoiced by Stella. So,
Mr. Chair, may invite tayong importers. Top 10 importers na...
yes, we did, sir. And individually, we asked for their documents, and those documents are with BIR and with AMLA. I am waiting for, I don't want to say make accusation that, of course.
So, can we not ask them?
We've been having them for the past 3, and this is the 6th meeting, 1, 2, 3, 4. We did not have the 5th last week. This is the 6th, Quinta.
No, Mr. Chair. Importers of meat.
Some meat. My goodness.
Top 10.
Jet, do you have a list of the top meat importers of meat?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
For the chicken, hogs, swine, and beef.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we were asked to produce also the top 20 importers for MDM, and I have here the data already, and I'll submit it, Your Honor.
Did we officially invite them? So the official, the committee. May I know if we've invited several top meat importers? Mr. Gabriel J. Ang, are you around? So we might have to issue a subpoena. Mr. David U. Lee Ong, are you here, sir? Can you sit para you will be exempted from a subpoena? Mr. Emmanuel U. Lee, Miss Anne Margaret E. Lee, Miss Nanit Teresa Mantalaba, Mr. Adrino S. Garcia, Mr. Lord L. Kaso matatagalan yung rice pag... Mr. Jeric P. Manaloto, Mr. Lord Ainer U. Pagay, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Mr. Nathaniel Caballero, Mr. Demetrio T. Asilo. Sino po? Gabriel
Atkins, Import and Exports Resources. Number 1 importers ng pork meat, even sa chicken meat.
Is Atkins represented today? Yeah, he's here. You have any questions, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, before probably we go to the importers, may I just briefly seek clarification sa program ng DA lang, with indulgence of Kong Nikki. Tinanong ko kasi kay Chair Ferge, what is the policy of DA now in terms of indemnification? Anyone from BAI? ASEC Palabrica or si Director Sevilla? Anong policy po ninyo ngayon pagka namatayan, magkano pong binibigay po sa mga per head sa magbababoy?
Mr. Chair, inakyat na po ng ating butihing kalihim Chu Laurel. Dati po ay nasa 4,000. Ngayon po ay nasa 8,000. At kapag ka po inahin, ang namatay ay ito po ay 12,000 po.
Kamusta po yung yung payout po natin? Kasi kami po sa Quezon, tinamaan po kami, portion lang ho. Baka ho 10% pa lang ang nababayaran. And correct me if I'm wrong, ASEC, chargeable po ito sa QRF po? O may separate fund po kayong ginagamit po para sa indemnification?
Ito po ay charge sa QRF po. At naintindihan ko po yung inyong pahiwatig na napakabagal ng pagbibigay ng indemnification. Kaya po meron na kaming inaayos ngayon na para mapabilis. Dati kasi umaakyat pa sa Department of Agriculture. Ang inaayos namin ngayon ay ibaba na ang pondo sa Bureau of Animal Industry para doon pa lamang sa level ng Bureau of Animal Industry maibigay na namin yung pera. At ma-target man lang namin na 30 to 45 days ay maibigay ang pera sapagkat kung tutuusin yung sa Quezon, palagay ko meron na mga 6 na buwan o matagal na po bago nabigyan.
Oh, thank you, ASEC. Umaasa po kami dun sa pronouncement po ninyo. Sana po mabilis po yung pag-download at saka yung sistema po ninyo.
Asahan nyo po na bibilisan po natin.
Salamat po. Thank you, ASEC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So everybody can work. We are discharging the DTI because she has a board meeting. The DOST because nobody asked questions. And DOJ. And DSWD. And that's about it. Pasensya ka na PSA, you will be with me for until we finish our report.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Congressman Imano requested for the presence of the representatives from BFAR, so they're here today. So I
Okay.
think we'll have some questions for them later on. Thank you.
May I now go to corn? The livestock is hereby discharged. You have a question?
I thought I will ask one of the importers.
One of
Atkins.
the importers. Atkins, you're with, sir? What's your name? Position in the company? Are you a lawyer?
Hindi po, sir. I'm
Ikaw?
Mike Gamora. I'm from Atkins Import and Export. So I'm the CFO, Chief Finance Officer
Okay.
of the company.
What do you import?
We import pork.
Pork.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I think it's in your jurisdiction.
Ano, Mr. Chair, they are importing pork, number one.
Pork, chicken, beef.
Opals, mechanically deboned meat.
Yeah.
Not only pork. So,
Pork, chicken, beef po, Kong.
yan. Okay.
You have questions?
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang ma-educate ng mga importers. Una, Mr. Chair, sa pork, ano po yung pinakamarami ninyong ini-import pagdating sa pork? Sa pork cuts, pork belly, pork ham?
For the pork, Mr. Chair, we import pork jowls. We also import ham leg for processors and also we import other staple pork cuts such as ham leg, shoulders.
And pork belly?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Saan pong bansa kayo nag-import? Yung pinakamalaking pinanggagalingan na ini-import yung
Currently, we import from Brazil. That was transitioned from Europe to now with Brazil.
meron kayong particular supplier or company na kinukuhanan ng pork sa Brazil?
Yes, Your Honor. We import from Brazil. We import from a lot of exporter, but we have a few majority exporter. I mean supplier, which are their top Brazil's top exporting company.
Hindi ako makaalis.
So, isang specific company lang, Mr. Chair, na pinakamalaking yung
JBS Group. JBS.
DBS.
JBS, yes sir. They are the
JBS.
world largest pork producer, which they supply to 6 continents.
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Chair, sa Atkins, magkano ninyo binibili sa Brazil ang pork belly?
As of right now, because it's the
In
price
dollars.
changed daily, so
Belly.
yes, I'll just confirm the price right now of belly.
Do you have the price?
As of right now, sir, I'll refer to our supplier. I'll ask the daily belly price today. If you could give me a few minutes.
Okay. Paano kayo nag-i-import? Telegraphic transfer or letter of credit?
For the company, we use letter of credit. So we use bank's facility.
All your importation through letter of credit?
Yes, sir.
So, pwede ba, Mr. Chair, doon sa GBS, yung company, considering na hindi niyo pa masabi kung ano yung presyo, pwede ba, Mr. Chair, mag-submit siya ng original na receipt coming from GBS, kung magkano ang kuha niya ng pork belly, and also with the corresponding letter of credit na ginamit nyo sa importation, Mr. Chair. Can you submit
We will
original receipt on how much talaga yung inyong pagkakabili doon sa GBS at saka yung inyong letter of credit na ginamit, pwedeng pakisubmit dito sa
for the
committee, Mr.
GBS
Chair.
side, Your Honor, I cannot speak for them. If they can give us a copy of the transaction sent by the bank to them. But
Definitely, pag nagbayad kayo, kukuha kayo ng receipt coming from your exporter.
I think, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yeah.
I think Kong Nikki, no, Mr. Atkins, is requesting for your commercial invoice and your letter of credit and the corresponding BOC payment for the dutiable value. I think that's the most important documents that are needed by Congressman Briones. Can you provide? Because that's internal to you.
if yes, sir, if that's the case, we'll provide, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sino po ang inyong broker?
We have our in-house broker.
Can you give the name of your broker, Mr. Chair?
Our broker, we have, our own broker is Trident Supply Chain Solution. It's a company-owned broker. And at the same time, we have other broker, which is serving us.
Yeah, can you submit the name of your broker, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. We'll submit po, sir, with it's it's within the BOC data. In the BOC declaration, our broker. So we'll submit, Your Honor.
Eh ba importer, traders, or meat processor?
We are a meat importer, Your Honor.
So traders kayo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Saan ninyo dinadala yung mechanically deboned meat na inyong ini-import?
For the MDM, Your Honor, we sell it to small processors. At the same time, these small processors, these are the company that cannot import on their own, and they don't have, because they don't have the, the capital requirements for them to import. So we're the one that imports for them, and we sell it to them. And at the same time, we also sell to some of the big processors. We serve as a buffer sometimes of their raw mats, especially when their importation does not align with their timing of production.
Yeah, itong 5,585,000 kilos na mechanically deboned meat, supposed to be, ang nag-i-import talaga lang dito ay mga meat processors. Sila lang ang talagang nangangailangan dito. So, pwede ba magkaroon ka ng listahan ng lahat ng pinag-supplyan mo nitong 5,585,000 kilos na mechanically deboned meat?
We can provide, Your Honor, the list of our suppliers, or sorry, our clients, where that 5 million kilos went to.
This is between January to October.
Yes, sir. We can provide the list to whom we sold those amount.
Okay. Pagdating naman sa opals, Mr. Chair, ang Atkins ay number 1 pagdating sa opals. Ito yung 5% ang tariff at napakababa ng value. 78,607,000 kilos. Pag sinabing opals, ano yung pinakamalaking klase ng opals ang ini-import nyo, Mr. Chair?
In terms of offals, we sell a lot of jowls. Jowls because with the it's a cheaper. Jowls is a cheaper alternative for a protein requirement of every Filipino. So it can be used for sisig, lechon kawali. Those things. It's a staple pork or staple source of nutrients from pork.
Ano yung jowls? Yung mukha?
Sir, ito po sir yung jowls.
Oh.
From here. So, karamihan na sisig, mostly it's a jowls.
Paki-explain niya no, jowls. Yung buong leg?
Dito po. From here to hanggang dito sa may neck na konti. So it's
Kaya
batok.
talaga nahihirapan ng pork producers, Mr. Chair. Ano yan Dito, siguro ngayon nasa 320 pesos per kilo. Yung part na yan. Pero magkano ninyo kinukuha yung jowls? In dollars?
Kailangan bumalik ng rice.
For the jowls, it's kasi in other countries, ang tawag nila dito, tapon nila sir So
basura.
Mura talaga sir yung jowls.
So, magkano?
I'm not into specific kasi there's a other department that handles the purchasing, Your Honor. So,
Pwede ba, Mr. Chair, lahat ng ini-import nila, jowls, MDM, Bailey, or mag-submit sila ng price? Okay.
Yes, Congressman Nikki. Mr. Atkins, tatanong lang, yung qualification and itemized declaration ninyo sa entry ninyo, is it in accordance to your commercial invoice na lahat ng parte na itemized doon ng declaration?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, so we can request for one commercial invoice where kompleto yung packing list at saka lahat ng mga items ninyo. Thank you.
Can you submit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair. Considering that we have no
I think he's answering
invoice or something,
everything.
so that we can compare with the custom.
Yes. Jet, we will be trying to get from you, but the Kita committee, the 5 committees are, of course, natutuwa kami na nandito po yung out of only 1, 2, 3 did not appear. So Atkins is here, Mr. Gabriel Ang, Emmanuel Lee, Anne-Maret Lee, Mantalabas not here, Godspeed. So wala na siyang Godspeed na lang. So Mr. Adrino Garcia, Maxi Serve, Mr. Lord Amer Pagay of Sabelstian Corporation is not here. Jeric Manaloto is here. Sanjeev Kumar is here. Mr. Nathaniel C. Caballero is here. DEA Meat Trading is not here. So 4 are not here out of the 12 and Premier Food Choice International Corporation. I think what we'll do, Jet, is just for you to give us, kunin na lang namin yung mga importation documents. Can you give this list? Paki-Xerox lang. Pero pati yung wala dito, Jet. But we will subpoena them for the next. Paki-Xerox. Okay, so may I dismiss upon her request because she has to see the president?
Your Honor, the BAI and I think I'm also familiar with him. I think Mr. Adrian Garcia of Maxi Service here.
Yes.
He's present today, Your Honor.
I think it's better if we just look at the documents.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
As you could see, parang we have to go through all the minor details. When
Then we
in
will
fact,
just submit, Your Honor.
we can just input them, see whether there's a pattern, whether there's differential. We can do more quantitative analysis. So I think that is the proper, and then if there are differential, that's the time we'll see them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bakit? Tinatamad ka na mag-Xerox?
No, Your Honor, I was just informed that one of those who were...
Oh, thank you. We are thanking you for your presence. But I think the appropriate way to deal with this, to get into the real situation, is to look at the documents, especially the official documents of the Bureau of Customs. May commercial invoice ba yun, Jed?
Yes, Your Honor. The commercial invoice is the one that we used as the basis for the transaction value.
Okay. So, it's there. So, fine. So, ayaw naman namin sayangin po at wala naman, this is not a witch hunting. We just wanted to establish, to make sure that food security, because this really murang pagkain, we are trying to, as much as possible, to see whether there are structural rigidities or there are outright violations of law that prevent prices from stabilizing at their appropriate levels. So creating hunger as well as mass poverty. So at this point, we are exempting Bebang. You can go. But as proof, I need a picture of you and the president. And the BIR can also go. Where's the BIR? Can you stand up? You can go. But I think we have a list of documents Hindi pa naman kayo tapos, no? So when do we expect to see those documents with respect to the top 10 rice importers? Hindi naman namin hihingin yung ano, kasi I know the data privacy. What just wanted is if they are paying their... So, i-code mo lang as company A, B, C, D, E. Okay? With no names. Para
Okay,
you don't
Your Honor.
violate the law. Yeah?
We are currently conducting the investigation, Your...
Oh, thank you. That's enough for me.
Okay, thank you, Your...
So, any further question? I think the piggery, everybody that has to deal with livestock, the LPD, yung beef ba nandito? Is there any here that's president of any beef association? Jet, ano yung proportion ng beef? Because it's mostly imported. Ilang kilos ba yan? Bai?
Yeah, Bai would have the more accurate figure, Your Honor.
Kahapon naman kausap ko si Joby. Sinabi niya na, sabi ni Jet, instruction niya,
Mr. Chair, as of December 2024, our importation for beef is 203,898 metric tons.
So, 200 million
Yeah, kilograms.
kilos. So, walang sinabi sa 1.2 million kilos ng baboy. 500,000 domestic, 700,000 imported. And the chicken, ilan nga yun? Naku, yan ang problema pag pinapauwi agad. Ilan yun? 500, no? 500,000 import, 500,000. So, wala masyado kumakain pala ng Carne Norte. So, nobody here from beef? So, if you will have problems, then we will not be there to answer for you. Or if you have any... ikaw naman? So, you also...
I'm sorry, sir, but I have to correct Bai there. There is no parity between the imported volume and the volume of production. The imports, at least the non-MDM, is about maybe 20%. There is no parity. That is, to say that there is parity is dangerous for the sector.
Di naman, it's my fault. I'm just trying to establish what is the universe of meat products.
Yes, sir, but the statement that
When you say MDM, you mean the poultry?
the mechanically when we consider kasi sir the imports para naman apple to apple, we exclude the MDM kasi for processing yung durog naman yun eh. Basta walang technical smuggling okay. Pero ang problema when you take into consideration just the real meat, meaning pwede mong iprito, pwede mong i-barbecue, that's about 230 to 250 million kilos only yung imports. The problem is when it is marketed, it is concentrated in a few areas only where it is profitable, whereas production is distributed all over the archipelago.
So out of the 400,000, 472,000 imported, which includes all...
MDM is about 228 if I remember correctly, Your Honor.
So,
240
in other
million
words,
kilos.
does it bloat the universe for for chicken?
In terms of
or makes it smaller?
if you exclude MDM, it will be smaller, Your Honor.
Yeah, but if you include it, it's not.
malaki rin,
What is
Your
the
Honor, but,
parity?
The reason why I intervened, Your Honor, was the statement earlier that there was parity. By citing data 472, perhaps BAI can help all
Ako
of
yung
us.
nag-add nung tatlo, sir, kasi.
Perhaps, sir, with your permission, BAI can help us if they can seek clarity with the sector and with person, because I understand that Director Sevilla is relatively new. Perhaps she can call her Bureau of Better Data.
Okay.
Because if I were not present or delikado ho sa amin yun eh.
Okay.
Delikado ho sa amin. I'm
ano-
sorry sir if I am being very cautious, but dalan-dala na ho kami eh pagdating sa data.
Wag kang
Nabibira kami eh.
Okay,
Pasensya na, sir.
PSA, you are the arbiter of all data problems. So, how many imported pork, chicken did we have in 2024? In tons or in kilos? All three types. CLQ, breasts, and offals.
Mr. Chair, for chicken, January to December 2024, 477 million gross kilogram, or 477,000
That
metric
includes
tons.
MDM.
This is overall, Mr. Chair.
So baka magalit sa atin si... So virtually the numbers are conniving.
Yes sir, that's the importation, 472.
Yeah.
But in terms of production, there was a statement that it was more or less in parity.
Yes.
That is where I object.
So the domestic production is smaller?
It's bigger.
Ah.
80% of supply, probably more.
What is the domestic production of chicken by PSA?
Mr. Chair, local production for chicken, annual 2024, 2,080,254
Tama ka.
metric
Oh.
tons, live weight.
Ewan, baka naman may nagkamali lang sa pagsalita ng parity.
Yes.
Ikaw ba nagsabi, Sibilya?
Mr. Chair, for the local production po, without importation, it's 2,250, 2.2
Million.
2.2 million metric tons.
2.2 million metric tons ka ba? O
2.1 sa amin, Mr. Chair.
metric tons?
Opo. 2,080,254 metric tons live weight.
Okay, so that's a very minimal difference. Thank you for the So
Sir, thank you for being patient
So
with
we're
me.
eating 2.6 million chicken a year, this country. Now let's go to corn. Anybody from corn who wish to make a statement of problem, a statement your situationer, your problems, and what do you want from DA? If DA is,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
oh, Jojo, ikaw ba?
Yes, sir.
It's a matter of he is my cousin, so.
Honorable members of the committee, Mr. Chair, good afternoon po sa inyo lahat. I'm Romualdo Elvira Jr. I'm representing National Sectoral Committee on Corn and Other Feed Crops and Philmais Federation Incorporated. Since July last year po, ang price ng corn dive hanggang 12 pesos per kilo.
Nag-dive.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, sir, pwede po makiusap po na lumapit
Okay.
lang po sa mic para mas malakas. Thank you, sir.
So bumaba po siya ng hanggang 12 pesos per kilo since last year. And ayaw na po namin mangyari ito ngayong taon.
Magkano ba siya ngayon?
We had a meeting with the NFA and we requested po na bumili sila ng 17 pesos per kilo clean and dry grains at about 800,000 metric tons for 1 year para masuportahan po natin
What
yung
is the
ating
total industry production?
The local in the production po is about 6 million metric tons per year. And ang importation po ang requirement po natin is about 10 million metric tons per year.
So do you import 4 million?
Yeah, we import po last year 500,000 metric tons, but we imported also feed wheat, about 1.3 million metric tons.
Paano magiging 10 million?
Yung requirement po natin is 10 million. Sa feeds lang po yun. And yung ibang requirement is for seeds, for feed grade.
Yeah, basically
And,
others.
This year, since mababa po ang demand, bumaba po yung presyo, ang nakikita po namin solution is to build our surplus ngayong taon. Kailangan bumili tayo ng mas maraming mais para during the recovery period na gagawin po ng swine
Ano yung
industry.
shelf life ng corn?
Kung nasa silo po siya at controlled yung environment, about 6 months. If we could build our supply during these lean months, no, during the recovery period, marami tayong stock. And maybe we could stabilize po doon yung price and supply ng corn. So we need to support yung ating pong mga corn growers ngayon by providing them subsidies sa corn seeds and fertilizer.
Okay, who is in charge of corn in DA?
Director de Los Reyes.
Director?
Milo. Director Milo.
Your Honor, Milo de Los Reyes po,
So-
of the National Corn Program.
Well, yeah, sir. Yeah.
Actually po, we support po the
corn industry.
the corn industry and the clamor of the pil mais. And tama po yung sinabi po na kailangan pong matulungan ang corn farmers, lalo na po dun sa procurement po ng NFA. Actually, meron na po kaming initial talks with NFA. And ang problema na lang po nila is yung pera kung saan kukunin yung pambili ng
Wala na.
ng corn. But they are also supporting po the ang tawag di po, yung clamor na talaga pong bibili dapat. Actually, nung panahon pa po ni Pangulong Marcos, yung ama, talagang yun naman po ang mandate talaga ng NFA na mamimili ng palay at mais. Hindi lang po dilaw, pati puti po, bumibili ang NFA. So we are supporting po the statement po made by the Mr. Jojo Elvira.
Nasa mandate mo pa ba ang corn? Hindi ma-inalis? It was not repealed?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Kasama pa rin po.
May mais ka ba kahit 1 kilo ngayon?
Sa ngayon po wala. Kasi wala pong pondo.
Uunahin mo yung tao kaysa, okay. So, ano yung suporta mo sa corn sector?
Sa ngayon po, we are providing seeds, fertilizer, and post-harvest facility
Magkano
equipment.
yan?
Ang budget po namin ngayon is only 5.3 billion approved by the GAA. Pero maliit po eh. Maliit po yung 5.3 billion.
So, you're providing 7 pesos per kilo as subsidy?
Hindi lang po. Yung,
Yeah, you divide it.
Ako ang i-divide po.
7 million divided by 2.
Actually po, ang total corn area natin sa yellow is 1.5 billion.
Ilan?
1.5 million hectares. Sa white naman, mga 1 million hectares din po. Mga 2.5 million in
Yung white
total
bag,
po.
ginagamit din sa feeds?
Hindi po. Ito po yung pagkain po ng ating mga kababayan ng mga Cebuano sa Visayas and Mindanao. Yung white corn. Pero yung iba rin po, ginagawang mga chicha corn. So, marami rin pong gamit yung white corn. But definitely, ito po yung pagkain po ng Mindanao and Visayas. Yun po ang staple nila. Ang yellow is for feeds po naman.
Before I proceed, PSA, what is the price trend of corn?
Come again, Mr. Chair.
The price trend for corn.
Price trend.
Wala siya sa index, no?
We have inflation for corn, Mr. Chair.
It's okay, so that's better.
For the price, as mentioned earlier, we have 60.06 pesos per kilo retail price for whole corn on the cob white. And then 18.02 pesos per kilo wholesale price for corn grain white, and 13.61 peso per kilo farm gate price. This is again for white corn.
Kailan yan? December?
December 2024, Mr.
So,
Chair.
Jojo, 13 pa rin daw yung ano nyo? Farm gate price?
Yeah, mababa. Masyado pong mababa, Mr. Chair. Kasi ang production cost na namin sa yellow is about 12 pesos 70 centavos.
Yeah,
Sa
pero-
white, kung magtatanim kami ng white, yung nagtatanim po ng white, mababa ang cost niya because hindi niya nilalagyan ng
Meron ka
enough.
ba dyan for yellow corn?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for yellow corn matured, December 2024, the farm gate price is 12.53 pesos per kilogram.
Lalong bumaba.
Yes.
So basically, that shows that there is rice. Rice is expensive. So, pumapa. That's why white corn is more expensive than yellow corn.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
I may add, meron po kaming recommendation that we use 30% corn and 70% rice corn blend. It could lessen 30% of rice consumption. We're just looking at the possibility po.
Okay ba yan, FNRI? Is FNRI still around? Lionel, how do you feel about it?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I missed the question po, sorry.
If you use corn and rice together, 30% corn,
I'm not so sure lang po, Mr.
if
Chair.
people
I'm
will
sorry.
eat it?
I'm not sure. I think in our experience, parang hindi po tayo sanay sa mga alternatives to rice. There have been many attempts over the past decades to introduce other staples or mixes po. Yun po yung alam ko, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, during
So, rejected?
the time of President Marcos Sr. and President Magsaysay, it was used as a emergency supply to increase our emergency supply of a staple of rice.
Pero kaya pala itong mga livestock, poultry, and they are not complaining, yung livestock and poultry, because your price is low, no?
Disadvantage at our disadvantage po yun, Mr. Chair.
Tapos 2 billion lang ang gastos ng DA sa inyo. 5.
Mr.
And-
Chair,
And for rice,
Last year, Mr. Chair, it's 31, but this year, 21. But may RCEP naman tayo. But
Mr.
if
Chair.
I may, Mr. Chair, we also promote kasi yung demand management sa Masagana Rice Program to ease out yung pressure to produce and ease out also sa pressure ng paggamit ng mga fertilizer so that yung sustainability aspects na andyan. And one of the strategy there is yung sa alternate nga na source ng energy. So isa doon pwede yung yung mix. But the problem will be yung yung marketing and acceptability. But we did try that and I think it can be pwede namang subukan ulit. It's one of the strategy ng Masagana Rice yan yung
pero it's
to ease out
surprising,
demand.
1.2 million lang ang imports nyo ng corn.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
talagang bumagsak ang consumption ng yellow corn because 50% of our hogs was perished by African swine fever. That's why.
Okay. So the cost is virtually can be calculated from the increase in imports, no? Kaya bumagsak yung presyo nyo kasi bumagsak ang local production ng livestock. Makes sense. I did
Kaya,
not realize.
kaya ang dami, Mr. Chair, nang naepektuhan noong pagbagsak ng swine industry.
So if you have any recommendations, Jojo, you can just send it to me. And thank you, because on my first year as governor, we had the first National Corn Congress in Albay, which you forced me to spend for. First National Congress on corn. So anyway, so do you have any other, may sasabihin mo pa kayo?
Mr. Chair, Ed Mapanaw po sa Philippine Association Feed Millers Incorporated. Tama po yung sinabi ni Sir Jojo. We are beset with the problem that the feed milling industry has shrunk. That's why we are priming up on the pet food and cattle for dairy and fattening. So these are the two industries we are pushing, hopefully to augment the decline caused by the ASF.
Walang aabutan kayo dyan. We don't go for garden variety solutions. We are for plain vanilla solutions.
Yes.
So we just have to restore our production of our piggery, our swine
yes.
production. If you want to restore the demand for corn.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may add, yun sa corn, epekto sa palay, yung darak, wala ng presyo, yung molasses ng sugarcane,
Buwag.
yung coconut industry, naubos yung gamit ng coco oil, copra, ganun kalaki ang epekto, yung mga veterinary and
Okay.
supplies, ganun kalaki epekto nung bagsak ng
Any further? No more? So everybody with respect to LPDC are hereby discharged, and I would like to welcome my good friend, Congressman Plato. And who else? So, but the DA has to stay. Now we go, is anybody here from the fish BIFAR? Everybody can go, except BIFAR. No, Rice will stay. Rice, so BIFAR, we just have to, asan ang BIFAR? Can you, Sino ba, ikaw ba pumalit kay Scotto? Okay, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, actually, it was the concern raised by Congressman Imano last time, Mr. Chairman, on the domestic demand against the supply. Director Elizer Salilig, is that correct?
Mr. Chair,
Yes. How long have you been with BFAR?
actually sir, bumalik lang ako kahapon pala nag-start.
Wow. Kahapon.
we have-
But you were a career official of BFAR before?
Formerly sir, Regional Director of BPAR Mimaropa.
Regional Director ng Region 4B.
Yes sir.
All right. So how long have you been with BFAR?
Almost 37 years, 3 years contract of service, and 34 years for permanent.
So you've been with BFAR for 37 years. So
Yes, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
sure you speak the language of fish. Talagang magaling ka dyan sa isda. Ha? All right. So,
Pwede sir.
yeah, since you've been with BFAR for many, many years, for almost 4 decades, ano yung domestic demand natin ngayon? How many kilos? At anong predominant na mga isda ang because fish is a part of the staple diet of Filipinos. So ano yung domestic demand natin against supply?
Sir, maybe ibigay ko kay Ma'am Dros kasi siya yung
Ikaw yung director eh. Si Yusek Drus is Yusek for Fisheries. So please answer my question.
2025, ma'am. Sir, for mayroon, Mr. Chair, 2025 fish supply and demand outlook. Sa first quarter, mayroon kaming 624,834.
Medyo taasan mo lang, malapit lang sa microphone, Director.
Total annual production, sir.
Annual production.
Yes, sir. Nasa 2.7 million 790,000.
Metric tons.
Yes, sir. More or less.
2.7
2.7
approximately.
more or less, yes, sir.
Metric tons. Ang local production natin.
Yes, sir, local yan.
Local production. So, does that include the production from fish pond, from brackish water? Kasama na ba yan?
Yes, sir. Lahat na.
Ano yung percentage
Ang
produced by fish ponds vis-a-vis what we can get from the ocean?
More or less, sir, 50%.
50-50?
Yes, sir.
50 sa brackish, 50 din sa
Yes, sir, including po yung freshwater.
freshwater?
Yes, sir.
Ganun ba? All right. So, we have 2.7 million metric tons domestic supply. What is the domestic demand?
Domestic demand daw. Meron daw siyang presentation eh.
Sino?
Director, dapat mastirado mo yan. 40 years ka na sa BFAR.
Sir, sorry. Sa national kasi ito, sir, na production, but ang total demand po natin sa...
The data that you have with you is, when was that? Anong year yan? 2024? 2023? Anong data ang hinahawakan ninyo, Director? Kailan yun?
2024.
2024?
Mr. Chair.
That's the latest data?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So 2.7 million domestic production, 50-50 tayo. Freshwater and brackish water.
Yeah.
All right. So ano yung domestic requirement? Because doon natin makita kung ano ang demand from imports.
3.2 million.
3.2 million metric tons
Yes, sir.
ang domestic demand.
Yes, sir.
So in short, we are importing 500,000 metric tons import. Is that correct? Kasi, iano mo lang bawasan mo lang doon sa domestic supply ang 3.2 na domestic requirement. So, ang difference doon galing from
Yes,
imports.
yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Mr.
Next
Chair.
question. Saan galing the bulk of these imports come from which country?
Yung ating mga cancer, yung...
Yeah, the imported fish. Saan galing yan?
Mostly, sir, is from China.
China? Sa West Philippine Sea galing?
Hindi, sir, yung import, di ba?
We import our own fish?
Sorry.
Ganun ba yun?
Sorry. Akala ko, sir, yung import papunta dito.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to ask you, Director. 500,000 metric tons ang diferensya. Meaning to say, 2.7 yung ating domestic
Yes, sir.
production. Ang demand is 3.2 million metric tons. So in other words, you have a deficit of 500,000 metric tons. Tama po?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Saan galing ang 500,000 na yan na ini-import natin? Which country? Saan galing? Kasi I could validate that your statement with Ascomjet.
Can I just, sir?
Sige, sir. Mr.
Sino mas senior sa inyo ni Yusek Bayate?
Si Ma'am po, sir. Si Ma'am, Mr. Chair.
May I ask Ma'am to... So, we will have the... So, Congressman...
Mr. Chair. Yes, okay.
I think...
All right, so yes, Yusek Drews has the floor.
Bayate.
Yes, Yusek Bayate.
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chairs.
Yes, kanina Yusek, sinabi ni Director sa Lilig that we have 2.7 million metric tons of domestic production.
Yeah, food fish.
Yeah, for the fish. And that is 50-50.
That's around, it's around 48-52. 48% capture fishery, 52% aquaculture.
Okay. 52 aquaculture, 48 from the ocean. Okay. Ngayon, ang sabi ni Director na yung ating total demand is 3.2 million metric tons. So may kulang tayong, may deficit tayo na 500,000 metric tons, more or less.
Mga around 413,000.
All right, yes, Yusek. So sa 413 na yan na imported fish, saan galing yan? Where do we import the bulk of the imported fish coming to the Philippines?
Based on my notes, I don't know the latest, China and Vietnam, I think. We get it from China, that's 39.3%, Vietnam 18.7%. We also get from Papua New Guinea 9.6%.
All right.
Japan and Thailand 3.8%, and then other countries.
So the dominant supplier for imported fish is China. Is that
Yeah.
correct, Yusek?
Around 190,000.
190,000. Almost half of the requirement.
Yeah.
And then next is Vietnam.
Yeah.
How many percent is Vietnam, Yusek?
It's around 18%. It's 90,000.
All right. Okay.
676.
So klaro, no? Ang kulang natin, Yusek, is around 413,000 metric tons. Sa bagong director natin sa BFAR, now that you have been reinstated, as director, anong plano ninyo, director, to narrow the gap? Anong plano ninyo for domestic production so that we don't have to import fish? Ironically, we're importing our own fish.
Sir, Mr. Chair, mag-increase po kami.
Galing in West Philippine Sea ang ating isda eh. So tayo din ang nag-import ng sariling isda natin, mahal pa. So I think you need to boost domestic production. Anong plano ninyo?
Sir, i-increase po namin yung fish production sa local.
How do you do that?
Sir, mayroon po akong top 5 na agenda. Number 1 po yung aquaculture. And then yung sa law enforcement. Kasi pag makuha natin yung law enforcement, matutukan natin yon, so mawala po yung mga illegalista, so tataas po ating production. And then the third is yung livelihood assistance. Tutulungan po natin mga small fishermen natin.
Anong program ninyo sa livelihood? How will you help or assist financially our small fishermen?
Sa sir, based on during my time as a director, hanggang ngayon, ganun pa rin sa aming ginagawa. Sa mga livelihood assistance natin, okay na ito, ma'am. Memorize ko rin. Sir,
Go ahead,
Mr. Chair,
Director.
ang madadag po natin sa livelihood assistance, mag-provide po tayo ng, mag-boss po tayo ng tilapia fingerlings, i-increase po yung production natin sa freshwater. And then, mag-provide po tayo ng technical assistance, especially po sa aquaculture, sir, yung mag-establish po tayo ng mariculture parks. And then yung ating mga existing FLA, Fish Fund Lease Agreement, marami po tayo nakatambak, sir, na hindi nagagamit. So, kasama po sa top 5 po natin na agenda yan as a new national director.
Yeah, because I understand that the president has amended the guidelines for FLA. No? Di ba halos na ngayon? Perpetual use na ngayon ang FLA?
Sir, marami yung gumagamit na hindi naman sila kailangan natin ng inventory. Kasi yung iba dyan expired na. Ang iba naman, sir, gumagamit, mga tinas na lang. So, see to it na ma-review, ma-address natin po ang problema especially po sa FLA na yan.
How many million hectares ang under FLA ninyo? And what is the utilization rate?
As of now, sir, wala pa akong data na hawakan.
Wala ka pang data.
Sorry.
37 years ka sa BFAR, dapat alam mo na yung coverage sa buong Pilipinas ng FLA. Maybe Yusek Juice might have some knowledge on the... what is the area covered by FLA right now, Yusek?
Actually, what was released to us was 110,000 hectares, but what was the areas that have been issued instruments really is mga around 57,000 to 58,000 hectares.
So those are current occupants
Yeah.
that are really holders of the FLA, Yusek.
Yes, and you are right. The president, during his term, instructed us to utilize this land
Yes.
for food production.
Yes.
And that we studied and amended the regulation. and that it's a bit more stringent, dapat na-utilize nila kaagad within a year or two, non-payment for 2 years, automatic cancellation, and that kailangan fully developed talaga siya
All right.
in around 3 years.
All right.
And he instructed us to entertain serious investors to prove their financial capability and all that.
Mhm. So medyo ano na, medyo
Yeah, it's
amended
moving.
na. Oh.
And in 2022, when the new administration came in, there was some backlog of around 200 FLAs, and we were able to bridge that gap and update everything. So medyo ngayon mabilis and updated na konti yung
All right.
ating
But is there
areas.
any, Yusek and Director, is there any financing component now that the guideline has been stricter and in pursuit of the direction of the President for
Yeah,
food
we have
security?
many credit windows now in DA, aside
Okay.
from our partnership with Land Bank.
Okay. So up to what, meron bang computation kayo? How much is the loanable, if the FLA, if the lessee is eligible to secure financing, ano yung mix ng facility?
I don't know how big is it now, but I used to lead the BFAR Land Bank Trust Fund. And I remember that time, I don't know now, we have some 100 million that time, and there was a move in the new administration to, I think it's now increased. I don't know the actual figure now because I'm no longer in operation. But the policy itself has been already finalized and is already effective.
Okay. Thank you, Yusek. So the utilization right now is around 57%, no? As mentioned by Yusek.
I say in area, as of now, it's 57 to 58,000 hectares.
Okay.
And
Yes.
as
So
I
out of 100,000 hectares, more or
released
less.
to us before.
Oo.
So, hindi naman pala lahat na isyuhan yun.
Okay.
So, we focus on those.
All right.
And
So-
I
so-
know there is another program to revive the salt industry. And I think we are again in tandem with DNR to work on an area for salt making.
For salt making.
Yeah.
Okay. Alternative program.
Yeah, because the president wants to revive the salt industry.
Okay. All right. Sige. So in short, meron pang mga 40 plus thousand hectares that could be made available for other interested parties to engage in aquaculture.
There is now an ongoing, I think, inventory
All right.
by DNR on that.
Okay. Thank you, Yusek. Is there anything more you want to say, Director?
Mr. Ted, magandang tanong mo kay Ma'am Dos kanina, yung about po doon sa mga anong intervention po namin sa livelihood doon sa mga FLAs. During my leadership in Region 4B, nakarelease po ako sir ng 66 million for 2 years. Yan po ay mga soft loan under the DA credit program. So,
Soft loan yun, soft loan.
Yes, sir, soft loan.
Ang tanong, kamusta man ang repayment?
Ang repayment, sir, na umalis naman ako after my term, 5 years, sir, ang allowed sa kanila ni magbayad, but 2% ang interest lang.
2% per annum?
Yes, sir, per annum.
Hindi pa rin nagbayad kahit 2%
Sir, hindi
lang?
ko na-monitor yung kanilang kwan kasi which include mga sir, commercial kasi, fishing boats, up to 5 million.
Wow.
So,
That's a big that's
sir.
a big financial assistance.
Mayroon din sir na tag 25,000 lang per individual.
For small fishermen.
Yes, sir. So
All right.
yearly po siya during 2019, 2020 ay almost 33 million po ang naparelease ko
Oo.
through and then
Now that you're the director of BFAR, can you revisit that program? Kasi sayang naman na, you give away 66 million with a very small interest of 2%. Tapos ang repayment mo, nothing. So, that defeats the purpose of providing livelihood programs for these fishermen. Yung iba, commercial operators.
Kasi mayroon naman silang concern, nag-issue na po sila ng check, yung mga commercial na naglo-loan ng 5 million, mayroon ba yung kanilang amortization, nag-issue yun sila.
Naka-PDC sila? Naka-post-dated payment sila?
Sir, hindi ka naman pwede mag-loan ng 5 million dun sa mga commercial fishing vessels kung hindi po sila nakakomply po sa ng Bureau of Fisheries. Yung
Ano
mga
to, no?
license
Yung
to
5 million na assistance, unsecured ito? Unsecured, meaning to say there's no collateral?
Yes, sir.
Unsecured, right? It's a clean loan. It's a clean facility. Is that correct? Meaning to say walang collateral.
Yes, sir.
So it's a clean facility. So
Yes,
pwede,
sir. Yes,
pwede
yes,
nilang
sir.
takbuhan, walang bayad, okay lang.
Hindi naman sir, kasi dumadaan naman tayo sa evaluation, sir eh.
Alright.
Oo.
So yun
Proper
ang
po.
concern natin dito. It's not only the implementation of the financing, but to ensure that repayment is secured. Kasi
Yes, sir.
paano naman natin
Yes,
dagdagan yung financing pag hindi
Yes,
naman
Mr.
nagbabayad ang mga nag-loan, di ba? Alright. Yes, Yusek. Yusek Juice.
In the case of the BFAR Land Bank Trust Fund, until 2022, I handled it. Mga 100 million lang naman yon, but it was with collateral.
Okay.
The repayment was quite good. And in fact, when I left, we earned some 15 million in interest. I don't know now.
15 million in how many years,
In
Yusek?
interest. I handled it, I think, from 2014 to
All right.
2022.
So very ang spread maliit lang, meaning the interest rate is very low. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Oh.
But the repayment is quite good.
Kasi number one, the interest is low. Number two, it's collateralized. So repayment is somehow secured, no? Kasi syempre may collateral sila eh. Normally anong collateral nila? Yung vessel?
Yung
Yung
land
land.
for aquaculture.
The land
It started,
itself.
but it should be titled land. They
all
can no longer use the leased or public land. Before, it used to be used for collateral with DBP.
Before
In
allowed
the
yun.
1970s.
Ang list, ang FLA before allowed to be
Yeah.
used as collateral.
but-
But now wala na yon.
They have to have a titled property.
All right. Even with the new
As a
guideline of the
collateral.
president,
Yeah,
hindi
yeah.
pa rin allowed ang to
Yeah.
use FLA as
Yeah.
collateral. All right. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Yusek, and thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Wait. I actually had instructions. Is the NBI still around?
Yes.
The
Yes, Mr. Chair.
AMLA is at my back in the chairman's lounge. And apparently you have an MOA with AMLA, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So they said that there is still no, I don't know, we have a particular, AAC, I forgot.
I'll say it, Mr. Chair. I'll say.
Yeah, that's right. So can you just work with them using your MOA?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so with that, I think I provide them the list for investigation. So the BIR will do its own, and then can you work with AMLA na lang? Okay, thank you. So you are dismissed, sir. You are discharged pala, sir. Thank you. So now we're back to
Mr. Chair.
rice.
No. Mr. Chair. I was informed that the officers of Pacific Sealand Foods Corporation is here due to our subpoena.
Wala pa man mga dokumento, sir.
I was told that he was here.
Come again?
The officers of Pacific Sealand Corporation is now here. Is it?
Thank you. Hindi na, wag na muna. So we're back to rice. Stella, you have a full plate already. So nobody wants to ask question anymore?
Oh, you want to go first?
Mr. Chair.
Baka mag-screen kasi yung tungkol kay...
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, can I be
Okay, ba't biglang umalis kasi si Brio? Actually, we called before rice sana, we would have completed the full range kasi yung on the last meeting, si Congressman Brion wanted the agricultural financing. So now I think instead of rice, would you like to shift to to AFRD essentially?
We can
Rice
do
muna,
rice
konti-
first and then
rice first? Konti lang,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
because Land Bank, BSP,
yes.
DBP are all here.
All right. But
Yes,
rice.
yes, Mr. Chair,
Oh,
yes, if you...
Okay, BFAR is here
recommendations,
by
Mr. Chair.
discharged.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
can I be recognized? Thank you.
Sino gusto niyo pong...
Maganda nga po sa atin lahat, sa our colleagues and our guests here. With the perennial problem of high price of rice, Mr. Chair, availability of adequate supply and other related concerns, would it be, Mr. Chair, feasible to amend the rice tariffication law to enable local government units to access RCEF funds, particularly the funds for priority programs, projects, and activities, plus the annual 2 billion pesos of the excess rice tariff collections for the purpose of purchasing palay, milling, and reselling it to their constituents. Kasi po sa kasalukuyan, Mr. Chair, ayon sa batas, ang RCEF fund ay napupunta sa farm mechanization, rice seed development, credit assistance at trainings para po sa ating mga farmers. Maganda naman po ang layunin nito, pero wala pong direct assistance sa ating mga mamimili o yung ating mga consumers. Sa ganitong scheme, Mr. Chair, ang LGU ang magsisilbing palay procurement and marketing arm ng Department of Agriculture. Kung feasible, Mr. Chair, ang panukalang ito, sa tingin ko po ay may empower ang ating mga LGUs na makontrol ang distribution ng bigas sa kanilang nasasakupan. Magkakaroon po ng direktang market ang ating mga magsasaka. Mapagtibay pa po natin ang ating food security sa mga komunidad. Ito lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Who
Chair.
wish?
Yes, may I?
Okay.
On rice. Earlier, we encouraged the DA to issue the state of emergency within 48 hours, Mr. Chair. And then looking at the law, if that is in place, mukhang ang susunod na hakbang ng DA would be to sell rice. Yun ang lumalabas dito. So yun ang tanong ko sa DA. Anong balak ninyo? So siguro by now, pinag-uusapan nyo na magkano ang pondong meron kayo, basically, anong balak?
I'll answer, Mr. Chair, on the funds. We have the initial 5 billion funds. But on the distribution, kung sa mga outlets and kadiwa, I'll ask
Pwedeng humingi ng konting detalye, like, kasi sa ngayon, 29 pesos, pero for selected sectors, saan nyo ilalagay? Para may konting detalye para sa mga nakikinig.
Yes, ma'am. I'll ask our AMAS director to discuss yung details ng plan for the Kadiwa stores.
And also, how different is it? Because meron kayong Kadiwa program at the moment. So, itong 5 billion ba na to ay dagdag sa current budget? So, magkano po ang current budget? Magkano ang idadagdag? Kasi syempre, extraordinary ang situation. So, ang expectation po is dapat magdagdag. Di po ba?
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. Yung agreement po, yung instruction po is kapag meron na yung issuance ng sa emergency, if meron na pong issuance sa emergency food situation, the NFA can sell rice with the local government units and the Kadiwa stores.
Yes,
So,
maliwanag naman po sa batas. Pero ang gusto natin malaman is, kasi sa ngayon po, nagbebenta na naman po kayo ng bigas sa Kadiwa outlets. So gusto po natin malaman is, pag ma-issue na po ninyo ito, state of emergency, anong karagdagan na hakbang ang gagawin ng DA? So ngayon po, magkano ang current budget ng DA para sa Kadiwa?
Sa GAA po, wala pong additional budget.
No, so ngayon, magkano ang ginagastos ngayon?
Through the usual, Mr. Chair, it's through the usual operations ng
Hindi, o nga, sige.
ng
Just give us
NFA
an idea po. Give us an idea. So right now, how much are we talking about?
Hindi ko kabisado yung bunch. Magkano?
Ang Kadiwa po kasi, ang ginagamit naming budget sa Kadiwa ay the usual operation ng DA Kadiwa. But as regards the rice project ng Kadiwa, the source of rice it's from NFA and through FTI po. So ang ginagamit lang po yung Kadiwa stores as venue for the selling. But the Kadiwa per se, wala pong additional budget for the rice.
So yung bigas is all NFA rice. So how much worth of stocks sa ngayon ang umiikot po sa Kadiwa outlets?
Yung ano na lang, yung financing.
Ang nasa Kadiwa outlets po ngayon, nanggagaling po siya through FTI and through NFA. The FTI po, siya po yung
nga po.
bumibili sa...
Sige, how do I phrase this? So ngayon ay January, for the month of January, how much worth of rice ang binaba ng DA sa mga Kadiwa outlets? Siguro that's a more specific question. Tama po ba, Yusek Chris? Is that the question that you can answer? Baka pwede nyo nang tulungan, Yusek Chris.
In general kasi, ang targeting namin is by store.
Yes, that is correct.
Number of store.
Yes.
And then through time, pag nag-expand siya, we tap NFA or FTI through partnership. Yung sa FTI kasi through partnership din with some sources na kaya nilang kumuha ng mas mababang ano.
Yes, kasi sir, di ba sinabi ninyo kanina, gagamit po kayo 5 billion. So I want to know how big is this relative to what it is today, di ba po? Kasi,
Can you, ano lang yung, yung
sino po bang sa inyong tatlo ang makakapagsagot ng mas specific, konkreto? Admin Larry or Yuse Chris?
Siguro, let me just share some information. The volume that Kadiwa sells, meron po silang report niyan. Hanapin mo lang yung distribution. But as to the 5 billion provided to DA for this program, na mapababa yung presyo ng bigas sa merkado, 1.5 billion of that will be sourced from NFA. Ito po yung mga aging stocks. And the 3 billion is for sourcing kung saan man mas economical mag-source. It could be sourced locally, bibilhin nila, or it can be imported.
Yun nga po, ang tanong ko kasi is, yung actual stocks, di ba? So, January, sa buwan ng Enero, magkano po ang naibenta ng Kadiwa through Kadiwa outlets?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, meron po kaming report on the actual volume of rice sold.
Sige po, so tignan niyo po yung report ninyo, sabihin niyo po sa amin, magkano po?
Mr. Chair, for the P29 rice selling program po, from July 5, 2024 to January 2024 of 2025, we have a total of 1,106 metric tons volume sold of P29. Ito po yung from NFA. The total sales amount po ay 32.1 million pesos.
22.1
32.1 million po. 32.1 million.
32.1 M.
Yes po.
Yan ang total sales.
Sales ng from July to January 2025.
Okay. Maliit lang pala, no? So, and in so for anong dahilan po? Pero ang total available capital is 5 billion. 3.5 pala. But ang total sales is only 32 million. So,
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, yung pong 3.5, yung 5 billion is, I think it was just released by November or December of last year. Hindi pa po siya nagagamit, yung 5 billion.
So, okay. So, ibig sabihin, so halos hindi pa nagagalaw ang 5 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, kung ano nakikita po namin na Kadiwa operations ay
Operating budget pa rin pa po ng DA yan.
okay. So, konting-konti pa lang, in short. So just in case ma-issue itong state of emergency, paano po ninyo palalawakin itong current Kadiwa operations ninyo?
Mr. Chair, yung mga Kadiwa po kasi, marami naman ng mga Kadiwa stores na nag-i-exist na nationwide. But ang priority po is for the National Capital Region muna. Pag na-release na po yung, pag naging available na po yung 5 billion, portion of that can be used for the logistics. Number one challenge po sa amin ngayon is for the FTI and NFA is yung logistics. So it's hard to move po yung mga bigas from warehouse ng NFA papunta po sa mga Kadiwa stores. And sa ngayon po, yung FTI lang muna ang ginagamit nilang operational fund for the operation ng P29.
And may we ask, Admin Larry, Mr. Chair, so yung laman po ng warehouse ninyo is worth how much po? Or how many days?
Yun po bang total na laman or yun pong
Yes.
total
Like
stocks
like
na
in
pwedeng
case-
hong ibenta?
Yes. Ilan ang pwede nyong ibenta in case nga ma-issue
In case-
yung state of emergency?
With the assumption po na ma-declare na po yung food security emergency, meron ho tayong 761,207 bags.
Or in terms of days?
Bags, in terms of days po ba?
Or peso value?
Ano po ito? Let's just use the average price of, let's say, 33 pesos per kilo. Ito po ay nasa 1.2 billion.
So yan
Worth of
ay
stocks.
readily available for sale?
Pag na-declare po.
Pag ma-declare. So you will go from operations of about 32M over 6 months, kaya nyo scale up immediately, ganon, to 1.2 billion immediately as long as maibaba nyo yan from your warehouses to all of the Kadiwa outlets.
Yes po, readily available ito, ang worth 1.2 billion. Ito po naman yung operation nitong food security emergency once declared. As far as I can recall sa mga meetings, it will not only be Kadiwa na organized ni DA, but we will go straight to the LGUs. That's why we will write LGUs kung sino po yung mga interested so that makount po namin sila. So, ang Kadiwa po na organized ng DA will just be assisting the LGUs in the implementation. So, mas may leeway po si LGU pag nagpatupad na po ito.
Yeah. Actually, just, Mr. Chair, for clarity, hindi lang LGUs kasi it's government agencies or entities such as DSWD, OCD, LGUs, and the public through Kadiwa outlets. So it's a broad list of kung saan kayo pwedeng magbenta.
Tama po yun, pero we don't expect the DSWD and OCD na magbenta since they have their own stocks na kinukuha sa
Pero
amin.
broadly speaking,
Pwede
broadly
po.
speaking, as long as meron kayong mahanap na partners, ay pwede kayong magbenta
Yes, ma'am.
ng stocks ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kaya po na-mention ni Admin Larry yung sa LGU kasi present problem kasi namin yung logistics. Nag-inquire pa kami ng mga, I think we are in the process of procuring or renting, leasing yung mga kakailangang mga for transport as well as sa NFA medyo hirap din. Kaya ang initial na naisip para makatulong din LGU, but we are not limited to LGU.
Yes.
By virtue ng RTL na pinasa ngayon.
Yes. And then, by now, na-determine nyo na po ba ang presyo?
Sa ngayon po yung dalawang presyo nakaset naman eh. The regular rice at 38 pesos per kilo. Tapos yung P29, ito po yung aging. Ang hindi pa lang po namin napapa-approve from the NFA Council na pinapaikot po natin through ad referendum ay yung more or less 33 pesos per kilo na bigas na in between. Ito po yung mga 2 months old rice natin.
Ano yung naging determination ng 38 peso rice?
Meron po tayong formula na in-approve ang NFA Council through the rice pricing framework. May computation po iyon. Cost.
Is it based on your actual procurement? Kasi yung 1.2 billion worth of rice, so paano ninyo kinompute itong 38? Kasi may actual cost kayo ng pag-procure. Paano ninyo, how did you arrive at a 38 peso per kilo?
Yung formula po nito na na-approve ng council is based on the actual price or cost ng palay na binili namin last year. Tapos, kinompute natin based on milling recovery of 63% plus 5 pesos per kilo na incidental expenses, logistics, handling, etc. Less 20% Yun po yung na-approve ng council. Or kung titignan namin yung PSA data from yung pinaka-current data niya for well-milled rice, ililess din namin ng 20% po yun. So pag pinagkumpara po namin, kung sino po yung mas higher ang price, yun po yung isa-set nating price, selling price.
You'll choose the higher. Why higher?
For cost recovery po as a GOCC, kahit
For
paano.
cost recovery.
Kahit
So
paano
magkano po ang kita ninyo dito sa 38 pesos?
Wala pong kita, 10 pesos lugi po yan.
10 pesos lugi. So ibig sabihin 48 pesos ang cost. So from farm gate all the way down to
For example, if yung average price niya is 27 pesos, to get yung actual value niya, 1 kilo ng into bigas, divide po ng 0.63, that's 48.85, plus yung 5 peso na sinabi. Hindi, plus yung 5 peso na sinabi mo na mga milling and all. So that's 47.85, almost 48, 48.
Honorable Stella, Mr. Chair, may I just
times
follow up lang that. Kasi, so pag nag-P29 kayo, ang lugi ninyo is 20 pesos pala, no? 20. I thought the 38 kasi somehow nahabol natin yung
unless, Mr. Chair, yung 29 pesos is from imported. O nga pala, hindi kayo pwede mag-import.
Yun naman po, yung 29, ang laki ng lugi, no po? Pero that's better na ngayon. Kasi last time nga, 25 lang yan. So, and these are, sabihin na natin, non-regular stocks or aging stocks. So, dahil wala kaming outlet ng bigas namin, you would rather sell it at 29 kaysa mas stock lang sa bodega.
So, ano ang total losses na binook ninyo as a result of the subsidized programs?
Yun po yung estimation namin, around 20%
No,
loss.
total in pesos. Kasi
In
kunwari,
peso.
may lugi kayo na 10 pesos per kilo for the 38 peso program, may 20 peso lugi kayo for the 29 peso program, all you need to do is multiply it by the volume of sales. Magkano po yon total?
I-compute po natin yung as of today, or kung yung 2024 we can get the volume released last year, then we can compute. Last year naman, around 700,000 bags lang yung na-distribute natin for calamity purposes. So we can just multiply it by 50 times 10 pesos.
Sige po, just give us the numbers later. How many Kadiwa outlets do we have total, Director Desagun?
Mr. Chair, for 2024, we have 109 Kadiwa stores that are selling
Nationwide.
rice. Yes po, that are selling rice. Mas marami po yung Kadiwa stores pero wala pong rice. But we have 109 sites that are selling P29.
Okay. And Yusek Chris, handa kayo na ipatupad itong all of these emergency measures just in case ma-issue itong state of emergency?
Yes, ma'am. Weekly naman yung meeting nila ng Consumer Affairs, ng NFA ni Secretary at ng FTI on this.
So how many days ang inaasahan namin before rice can be sold?
Once declared, ilan?
So national rollout to kaagad? Ganun bang
NCR.
expectation or NCR?
NCR, strategic lang po muna. Sa
Strategic
NCR.
areas muna.
Sa NCR. And then we go expand to other areas once na.
And so far, since the supply of local rice is adequate, hindi mo na magre-resort to importation. Right now, tama ba na supply is adequate?
Yes, if we consider yung nakastock sa NFA ngayon. But we're not dismissing yung idea of if we can have a more mas mababa o mas tawag ito, financially viable na option, hinahanda lang natin. Siyempre, hindi naman siya pwede, Ma'am, Mr. Chair, na sa ngayon pa lang problema, saka ka pa lang kakausap. So, we are discussing it with other sources na rin sa ngayon. But for the meantime, na available yung stocks ng NFA, we can use it. Kasi siyempre, Ma'am, hindi naman pwedeng ma-deplete yung resources o buffer stock ng NFA because we need to prepare din pag may certain calamity na dumating.
Pwede na po ba, Mr. Chair, magtanong sa financing institutions?
Yes. Go ahead, Kong Stella. We do have ComSec.
Okay, but before we go to that, as a policy question, again, babalik ako doon sa anecdote ko kanina na di pa pala isipan yon kasi if we let the market forces work and just make sure that the middleman, if we make sure that, how do you say that the supply chain is as narrow as possible, meaning to say, as direct as possible from farm to table, nakakabenta ng bigas at as low as 38 pesos, kitang-kita ko talaga with my own eyes na makakabili ka ng 38 pesos per kilo. Versus if we do it through the government because of the various subsidies that we need to give, ang lumalabas, 48 pesos per kilo ang pinaka mura. Pero 38 pero may subsidiya na 10 pesos. Diba? So, di ba pala isipan yon? Parang we're better off just giving the 10 pesos as a cash transfer, di ba?
Yes, Ma'am, Mr. Chair.
Hindi
If
ba parang magandang gawin na lang is to just facilitate that, to make that happen in a broader scale, ibig sabihin, to just facilitate that. Yung, hindi ba pwedeng ma-eliminate na lang yung nasa gitna and make sure that mas may direct channels or communication between retail outlets and the mills or farmers?
Ideally, yes, Ma'am. Yung long-term, medium to long-term ng objective and goal ng program nandoon. Kasi in terms of sustainability, mas okay. That's why yung focus namin on in-strengthen mo yung clusters ng farmers, mas mabigay niya yung kanyang kinakailangang volume for the market, madirect mo siyang i-connect sa market, sa retailers or one big trader na dediretso sa retailer. Ideally, mas okay yung ganong situation. But unfortunately, it will take time to do that. And this intervention by the government is being done kasi medyo mataas nga ang presyo ng bigas sa ngayon, and there are some loopholes within the supply chain na kailangan nating ding ayusin. And hopefully with the investments ng government na provide din ng through the RCEP, for instance, yung improvement ng processing systems, RPS natin, yung drying facility, milling facility, if not eliminate yung kalakihan ng players within the value chain from farm gate to the market, maliitan talaga yung ma-minimize. So,
minsan nga iniisip ko kung bigyan mo lang ng puhunan yung mga retailers.
Ma'am, actually both sides we can.
Kasi nga, like in this case nga, which I chanced upon, they just on their own, they made it happen on their own. Diba? Sila na mismo ang naghanap nung ganong kamurang bigas and made logistics arrangements happen on their own. So, it was a matter of
Mas ma-expand pa yung ganong klaseng situation.
oo, di ba? Parang, yun sinasabi ko, parang ito, pinaghihirapan natin to make all interventions happen with great difficulty through DA, NFA, AMAS, pero sa totoo lang, if you decentralize it, parang hindi ba kaya mas madali? Kaya nga sinasabi ko, through the market na lang, di ba? And then just imbis na magpapakahirap tayo na mag-compute ng SRP, etc., market forces na lang, di ba?
Kaya lang, ma'am, we need also some leeway, Mr. Chair. If we need to intervene, the government can do their thing.
Yun na nga, but
mahirap
intervene-
din kasing totally market.
Hindi, intervene through support. Di ba? Like in this case, tanungin ko yung, nasan ba ang land bank? Mr. Chair, nandito ba ang land bank? Okay. Mr. Chair, di ba tinanong natin the last time, pero wala sila. Nandito si Yusek Asis, who is a board member. So tinanong, kasi magkano po ba ang assets ng land bank sa ngayon? Total assets is, I think, more than 3 trillion pesos. Tama po ba?
Nasa 3.4 trillion.
3.4 trillion pesos. Di ba po? And based on Agri-Agra compliance, magkano po dapat of your total assets ang dapat pautang sa ating mga magsasaka and fisher folk combined?
Ngayon po, Your Honor, there is this RA 11901.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
The RA 11901 po directs all banks to allocate 25% of their funds to the AFRD, so Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Development. So in the case of land bank po, our loans to the AFRD currently amounts to 825 billion. So that represents...
That refers to the entire sector.
Opo, sa Agriculture,
So
Fisheries,
how
and
much is the total in pesos?
825 billion po.
So 825 million of the 3.4 trillion is for the entire sector. Pero ang tanong ko is specifically po for the, what do you call that? Small farmers and fishers. That's a special, anong tawag doon sa acronym na yun?
SFF po.
SFF. Para sa SFF, magkano po ang outstanding loans sa SFF sa ngayon?
For the SFF, our outstanding loans amounted to 34 billion as of December 31, 2024.
34 million pesos.
Billion po.
Billion. 34 billion. So that's 1%. Tama?
Mga roughly po.
So only 1% of your assets go to SFF. Ilan pong farmers and fishers po yan?
As of December 31, 2024 po, we have assisted a total of 2.7 million farmers.
Hindi, that's cumulative. Yung sa ngayon po,
siya.
ilan po ang ina-assist ninyo at present?
So, about 20,000 farmers po.
So 120,000 farmers. Ilan po ang total, Yusek Chris? Ilan po ang total farmers natin?
Sa rice pa lang, almost 2.5 or around 10 siguro kung kasama po yung ibang 2.4.
Mga 2.4.
Yung nakaregister sa ating RSBSA, mga around 2.4 million.
Ano sa tingin mo, Yusek Chris? Marami ba ang tinutulungan ng land bank?
O konti. In fact, ma'am, that's why one of the reasons sa pag-analyze din namin sa program, yung yield, kahit bigyan mo sila ng quality seeds and bigyan mo ng 2 bags fertilizer, yung capitalization nila, pagdagdag ng fertilizer para ma-meet mo yung recommended number of bags, para ma-hit mo yung 8 to 10 metric tons, hindi nagagawa kasi walang pera, walang pang-kapital. Sometimes, yung binibigay pa ng gobyerno na 2 bags ng fertilizer, kung gumagamit na siya ng 4, ipinapalit lang substitution, hindi na niya ginagastos yung pang 2 bag. So talagang
Bitin talaga.
kailangan talaga natin ng support for financial, kahit affordable credit for inputs man lang on the side ng farmers is very needed talaga ng sector.
Land bank? Dito po sa 120,000 farmers, ilan po dyan ang rice farmers?
Your Honor, I have put the figures for our exposure to rice production, but I don't have now the figures for
Yes,
the
but your
number of
rice
farmers
production
for
pertains to
rice.
the entire sector. So kasama dyan,
So,
yung
for crop
logistics,
production po
etc.
No po. This is only for rice production. So our
Yes, but rice
exposure-
production could mean yung pag-may-ari ka ng warehouse, ganon?
Hindi po.
Storage,
Yung pagtatanim po.
pagtatanim lang.
Apo.
Pero you can be a big farmer.
So it can
Hindi,
be farmers po.
pwede kang labas sa kategory ng SFF.
Apo.
Ang hinahanap po natin yung SFF. Bakit? Kasi ito yung mga vulnerable sa use loans, di ba? Ang gusto nga natin is mapababa ang presyo ng bigas, kasama dyan kasi yung cost of capital. Yusek, Chris, sa pag-analyze po ninyo ng cost of production, magkano po ba doon sa 48 pesos ang attributable to cost of credit? Kasi for sure, may portion dyan ay binabayad po sa pinagkakautangan nila, di ba?
At the data, ma'am, hindi pa namin...
Hindi.
Ako,
Pero marami sa kanila ang nagbabayad ng utang. Tama ba?
Yes.
Sa pagkakaalam ninyo, marami sa kanila ay talagang nangangailangan umutang, di ba? Kasi to front-load their capital at the start of planting season.
Yes,
Tama
yes,
ba yun?
yes,
That's a
ma'am.
typical farmer, di po ba?
Especially through, kung dadaan naman ng land bank through the cooperatives, yung success rate of prepayment mas mataas.
Meron po ba dito na resource person ang may alam kung magkano doon sa cost of production ng rice ang attributable to credit? So ilang porsyento doon sa cost of rice ang ibinabayad po sa pinagkakautangan nila? Walang may alam.
76%.
7, sir? How much?
Yeah. 76%.
76?
Yeah. Attributed to loan. So around 56,000 ang ano nila, gastos dun sa total of 65,000 ang cost per hectare.
Sir Sendo, these are through informal channels.
Sa labas.
Sa labas, di ba?
Yeah.
Yung parang trader.
I'm sorry, please explain the 76%.
Yan yung ginamit na cash flow.
Oo, dun sa
Na-
cash flow niya, for every
Pero
100 pesos na
kung
nilalabas niya, 76%
Pero
is
yung
inuutang.
cost nun, siguro mga 7,600. Sa
Merong breach or walang breach. So kasasabi lang po nila na ang policy is the conduit banks can only charge from 6% to 12%. The question is very simple naman, Mr. Chair, and alam naman natin it's for public interest. Simple lang naman eh. Yung mga farmers ba na umuutang through the conduit banks, ay nakaka-encounter po ba sila ng interest rates beyond 12%? Yun lang po.
Sa base naman po dun sa ano nila, it's I think 1.5% per annum po. Based dun sa replies nila po, representations ng bank. So around 12% if we, per month po pala, sorry. So if we annualize it, it's around like 12%.
Hindi. So there are 65 conduit banks, di po ba?
Yes.
So,
I'm not familiar po with the 65
Hindi, yun na
conduit
nga.
banks.
Hindi po ba, okay, isa-isayin natin. Bilang BSP, kasama po ba sa inyong pag-supervise ang pagtingin po doon sa 65 conduit banks? Kasi if your answer is no, I think pointless na po to talk to BSP.
Yes, we don't go deeper po dun sa last examination nila sa 65 conduit banks, but with compliance with 10878 on the, so sa mga SFF po.
So, sorry, can you just speak in like ordinary terms? Yun na naman, so, but you're understanding where
Yes,
I
po.
am coming from. It's
So
a simple question,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yung mga conduit banks po nila, yung mga conduit partners po nila, hindi na po namin na-check yun.
O yun na nga lang ang tanong, di ba? Simple lang naman eh, di ba? Yung mga magsasaka ba na umuutang through their partners, ano yung final na interest rate nila? Yun lang naman po. Di ba? Because if ang ending nga is beyond 12%, yun na nakakabahala because nga land bank has a lot of perks, Mr. Chair, because it is a monopoly in terms of payroll, di ba po? Government agencies, many would deposit their payroll account sa land bank, tapos ang 4Ps nasa land bank, and not only that, pati yung dividends law, occasionally nakakakuha kayo ng exemptions from that. Kumbaga, marami po kayong perks, di ba po? So, gusto natin malaman how faithfully you perform your mandate, di ba po? And it really impacts ultimately on the cost of food. Kaya tayo nandito, di ba kinompute na nga po natin na how much again? 10% of the cost of rice we attribute to utang, di ba po? So if in the end kasi, they're better off pala na umutang na lang sila sa 5-6. Yun na lang, di ba? Sorry po ha, I mean, I'm just being, kumbaga po, extreme. Yun lang naman, pero if sinasabi naman ng BSP, yes, we check on all the banks and yes, compliant po sila, nandun sila sa spread ng 6 to 12, edi very good. Pero yung pala, hindi pala alam ng BSP. So, Madam, palagay ko,
Ma'am, if I may po kasi, what we check po is complying with the 5% in terms of absolute amount and not on the numbers of borrowers po.
hindi
As-
sa
as
number of
guided
borrowers.
po.
Well,
Opo.
that's one, but
Sorry.
more importantly, yung sa spread nga.
So,
Pero sana, ma'am, bilang
we can check naman po.
Ma'am,
on-
tapusin
sorry
ko
po.
lang. Mr.
Sorry.
Chair, tatapusin ko lang po.
Kong Stella, please proceed.
So, but you understand po sana kung ano yung concern. Kayo lang naman po kasi ang makakapag-check at makakasagot dun sa tanong namin. Kasi we cannot take the statements of the land bank hook, line, and sinker. Kasi parating na lang sasabihin niya sa amin, hindi, 6 to 12% yan. Kami naman po, wala naman po kaming paraan para malaman, hindi po ba? Of course, pwede namin ipatawag yung mga farmers, etc. Pwede rin naman yon. But kayo naman po kasi, ang feeling namin, because you're the bank supervisor, ay palagay namin that 65 lang naman po yan and you're paid very, very well. You have the highest salaries in the entire bureaucracy in the land. So you must be able to do a fine job. Hindi po ba, ma'am?
Ma'am, we can consider naman po checking on those in our future examinations of the bank. When
So
we go
sana
on site
po,
Yes po, ma'am.
so
We will
tignan
take
po
note po on
natin.
that. Apo.
Yes, so we would appreciate due diligence po dito sa ating conduit banks. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, actually, it's a very good point because, of course, just like the Honorable Kimbo mentioned, may kailangan kaming taga-validate. So, of course, tama nga. As a supervisor, kayo ang dapat sigurong nagbibigay sa amin ng informasyon tungkol dito. So, I think it's an easy thing that that the BSP can do. So, we hope in the next hearing back, I'm sure you will be relaying this to your peers and your superiors probably. So may we get at least a comment or a reaction and possible plans of BSP on this matter.
Yes, sir. We will relate this to our principals po para ma-consider po yung concerns ng committee regarding on the supervision on compliance with the mandates of LBP.
Yes, thank you. So anyway, with that also, siguro kung Stella, we could formally write BSP to raise this concern, di ba? Para to give enough justification.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so COMSEC, may we request to draft the proposed letter on the matter raised by the Honorable Stella Kimbo? Yes, thank you.
Salamat, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
thank you. So briefly, thank you for your patience, sir. Kasendo, meron na mahalagang presentation on the updates on the price of rice. I believe it would be very interesting for everyone here na ma-present. But Kasendo, pwede bang ano lang yung brief na lang tayo? Oo. May we ask the Secretariat to please assist Mr. Rosendo So to put up his presentation.
Second slide. Second. Bali, yung tariff reduction, no, ang nawala sa atin, 15 bilyones. Ibig sabihin, sana nakolekta natin is 45 billion. More or less, nasa 30 billion lang ang nakolekta. No? Kung yung 15 billion na yon, additional collection, may bigay sa ating mga magsasaka na 1.5 million hectare, around 10,000 pesos ang mabibigay per hectare. So, ang equivalent nun is around 2 pesos and 90 centavos na palay ang presyong pwedeng ibaba sa farm gate. Ibig sabihin, kung ito is maging bigas, around 5 pesos ang pwedeng i-deduct dun sa rice, local rice. Next slide. Ang global market price ngayon is nag-drop na, no? Nung January 18 is $422 per metric tons from July 10, 2024, $568. So ang binaba na is $146 per metric tons. Ang ibig sabihin nun is outside dun sa tariff reduction na 6 to 7 pesos, around 8 pesos and 54 centavos ang decrease ng global market price. We hope Congress can help us. Sana mabalik yung tariff to 35%, kasi yung ini-import natin is yung 5% broken, na hindi yun ang target ng Congress na 35 to 38 pesos. Ito is yung special rice, kasi yung 5% eh. Yung inaano natin is well meal rice or regular meal na 25%. No? Next slides. Kung makita natin yung price ng Vietnam and Thailand, no? Nag-start na bumaba May. Pababa na yung presyo niya. Up to November, pababa yung trend ng price, no? So, in spite of bumaba yung world market price, kung makita natin yung July, ang presyo ng Vietnam is next slides. I-zoom yung sa first bandang taas sana. Makita ba?
Next slide.
Next slides. March ito eh, March. Ito is April, no? Ang April price kasi ng Vietnam is $578 eh, no? Plus 35 pesos, 35 tracking plus yung tariff na 35% at that time. Ang presyo ng Vietnam more or less landed dito plus markup nasa 51, 41 yung retail dapat. No? Next slides. Nung May, more or less, nandun pa rin yung presyo. Pagdating ng next slides. June, ang presyo ng Vietnam bumaba na sa 5.9. No? Next slides. Ito is lahat is dinidiscuss natin yung 5% broken. No? Kung makita natin yung July 10, binase namin. By July 15 kasi bumaba ng 15% yung tariff. So dapat yung presyo bumaba na sa 44 plus ang presyo na nakikita namin. No? Pero mataas pa rin yung presyo dun sa dito sa atin. So yung July ganun din, no? July 24, tapos August. August, same pa rin. Pagdating ng November, ang Vietnam nasa $520 per metric tons. So December nasa more or less $520 per metric tons. Pagdating ng December, next slides. Next slides. Pagdating ng January, nasa $460 na lang ang Vietnam per metric tons.
Kasendo, kung on this assumption na January, kailan dumating yan, more or less? So, we have that supply now. Nandito na yan. Malamang.
Etong 10, meron na dumating eh. No?
So, meron.
Yeah, may dumating na itong more or less 2 weeks time, nandito na yan eh. So,
yes.
ang BOC siguro...
Sige, Ascomjet, are you familiar kung meron ng mga dumating na itong late January?
Within January, Your Honor, I'm sure may dumating na. I'm just not sure about the volume.
Okay,
But
sige.
I'll verify with the volume.
Sige, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Kasendo.
Yeah, kung makita natin, 460 plus $30 ang freight, no? So, 490 times 1.45, sabihin, 1.15, no? Yung tariff times 58.50 divided by 20, more or less landed ito nasa 32 pesos and 90 centavos.
5%? Yung 5%?
5% broken. Kaya sinasabi natin na in spite of bumaba yung world market, yung retail hindi pa rin bumababa, no? We hope kasi ito is apektado yung local ano natin, yung bagong price kasi lumabas January 22 is $415 na lang per metric tons eh. Yung 5% broken. So, matatamaan yung local price natin dito, yung well mill rice, kasi dito sa atin well mill rice sa kanila is 25% broken to 20% broken. So, ang mangyayari, baka yung palay pag-ani natin babagsak ng below 17 pesos. Yun ang mangyayari kung based on dun sa 5% broken na computation namin. So sana yung review ng NEDA by February, ibalik na yung 35% tariff kasi this year ang mawawala is almost 27 billion kung i-maintain yung 15% tariff. Yun lang, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Kasendo. DA, ano ba, do you have this data?
I think the Secretary, Mr. Chair, and Sendong, I think nag-usap sila, magkaiba sila ng figures eh. No? This is from internet to, ano, Sendong?
Ito is dalawa yun, no? Yung isa is from internet, yung isa is lumabas sa international price. So, kaya linabas namin yung dalawang data. Pero ang inano naman ni SEC is 1 month ang delay. So, more or less, tumutugma naman kami sa presyo nung December. So, December to January. So, ang binase niya is yung plus. Kasi yung mga retailer, kung pwede, plus 10. Yun ang gusto nila. Kaya medyo mataas yung price na 58 pesos. No? Pero ang adjustment is within 2 weeks' time, bababa at bababa. And by February, ang target is 40 plus pesos. Yun ang napag-usapan namin ni Secretary.
Okay, sige, thank you. Anyway, can we also request, DA, yung simulation ninyo? And your, can you give us the data as well na based on your observations and your sources? Sige. And last question to Land Bank. Ma'am, mayroon pong mga importers pong naglo-loan po sa inyo?
For rice po?
Any agricultural?
Yes po, we have po.
Magkano po, ma'am, ang spread or the exposure for importation?
For the interest rate po kasi, it depends on the credit rating of the borrower. So it's actually a range po. So we put a spread over the benchmark rate, which is the BVAL. So, but as to the amount po of yung sa mga importations, kasi I don't have po the figures right now.
Sige, ma'am, but I would be very interested to see and understand yung kung gaano kalaki ang nakaka-tap ng Land Bank to import, 'di ba? Syempre, Land Bank is there to support local production. So, ma'am, please in the next hearing, can you please submit more or less the spread? Kong Stella, would you want to add to that?
And perhaps, Mr. Chair, what redacted information can you provide to us with respect to rice importers? I mean, meaning, of course, of course, there is confidentiality. We understand that. So, but you've been listening to us the whole day, right? So
maybe
what, like if you take away the names, for example, are you able to give us the loan values? Diba? I mean, what can you discuss among the
Yes,
officers, and then what redacted information, without of course violating your confidentiality provisions, and provide to us?
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe we can provide you with the number of borrowers who are importing rice and other agricultural products, and also the amount of outstanding loans, so those information po. But I'm afraid we might not be able to provide yung detailed list of the borrowers for nga po confidentiality, but we will check po with our lawyers.
Sige, for now, unless we subpoena, because we have the power to subpoena.
Sige. So anyway, probably we could see the spread first and then we could proceed
Yeah, let's
from...
look at the first pass.
Yeah.
Let's look at whatever redacted
Yeah,
information
oo.
that you feel like you may submit to us. Maximize whatever you can submit to us on the basis of your interpretation of your confidentiality provisions.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we will take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sige, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Anyway, just for just a few requests from some of our members, may we just follow up kay Director Johnny Bert. Nag-request kami nung lahat ng supply chain analysis for all crops, tsaka yung harvest period dun sa mga high value crops, pa-relay na lang kay Yusek Ching. And also from Congressman Imano is follow up dun sa BAI. Yusek Chris, na lang kay BAI please. Yung request niya ng to reiterate his request on roadmap for swine, cattle, dairy, cattle, carabao. So, familiar naman si Bae doon sa request ni Kong Emano the last time. So, can we just follow up on this? So, thank you very much for the patience of everyone that has endeavored this hearing. Happy birthday, because it is the birthday of our committee secretary. Today, we will adjourn early, we will suspend deliberation. To give everyone the chance to greet and our ComSec. So again, thank you very much. Yes, Doc, briefly na lang po, sir.
Saglit lang to. I already submitted, no?
Yes, sir. Oh, thank you.
Yung mga roadmap.
Yes, I remember, sir. I requested also from the private sector.
No? Although kulang pa, so dadagdagan natin.
Sige po. We will give it to the Honorable Emano. Thank you again, Doc. Thank you po.
Thank you, thank you.
So again, thank you. Hearing is hereby suspended.